Chapter 106. Just another ice sky lover. After parting ways with Princess Sophia and the others, we continued shopping for a while. Because I wanted to enjoy the holiday with Mabel and Agnes, who were wearing clothes different from usual. By the way, what the two of them bought at the trading post were food and luxury goods. Mabel was delighted to have gotten some rare tea. Agnes bought some sweet fruit. She said it would be tomorrow's snack. However, I couldn't buy presents for them here. Both Mabel and Agnes insisted they didn't particularly want anything. In the end, the only thing I bought was sweets. There were things like sweets and dried fruits that couldn't be obtained in the Demon Lord's territory. As for the presents, I decided to secretly ask them later what they want, and I would make them myself. Speaking of which, that strange merchant we found at the trading post apparently closed up shop and left southwards afterward. Since that's a different direction from the town of Nosa, it doesn't seem like he was following Princess Sophia. Maybe he was just an unusual, but ordinary, merchant. Just in case, I relayed the information that there was such a person to Princess Sophia through the Pixie Fairy. If it turns out to be nothing, then that's fine. After we finished shopping and returned to the Risinga territory, Alchemist-sama, please come to General Risinga's mansion immediately. Her Majesty the Demon Lord is here. The civil official, was waiting for us at the edge of the forest. I immediately took out a change of clothes from my ultra-small simple storage. The clothes I was wearing now were for traveling and could get dirty. Mabel was wearing a cute one-piece dress, and Agnes had a maid outfit on. Fortunately, all three of us had packed changes of clothes inside the ultra-small simple storage. So, we decided to change into proper clothes suitable for greeting Rookie. With that, we headed back into the forest. We were really in a hurry, so the three of us changed clothes with our backs against a single tree. We might have seen a bit too much of each other, but there was no time to worry about it. In fact, we just accepted it and helped each other change. We only calmed down after leaving the forest. Then we took the carriage prepared by to General Risinga's mansion. When we entered the Great Hall. Oh, Thor, Mabel, and Agnes. You're back. The Demon Lord Rookie was seated in a prepared chair. Prime Minister Kelv and the Minotaur Guard unit were also present. In the hall, General Risinga's adjutants and main subordinates were lined up. Everyone was looking at Rookie and her close aides with tense faces. I was surprised too. To come without notice. What happened to Rookie? We have received word from Risinga that the beast investigation and the interrogation of those who summoned the beast have concluded. Rookie, wearing a mask, looked around at us and said, "This incident is very important and also involves the Empire. I need to hear the report directly and decide what to do next. That is why I have come to this land myself." Before us kneeling, Demon Lord Rookie spoke. Right now, she wore the mask and robe of recognition inhibition, the Demon Lord style. Her apparent height was around 2 meters. She sat in a tall chair and looked over me, Mabel, Agnes, and the people of Risinga territory. Her expression was completely hidden behind the golden mask. But the Demon Lord style Rookie is nice too. The horns look more impressive and bigger than usual, and the flowing black robe is cool. The golden mask is mysterious. If her bare face is the pinnacle of beauty, then the Demon Lord style Rookie might be the pinnacle of mystery. What kind of magic sword would suit this appearance of Rookie? For example, if I wanted to show the strength of the Demon Lord, maybe a double-edged greatsword would be good. About 1.5 meters long. If the blade were thickened and had power enough to cut steel, wait, in that case Rookie couldn't wield it in her true form. Her bare-face Rookie is quite petite and light. So, maybe a curved single-edged magic sword would be better. If she carried it on her back, it would be easier to draw. When in Demon Lord style, she could wear it on her waist, and in her true form, on her back. That would suit both versions of Rookie perfectly. Alright, the concept is decided. I'll use what I learned from Princess Liana about how to use a holy sword to make a magic sword for Rookie. First, I need to prepare the materials. No, before that, I need to make an item to record the Archduke's report. There was also an item to improve water facilities. But since I want to use the knowledge of the holy sword, maybe the magic sword should come first. I'm troubled. There are too many items I want to make. What should I do? Alchemist Thor, what are you so lost in thought about? I realized Demon Lord style Rookie was looking down at me. My apologies, Your Majesty the Demon Lord. I messed up. Even though I'm in front of Rookie, I was lost in thought. This isn't the workshop, nor inside the simple storage. I'm not in a state to chat casually with Rookie. Everyone is here. I have to act properly as a subordinate. Is there something on your mind? Alchemist Thor. Demon Lord style Rookie asked me. You just returned from inspecting the trading post, didn't you? If you're tired, You may rest. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. But I'm fine, I answered while still kneeling. I was just admiring Her Majesty the Demon Lord since it's been a while since I last saw you. I apologize. I will be careful from now on, so please forgive me. And no, it's fine. That's not a problem. Demon Lord Rookie cleared her throat behind the mask. Then, looking around at the people gathered in the hall. It's we, Kelv and I, who suddenly came to this land. It's understandable that everyone in the Rizinga territory is confused. Rookie began to speak slowly in a voice full of dignity. As I said before, we came here to hear the report on the beast investigation from Flame General Rizinga. Also, it is necessary to negotiate with the Empire in various matters from now on. After consulting by letter with Rizinga, we decided to set up a countermeasure headquarters in this land. Oh, at Rookie's words, the people of Rizinga territory sighed. Waiting for that to settle, Rookie continued. Since this place is near the border, we can respond quickly to anything. Also, it is necessary to calm the people shaken by the appearance of a new species of beast. Therefore, Kelv and I will stay in this land for a while. Demon Lord Rookie looked at Prime Minister Kelv and nodded. Taking that as a cue, Kelv took out a parchment and began to speak. We will station civil officials at the countermeasure headquarters to carry out analysis and responses. Specifically, they will be in charge of negotiations with the town of Nosa, the capital of the Empire, and Archduke Karen Listan. Once matters settle down, the headquarters is expected to be disbanded. Looking around at the people in the mansion, including me, Kelv continued. We'll also need cooperation from everyone in the Rizinga territory. I ask for your support. Understood. The people in the mansion, as well as the Minotaur soldiers, all raised their voices in unison. However, Chancellor Sama, if I may, we would have appreciated it if we had received notice a little earlier. A man with a red beard, the deputy to General Rizinga, raised his hand and spoke. If so, we could have prepared a proper welcome on behalf of the entire territory. I apologize for the delay in communication. However, the matter was urgent. Chancellor Kelv said, now is the ideal timing to mobilize a large number of troops in the Demon Lord's territory. Furthermore, Demon Lord-style Rookie continued the explanation. This time's magical beast summoning involved agents of the Empire. Even the Imperial Archduke has confirmed it. At this timing, even if we mobilize many troops, the Empire cannot complain. We're moving troops to calm the people who have been disturbed due to the Empire's actions. So that's the reason. With a strong military presence here, the people will feel at ease. It will also help in the development of the mines. For those shaken by the incident involving a new species of magical beast, it will become a psychological support. Saying so, Rookie nodded. As expected of Demon Lord Rookie. A precise response. Normally, if the Demon Lord's domain stationed a large number of troops near the border, it would raise the Empire's suspicions. They might think we're gathering troops to invade. But this time, the magical beast investigation clearly revealed that people from the Empire were summoning beasts. That fact was confirmed by both General Rizinga and Imperial Archduke Karen Listan. The Archduke himself fought against the magical beasts and admitted that Imperial soldiers caused harm to the Demon Lord's domain. Under those circumstances, the Empire has no grounds to complain if troops are mobilized. If the troops are moved to calm the citizens distressed by the beasts, the responsibility lies solely with the Empire. Indeed, Demon Lord Rookie Everguard is reliable. A king who makes sound judgments and acts swiftly is truly dependable. By the way, it seems it will still take some time for Rizinga to return. Suddenly, Demon Lord Rookie murmured. If I remember, Rizinga is deliberately proceeding slowly so as not to alarm the imperial citizens, right? Yes, I was told that soldiers from the Archduchy are accompanying him to the border. They are likely discussing how future exchanges should proceed. I see. Still, we must make good use of our time. After hearing Chancellor Kelv's words, Rookie looked at me. Then I shall use this time to hear from those who participated in the magical beast investigation. Is anyone here who joined the investigation? Preferably, someone who was present at the negotiation between Rizinga and the Archduke. Yes, Your Majesty the Demon Lord. I raised my hand. I mean, isn't that basically calling me out by name? No. Alchemist Thorkanen was present during the negotiations between His Excellency the General and the Imperial Archduke. I see. Then let us speak in a separate room. Demon Lord Rookie said after a moment of thought. Pardon me, but could a room be prepared? Preferably one near the kitchen. Mabel shall join us as well. It's been a while. I'd like to drink the tea you make again. Yes, Your Majesty, Mabel answered beside me. And so, preparations immediately began. While I was talking with Rookie, Agnes was to act as General Risinga's representative and take charge of welcoming the Demon Lord's party. Apparently, she'd also be discussing the magical beast investigation. Of course, what happened at the trading post is a secret. That's why Rookie earlier said we had inspected the trading post. The matter regarding Princesses Sophia and Liana is now a top secret known only to Mabel, Agnes, myself, and Rookie. Agnes freezed. I gratefully accept your sentiment. As the representative of your father Risinga, please give them a warm welcome. Why yes, Your Majesty the Demon Lord. Seeing you without armor and full of energy pleases me as well. To the nervous Agnes, Rookie said, if you wish to work as Risinga's representative, then there is no reason to hold you back. We'll be in your care for a while, Agnes. I am honored by your words. Agnes bowed deeply. But the only reason I was able to be free like this is entirely thanks to Thor Canaan. Indeed. Then I shall thoroughly inquire about what this person did in this incident. Your Majesty the Demon Lord. Are you perhaps grinning under that mask? I feel an odd kind of pressure right now. Kelv and the others begin preparations for setting up the countermeasure headquarters. Civil Officer Erd, please explain the details of this area to Kelv and the other soldiers. Understanding the terrain is vital. We are grateful for Your Majesty's kindness. Chancellor Kelv bowed. Then, we shall hear about the magical beast investigation from Agnes Sama. Why yes, Agnes will explain in detail. Agnes nodded again with a nervous expression. We'd also love to hear about Agnes Sama's achievements. We're eager to know how the general's daughter performed. I've heard that Thor Sama's magic item was incredibly useful. At Agnes's words, the Minotaur soldiers raised cheerful voices. Hearing that, Agnes blushed deep red and said, the one who did all the work was Thor Canaan Sama's cleaning robot. I think it'd be quicker to show you that. Ah yes, that's true. Certainly, if we're going to explain the magical beast investigation, having the cleaning robot would help. If they see it in action, everyone will understand its functions and effects better. I took out the spherical cleaning robot from my ultra-compact portable storage. Here you go, Agnes Sama. Ah, thank you very much. Agnes presented the cleaning robot to Chancellor Kelv and said, now then, I will explain in detail how this little one performed. Please do. Chancellor Kelv muttered in a solemn tone. Come to think of it, the spherical design was created by Kelv. Kelv's gloomy eyes might mean he's worried whether what he designed is working properly. The others, Minotaur-san and Ert the civil officer, know that Kelv designed the spherical type. That's why everyone's eyes are shining as they look at Kelv. Now then, I shall hear from Thor and Mabel. Demon Lord Rookie muttered. As expected, it felt like he was smiling beneath her mask. There's a mountain of things I want to hear. Tell me everything until I am satisfied. And so, I was to go with Demon Lord Rookie to the guest room. Fufu. As expected, Thor's simple storage is comfortable. Demon Lord Rookie said. This is the simple storage placed in the guest room, a corner of General Risinga's mansion. Only Demon Lord Rookie, Mabel, and I are here. The people around the room have been cleared out, and guards stand in the hallway. Rookie arranged this so we could talk freely without worries. Of course, Rookie is currently without her mask. In fact, the moment we entered this simple storage, she took off her mask and robe on her own. Apparently, since I will be forced to take them off soon anyway. Sorry about that. Mabel brewed some freshly bought tea. After serving it, she said, I'll go get some honey from the kitchen. It's delicious on baked sweets, and left. She seemed happy to have a tea gathering with Demon Lord Rookie again after a long time. Of course, I'm happy too. I had a lot to talk about with Rookie. But, now then, Thor, tell me what you have to say. But I was concerned about how Rookie's smile was so genuine. Why do I feel more pressure now than when she was wearing her mask? The report on the beast investigation can wait. Before that, tell me this. You met the Empire's princess at the trading post, yes? Yes. I was supposed to just talk with Princess Sophia. So it was not just talking. Rookie leaned over the table suddenly. Answer me, Thor. You said you were going to talk with the Empire's Princess Sophia at the trading post. What actually happened? Actually, it wasn't only Princess Sophia. Princess Liana was also there. What? Rookie shrugged and sat back in her chair. I see. That makes sense. Princess Liana also took part in the beast investigation. If the twin sister Princess Sophia was meeting with you, it would make sense for her to be present as well. So that's how it is. Yes, Princess Liana taught me how to use the holy sword. I see. How to use the holy sword. Wait, Thor. What is it? Did the princess summon you to teach you how to use the holy sword? Does the Empire's princess feel that close to you? No. While talking, Princess Liana said she wanted to thank me for saving her during the beast investigation. I told her there was no need for thanks, but Princess Liana didn't seem satisfied with that. So, I decided to learn how to use the holy sword from her. Princess Liana is surprisingly loyal. She regretted treating me like a tool before. At that time, the military minister named Zagran was with her. Princess Liana and that person seemed unusually close. Maybe she was influenced by him. From now on, Princess Sophia will properly educate Princess Liana. In that case, let's see how she fares. Demon Lord Rookie grinned slyly. By the way, why did you go out of your way to learn how to use the holy sword? I'm an alchemist. No, it's a thank you gift from the princess, right? If you're going to accept something, wouldn't you want something more valuable? But there's nothing in particular I want. I get paid by Rookie-sama, and I can make whatever I need myself. It's hard to give presents to an alchemist, huh? And besides, I promised before, I'll give Rookie-sama a magic sword. Huh? Rookie's mouth dropped open in surprise. Then her eyes widened to their fullest extent. Why you learn how to use the holy sword for something like that? The Empire's princess said she wanted to thank you, right? You should be asking for something for yourself. For myself, I am. Because making magic swords is fun. Just making them is fun. If I can make something cool, that's even better. If Demon Lord Rookie equips it, just watching makes me excited. Having her use the magic sword, pointing out flaws, and improving it is something I look forward to. And on top of that, if the magic sword helps Demon Lord Rookie, that's the best. See? It's like getting 5 benefits at once. Thor. If I understand how the holy sword's magical power works, it will be a reference for making magic swords. Missing an opportunity like this would be unforgivable. And if Princess Liana offers another kind of thanks, what does Rookie-sama think I am? Are you saying you're anything other than a surprising, astonishing alchemist? Putting that aside, why yes. Sorry, but I won't be able to start making the magic sword right away. I said, there are items that need to be made in advance. So, making the magic sword might have to wait a little longer. Honestly, I want to prioritize giving a magic sword to Rookie-sama. That's quite all right. Make it at your own pace, Thor. Yes, I will make it when Rookie-sama has some spare time. When I have some spare time, when making the magic sword, I need Rookie-sama's help. Help, huh? That's fine. Thank you. Since it's a magic sword exclusively for Rookie-sama, I need to check the way magic flows through it as I work. Huh. Princess Liana demonstrated how to swing the holy sword and how to channel magic. I now roughly understand the flow of internal magic. If we do it the same way, the magic sword perfect for Rookie-sama will. Cough cough hack. Or Rookie-sama. Thor, are you telling me to pose swinging a sword in the bathhouse? And no, that's not what I meant. Is that so? No matter what, it's not to that extent. I see. Since it's you. Thor, I thought that if you did the same as the princess, the magic sword's development would go smoothly. Huh? What was that just now? Hey, look this way, Thor. As expected of the demon, Lord Rookie Everguard. There's no mistake in that idea. If Rookie herself does it just like Princess Liana, the development of the magic sword will go faster. If she swings the prototype magic sword and teaches us in detail where in her body she channels magic into the sword and how she senses the flow of internal magic, the work should proceed smoothly. I see. No, that won't do, Thor-sama. Clink. Mabel placed a plate of baked sweets in front of us. She must have come back from the kitchen without us noticing. Mabel drizzled honey on the baked sweets and then stared intently at me. It's not acceptable to have Her Majesty the Demon Lord swinging a sword while wearing just a bathrobe, Thor-sama. I know that, Mabel. I nodded. I understand. After all, I'm also a subordinate of Demon Lord Rookie. There's no way I would make Rookie wear just a bathrobe and have her swing a sword. Though, I don't mind helping a little. Since Thor is trying to make a magic sword for me. Rookie said that and nodded. It seems she herself does not particularly object. Mabel watched Rookie and me for a while, then. In that case, I think it would be better if she wore clothes other than a bathrobe. After thinking for a moment, she said that. The bathrobe is meant for bathing. Because it covers so little cloth, if you move your body too much, it might slip off. But wouldn't moving slowly be fine? Even so, when you're absorbed in demonstrating sword forms, accidents tend to happen. Accidents happen, huh? They do. Probably. though I haven't actually confirmed it. I see. I especially think clothes that wrap around the body are dangerous. Their strings come undone easily. You can even see loosened strings through steam or light. Don't talk like you've seen it yourself. That's just a guess. Really? Mabel turned to the side and said so. I see. Then, we need to think of clothes for magic sword experiments. Clothes that make it easy to understand body movement and won't slip or fall off. I think such clothes were listed in the mail order catalog. It should have been in the seasonal products section. I'll check later. That's the situation, Rookie-sama. We'll make the magic sword once you have free time and the experimental clothes are ready. Why yes, that sounds right. Rookie nodded at my words. Thor is right. Making the magic sword should wait until other problems are solved. That's true. We also need to hear the Archduke's story and make items for plumbing. There sure are a lot of things to make. There really are so many it's troublesome. Do I look troubled, Mabel? No. Thor-sama, your eyes are sparkling brightly. That's right. Rookie and Mabel laughed after drinking tea. Then we talked about what happened at the trading post. About Princess Sophia and Princess Liana. About Mabel and Agni's dressing up. About shopping. After finishing the conversation, Rookie-sama, about hearing the Archduke's story in Nosa town. May I have your permission? I asked Rookie. An alchemist directly under the Demon Lord is going to make contact with the Empire's Archduke. Just in case, I need to get permission. Of course, I permit it. Rookie nodded without hesitation. It's a precious opportunity to hear valuable information from the Empire. We cannot let it slip away. Of course, I will report everything I hear to you as well, Rookie-sama. Understood. I will also prepare myself mentally. I will convey every single word exactly as Archduke Karen says. No, that would be impossible, wouldn't it? I'll try. That's okay, right? No, you don't have to push yourself. I'll do my best. So, Thor. Yes. Be honest with me. What do you want to create this time? As expected of Rookie-sama. You read my mind. Anyone could tell. Right, Mabel? That's right. I had already heard about it beforehand. When you said, I want to hear everything, I guessed what it was. Rookie and Mabel narrowed their eyes and stared intently at me. Both of them are way too perceptive. Actually, I found an item in a mail-order catalog that serves as both a combat and voice recorder. An item that serves as both combat and voice recorder. Moreover, it seems related to one of the top 5 powerful magicians among the heroes from another world. At my words, Rookie and Mabel's eyes widened. Well, I hadn't told Mabel all of this until now. Do Rookie-sama and Mabel know about the instant caster, known as the fastest magician among the heroes from another world? Yes, we know. Rookie nodded in a tense voice. He was also called the interrupt caster because he could cast magic without chanting and interrupt the opponent's magic. I know too. He was a person who used a huge amount of magic at terrifying speeds and was also called the infinite caster. That's right. No one could be unaware of him. He's famous among the heroes from another world. After all, he voluntarily adopted those nicknames himself. That's true. That hero apparently made and handed out business cards at that time. The business cards reportedly had his nicknames written on them. Instant caster, interrupt caster, infinite caster, all self-proclaimed, and written in various languages. The actual business cards have disappeared, but the records remain intact. That magician could cast magic without chanting, or at speeds multiple times faster than normal, and interrupt the opponent's magic. His magic level wasn't particularly high, but he had a huge number of attacks. That's why the name Infinite Caster remained. I had long wondered about the source of that ability, but in the mail-order catalog, there was an item that records voice and shoots it at the opponent. Judging by the name, it might be related to that magician. I spread the mail-order catalog open before Rookie and Mabel. The item's name is Voice Recorder, or IC Recorder. IC Recorder, you say? Could it be related to the Infinite Caster? Furthermore, it says here, knock out even your annoying boss with this voice recorder. I think the boss refers to someone above the hero. And so, I began to explain about the terrifying combat item IC Recorder, its effects, and its power. Chapter 107. Just another Ice Sky lover. IC Recorder, Voice Recorder. Unpleasant bosses? Knock them out with this. With our company's IC Recorder, Voice Recorder, deliver a decisive blow to unreasonable people. Do you have bosses or clients who push impossible demands on you? Do you want to fight back, but the power difference makes it impossible to confront them? Work troubles, everyone has them, right? For people like that, we recommend our IC Recorder. Our IC recorder is ultra-high functioning. It records any words clearly and plays back the exact voice of the speaker. It has passed our company's unique quality assurance tests. Playback at double speed, 2x speed, 4x speed, and even 16x speed is possible. Even at double speed, the audio remains clear. The voice played back without distortion will have a great effect. Your unexpected counterattack will surely surprise and fluster your opponent. To protect yourself from powerful adversaries, please use our company's IC recorder. So such an item exists, huh? That's surprising. Rookie and Mabel sighed after hearing my explanation. I understand the ability of this so-called IC recorder. So, Thor thinks this item is the source of power for the instant caster? Yes. After all, it records any words and plays back the exact voice of the speaker. And it can also play back at 16 times speed. Apparently, it can also knock out a hateful boss, in other words, even higher-ranking heroes. Whether it pierces the opponent's defense or exploits their weakness, probably the latter. Probably, this IC recorder records magical chants in advance so they can be played back whenever desired. Moreover, playback speed ranges from 4x to 16x. If you can chant and activate magic at that speed, it's no wonder it's powerful. If magic flies at 16 times speed, there's no way to counter it. In other words, this is an item that allows heroes to become instant casters. I think Mabel is right. Instant caster, interrupt caster, and infinite caster all start with the initials IC. So, the IC recorder symbolizes instant, interrupt, and infinite. Therefore, that's probably why it's named the IC recorder. Rookie and Mabel sighed. The official name might be Recorder for IC Instant Caster. When I said this, Rookie and Mabel nodded. Both wore tense expressions. Understandably so. Even in the Demon Lord's territory, the legend remains that the instant caster repeatedly casts spells without chanting. For the Demon Lord's army who actually fought him, that hero must have been a terrifying threat. Since this IC recorder is the item symbolizing the strength of the instant caster. When I read the legend of the instant caster, I thought about it. Mabel muttered softly. That hero reportedly unleashed a large amount of freezing magic immediately after announcing himself. I've always wondered, how is that possible? I know that story. I am the strongest magician. Demon Lord's army, fear and praise my name, while casting gigantic blizzard, right? Why yes, that's it. At that time, he blew away numerous demi-humans with a massive blizzard. It should be impossible to cast such a huge spell without chanting. That must have been the power of the IC Instant Cast Recorder. Rookie nodded while looking at the mail order catalog. He probably pre-recorded the spell into the IC recorder. In battle, he played it back while announcing his name. The chanting was drowned out by his voice, so no one could hear it. Maybe he played it back at about 16 times speed then. It must have been an incredibly fast speech. To those who don't know the IC recorder, it probably sounded like noise. But Your Majesty, can magic really activate even if chanted at 16 times speed? There are those who chant quickly even in this world. That's true. Besides, it's a hero we're talking about. Indeed, if it's the hero, it can't be helped. The fact that hero confidently called himself Instant Caster and Interrupt Caster means he trusted the function of the IC recorder. Otherwise, there'd be no point in proudly calling himself that. Really, the technology in the hero's world is amazing. Rookie and Mabel continued talking seriously while looking at the mail order catalog. He really was a terrifying being, the Instant Caster. Your Majesty? Looking closely, Rookie's body was trembling slightly. Maybe she's scared of the Instant Caster. That's right. That guy fought Rookie's ancestor. Since Rookie is a demon lord, she may have heard directly about that hero's strength and abilities from her family. Seeing the magic item that Instant Caster used would naturally be frightening. The tea has gone cold. I'll bring you something warm. Suddenly, Mabel stood up. I'll also prepare some warm sweets. Please warm yourself up, Rookie-sama. Until then, please use this. I took a cloth out of the ultra-compact simple storage and draped it over Rookie's knees. It was an uncut water magic weave cloth. Left over from when I made a bathrobe, it clings tightly to the body and prevents body heat from escaping. Why yes. Thank you, Thor. Rookie looked at me and smiled. I was told many times about the terror of the instant caster when I was little. I just couldn't help trembling. That's understandable. That hero was astonishingly combative. They also called him a magic berserker. This IC recorder is the item that Hero used, right? I muttered while looking at Rookie. In that case, maybe it's better not to make this. It's a convenient item, but I don't think I want to make it to the point of frightening Rookie. Because the story about Archduke Karen can be recorded with a different item. That's what I thought, but no. If it's an item made by Thor, that's a different story. Suddenly, Rookie placed her hand on top of mine, on my lap, wrapped in the magic weave cloth. There, Rookie tightly gripped my hand. There is no way Thor's item could be something evil. Besides, as the demon lord, I must understand the power of the hero well. To learn their techniques and prepare for new magical beasts or heroes who might appear again in the distant future. Rookie-sama. Therefore, I grant permission, Thor. Rookie leaned her shoulder against me, showed her teeth, and smiled. Go ahead and make this IC recorder. Record the Archduke Karen's voice and let me hear its contents. It is for us to know and learn about humans. Understood, Rookie-sama. Still, I wonder why the hero created such an item. Tracing the photo of the IC recorder with her finger, Rookie tilted her head. The hero is already strong enough. There shouldn't be a need for an item to chant spells. Also, I do not understand why they were fighting with their superior or business partners. If they have superiors, it would be a great hero or mythical hero, right? A stronger hero? Perhaps those beings manage the heroes who seek to be the strongest. As for business partners, maybe they were other heroes exchanging magical beast materials. That's a plausible story, since they were fighting. Maybe the hero world had heroes competing against each other to create the truly strongest hero. I see. Then it makes sense why the IC recorder is necessary. In that case, how to bring the IC recorder without the superiors noticing would be a decisive tactic. Maybe so, but for heroes to always be in such a tense battle in their world, perhaps they competed for strength and achievements that way. Even in the Empire, nobles fought magical beasts and competed over the results. If the hero world laid the foundation for that country, it wouldn't be strange for them to do the same. In such a world, the IC recorder would be an important key item. I told Rookie this story. Heroes competing against each other to be the strongest, huh? Then there must be some who get exhausted and collapse. The hero world must have enough manpower for that to be possible. Rookie nodded as if convinced. From the perspective of the Demon Lord's territory with a small population, that's enviable. I wouldn't say it's enviable. The words slipped out before I could stop them. Because I couldn't live in a country like that. In the hero world, overflowing with powerful magic items, alchemists aren't necessary. And I wouldn't be able to fight like a hero either. If I had been born in the hero world, I probably wouldn't have been able to live there. I don't think Rookie-sama needs to envy the hero world. Even if the hero world has a large population and people full of talent, it doesn't matter. What I want to say is, I can't seem to put it well, but Rookie listened with a curious expression. I need to make it clear. What I want to say is, I like the Demon Lord's territory where Rookie-sama is. I said. Rookie's eyes went wide. Maybe it was hard to understand. I'll explain more simply. I'm happy to be near Rookie-sama in the Demon King's territory. Everyone here works with vitality. I can tell they all respect Rookie-sama. I think I'm very lucky to be able to serve such a Rookie-sama. Thor? What are you saying all of a sudden? No, I'm just saying I like the Demon Lord's territory more than the hero world. I see. It's because it's the Demon Lord's territory that I can enjoy making magic items. I also focus on magical swords because I want to repay Rookie-sama, and of course, because Rookie-sama with a magical sword would look really cool, you know? It's great, right? Rookie-sama wearing the recognition inhibition mask and robe, throwing the shadow blade Shuz Vader band. Moreover, since I know Rookie-sama's true face, while watching Rookie-sama swinging a sword in the recognition inhibition state, I can imagine Rookie-sama's real face swinging the sword. It's like enjoying twice, or rather, I feel like I'm monopolizing Rookie-sama's true face, which is really enough. Thor. Bang. Rookie suddenly let go of my hand. Then she pressed both cheeks and turned away. Sorry, Rookie-sama. Oh no. I got too carried away. Anyway, what I want to say is that I like the Demon Lord's territory ruled by Rookie-sama more than the hero world. I understand. I understand your feelings very well. Sorry for talking so one-sidedly. That's fine. It's fine so. Rookie pressed her chest and nodded. Then, as if filled with determination, took a deep breath and said, Anyway, about the IC recorder? Why yes, it was about the IC recorder. I don't mind if you make it. Since it's you. Thor, You probably already have an idea how to make it, right? That's right. I'm thinking of referencing the improved body pillow. We know that personal information is contained in magic power from making the improved body pillow. Applying that, it should be possible to reproduce the voice as if the individual chanted on the spot. It may take some time, but I don't think activating magic with the IC recorder is technically difficult. I see. Well, if it's just recording and playing back audio, I can do that right away. I activated Creation Alchemy. Then I took out the Wind Magic Stone and Water Magic Stone from the ultra-compact simple storage. If it's an item that plays back only voice, I think I can make it right here. Since voice is vibrations in the air, the Wind Magic Stone should be able to record and play back those vibrations. Right? I should talk while pouring magic power into the Wind Magic Stone. If I add the Water Magic Stone as well, it might be possible to preserve it long-term. Wind magic has the meaning of circulation. In other words, it's like storing the vibrations of the voice and circulating them around in water. When needed, it can be converted back to air vibrations through the Wind Magic Stone. Yeah, in theory, this should work. The exterior, since it's a prototype, just wrapping it in Earth Magic Weave cloth will be fine. The Earth Magic Weave cloth is durable and lets both voice and magic power pass through. If I make it bag-shaped and wrap it up, the prototype will be complete. It's done. This is the prototype voice recorder. Voice recorder prototype. Attribute: Wind, Wind, Water. Rarity: using multiple Wind Magic Stones, it records and plays back audio. The ability of the Water Magic Stones allows long-term preservation of the audio. The voice recorder is a simple item for audio recording. You hold it in your hand and just speak while pouring in magical power to record the voice. To play back, you simply think, I want to play it back, and pour in magical power. However, it can only record and play back voices. Unlike an IC recorder, it cannot activate magic through voice commands. Therefore, the name is not IC Instant Caster Recorder, but Voice Audio Recorder. Physical destruction resistance. Since it's made of cloth, durability is relatively low. Durable for 6 months. 1 year of user support included. However, recorded audio data is not covered under warranty. That's what it is. You really made it in no time at all. Rookie was quietly staring at the bag-shaped voice recorder I handed her. She placed it in the palm of her hand, rolled it around, and seemed to be checking its size and feel. Please try saying something, Rookie-sama. You Yes, well then. Rookie took a deep breath. Well then, I will speak. Go ahead. Rookie-sama. In front of the prototype voice recorder, Rookie fell completely silent. It's nerve-wracking to have one's own voice recorded. That's true. It's a technology that doesn't exist in this world. Rookie poured magical power into the bag-shaped voice recorder. Then she took a deep breath, opened her mouth. It's strange. I can't get the words out properly. Maybe it's because you're the Demon Lord, Rookie-sama. Rookie is the Demon Lord. That status grants power over others. She can command someone or judge someone. Perhaps, because of her position as Demon Lord, she feels resistance to having her words recorded. Yes, that's right. As Thor says, Rookie placed the voice recorder on the table. The words of me, the Demon Lord, have meaning. Indeed, Thor, you observe well. For now, I'll try experimenting. I picked up the voice recorder. I poured magical power into the Wind Magic Stones and put it into recording mode. Then, I think it was good to come to the Demon Lord's territory. I repeated the words I just spoke. This way, there's no problem if anyone hears them. Everyone in the Demon Lord's territory works energetically. I am glad to have become a member of such a place. In other words, I like the Demon Lord's territory ruled by Rookie-sama. This is good. Next, I put magical power into the Water Magic Stones to set it into preservation mode. Then, if I activate the Wind Magic Stones again, I think it was good to come to the Demon Lord's territory. The audio played back. Alright. Success. I like the Demon Lord's territory ruled by Rookie-sama. When my words ended, the voice recorder stopped. When I appraised and grasped it, I could see the vibrations of sound circulating inside the Water Magic Stones. It seemed the recorded sound was being well maintained. However, the recording time is short, probably just a few minutes at most. To extend this, we'd have to increase the number of magic stones or adjust the preservation method. Still, it's enough as a prototype. Although it doesn't have the instant casting function, it can record and play back audio. This is the function it has. How is it, Rookie-sama? Why are you turning your back to me? It's nothing. Rookie turned her back to me and sipped her cold tea. That's strange. The voice recorder should have worked properly. Thor. Yes, Rookie-sama? Can the voice on this voice recorder be preserved for a long time? Yes. If magical power is poured regularly into the water magic stones, it should last for several months. I have another question. May I keep this prototype for myself? Yes, of course. I see. Then, I'll make one for you right away, Rookie-sama. I activated Creation Alchemy. What I just made was wrapped in earth magic woven cloth, plain and without decoration. If it's for Rookie, it should be something a bit easier to hold, with a nicer feel. And no, that's not necessary. Just as I thought so, Rookie raised her hand to stop me. I only want to confirm the function. This prototype is fine. This prototype is what I want. No, but since it's for Rookie-sama, it should be proper. I understand your insistence. With a sharp gesture, Rookie pointed at me. Therefore, I want to use the one you first made and give you my opinions and impressions. Rather than you making small improvements yourself bit by bit, wouldn't it be better to take other people's opinions and improve it all at once? Isn't that right? Isn't it? Why, yes. Right. That's right. Other people's opinions are important too. I hadn't thought of that. If I only fix the parts one want to fix, it might become self-centered. I might overlook flaws that others notice. Rookie intends to use the prototype for this reason. Impressive. Thank you very much, Rookie-sama. Then, may I keep this prototype? By all means. Please take it. I handed the voice recorder to Rookie. Rookie took it and carefully wrapped it with both hands. She seemed to like it. Then, please try using this voice recorder and later give me your impressions. Thor-sama, have you already made a magic item? Before I realized it, Mabel was there holding a tray. On the tray were steaming tea and freshly baked sweets. It seemed Mabel had come from the kitchen with some extra sweets. Yes, the prototype is ready. I answered. It's not the IC instant cast recorder for activating magic, but just the voice recorder for recording and playback. I want to think a bit more about the mechanism for the IC recorder. Even so, to make it so quickly as expected of Thor-sama. Isn't that right? My alchemist is amazing. Then, may I try using it? Mabel said with sparkling eyes. Since it's Thor-sama, you've already experimented with it, right? Please allow me to confirm how the recorded audio sounds with these elf ears of mine. Mabel refrained. Sure. Then, Rookie-sama, please try the prototype. Rookie-sama, all right. Rookie handed over the prototype voice recorder. But why were her hands shaking? Why was she lowering her eyes and avoiding looking at Mabel? Then, I shall play it back. Rookie infused magic into the voice recorder and turned her back. Then, the voice I had recorded began to play. So, that's how you can record and play back audio. Why are they both silent? Rookie and Mabel. Thor-sama, I have a request. Yeah. You said at the trading post, right? If there's anything I want. That's right. May I also have a voice recorder? Not this one that Rookie-sama has, but one of the same kind. After Thor-sama has finished experimenting with it, though. Of course. That's fine, isn't it, Rookie-sama? Why, yes. Rookie nodded, though for some reason, she averted her gaze. Mabel looked at Rookie kindly and said, And also, Your Majesty. What is it? I love the Demon Lord territory governed by Rookie-sama, you know. Mabel smiled gently and said so. I love the calm Demon Lord territory ruled by Rookie-sama. I love the Demon Lord territory where Thor-sama resides. Just being together by your sides like this makes me feel happy. So, I love Rookie-sama's Demon Lord territory as much as I love Thor-sama's. Mabel. Yes, Your Majesty. Haven't you been starting to resemble Thor lately? You say such pleasant things. I'm not praising you, but oh well. Rookie looked serious and turned to me. By the way, I almost forgot something important. This voice recorder was made to record the stories of Archduke Karen, wasn't it? That's right. I think I'll have it as an IC recorder by then. Well, since it's just listening to the Archduke's stories, I don't think it needs combat abilities. Besides, even if there was an IC recorder, I myself can't use offensive magic. Even if I could, there's no way I could beat the former Sword Saint Archduke in close combat. But I intend to complete it. I will use this to record Archduke Karen's stories and report them to Rookie-sama. Of course, the contents will be top secret. The recordings will be entrusted to Rookie-sama. No one else will be allowed to hear them. However, I shall allow an exception. Rookie held the voice recorder and looked at Mabel. You may also let Mabel hear the Archduke's stories. Your Majesty? Mabel tilted her head at Rookie's words. I don't think I could be of any help by hearing the Empire's information, Archduke Karen said. The Empire once lost something precious, right? Rookie looked straight into Mabel's eyes and said, and that was a story from the Archduke's childhood. Then, isn't it close to the time when Mabel's grandmother came to the Demon Lord territory? Ah, now that you mention it, Mabel's grandmother was from the Empire, wasn't she? I had heard that Mabel's grandmother was human when I used the foot bath. But I didn't know when exactly she came to the Demon Lord territory. Mabel's grandmother came to the Demon Lord territory when she was young. She had lost all her memories, though. I believe it was about 40 years ago. About 40 years ago? What was the Empire like back then? That country has quite a history of civil wars and conflicts. I don't know which of those might be related to Mabel's grandmother. There were probably conflicts and civil wars in the Empire at that time as well, but the history books didn't have many details. Only the names of the ringleaders were recorded. Maybe there was an incident among those that the Archduke should talk about. It's possible some villagers were driven out of the country because of it. Saying that, Rookie looked at Mabel. I want to tell Mabel who her grandmother really was. People are naturally curious about where they come from and who their ancestors were. I appreciate your feelings, Your Majesty. Mabel bowed deeply toward Rookie. But I'm not really interested in my grandmother's roots. Saying that, Mabel took my hand. The hand that had been a little chilly before had become warm thanks to the continuous use of the foot bath and the fizzy bath. Entwining her slender fingers with mine, Mabel smiled once again. I am an elf born in the Demon Lord's territory, and I serve Thor-sama. By fortune, I became a childhood friend of Her Majesty, and also became friends with Agni-sama. That is enough. That is all there is to me. Everything important to me is in the Demon Lord's territory. Mabel. Excuse me, Your Majesty. Mabel took Rookie's hand with her free hand. She held our hands close to her chest, as if they were treasures. My place as Mabel refrain is here. The place where Your Majesty, Thor-sama, and Agni-sama are is my place. I want to hear. I don't really want to know what kind of person my grandmother was. Knowing that would shake the current me, just a little, and that scares me. I understand, Mabel. I nodded. When I reached out my hand, for some reason Mabel bowed her head as if she wanted me to stroke her. Like I was being led, I placed my hand on Mabel's hair. Her silver, soft hair touched my hand. When I stroked it just a little, Mabel narrowed her eyes in pleasure. Thor-sama has stroked me. Rookie-sama, about Archduke Karen. Rookie nodded, still holding Mabel's hand. I continued. I don't think there will be an opportunity to ask Archduke Karen questions directly. I will only be present as Sophia Princess and Liana Princess listen. That's right. So, I don't think we can speak out loud about Mabel's grandmother there. That's right. As Thor says. Also, it's not wise to leak Mabel's information to the Empire side. It's the privacy of an important childhood friend after all. Then, Rookie waved her hand as if trying to brush it off. Let me say this. I did not intend to use information about Mabel's grandmother for political strategy. I just wanted to tell you if it would clarify Mabel's roots. No other intentions. I understand. Your Majesty is a kind person. Is that so? If not, would you not have taken my hand? I just like the feel of Mabel's hand. Thank you very much, Your Majesty. By the way, Your Majesty, I am currently placing your hand and Thor-sama's hand together. What are your impressions of Thor-sama's hand? I felt it earlier, but it really is a boy's hand. Surprisingly rough. It's strange to think all sorts of items come from this hand. But the texture is not bad. Rather, it's calming. Wait, what are you making me say? Thor-sama, did you hear that? Yeah, of course. Right now, Rookie, Mabel, and I have our hands stacked together, with Mabel in the middle. Somehow, it's very embarrassing. It's calming but ticklish, and very awkward. What is this? Excuse me, Rookie-sama. Please lend me a voice recorder. Also, can you say the lines from just now one more time? Don't be unreasonable. Oh, Your Majesty, is it unreasonable to hand the voice recorder to Thor-sama? Or is it unreasonable to say your impressions again? Enough. Do not invade a maiden's innermost feelings. Thor and Mabel, stop cornering the Demon Lord with words. The voice of Demon Lord Rookie echoed inside the simple storage. After that, we continued the tea party again. For the time being, permission was granted to produce the IC recorder and the prototype demon sword. Since neither is something to be widely distributed in the Demon Lord's territory, Chancellor Kelv's approval is not required. When the tea party ended, Rookie left the simple storage and headed to the mansion's great hall. It seems preparations will be made to set up the countermeasures headquarters. We decided to stay at the mansion for the night. Since Agnes is holding a welcome party for the Demon Lords group, we stayed just in case. Then, I'll start working on producing the IC recorder from tomorrow. I said to Mabel. In the meantime, I have one request for you. Yes, please say whatever you want. Rookie-sama said she would accompany us for the prototype demon sword experiment, right? Yes, she said so. I want you to choose the clothes she will wear then. I spread out the mail order catalog before Mabel. This book is a treasure trove of magic items, but there are a few clothes listed as well. There is a section called seasonal items, and in it were some swimsuits. Bathing clothes are risky as they can slip when moving, but swimsuits are not a problem. Moreover, those listed here seem to be used by educational institutions in the hero world. There are words like official and certified. That means the quality is good, and it would be okay to wear them in official situations. From the swimsuits on this page, could you choose one that would suit Rookie-sama? Something easy to move in, and that makes it easy to sense magical flow. Yes, something that won't slip or fall even when swinging a sword would be good. Why yeah, that's right. Understood. Leave it to Mabel refrain. Mabel patted her chest confidently. That's reassuring. There should be a few days before we hear Archduke Karen's story. By then, I'll finish the IC recorder. For now, just the recording function would be fine, but since I'm making it, it has to be perfect. I'll add a chant playback function and a fast-forward function. That way, Rookie can cast dark magic while swinging the demon's sword, and Mabel can create water while cleaning. It's cool and convenient. All right, let's do our best starting tomorrow, Mabel. Yes, Thor-sama. And so, we enjoyed the Demon Lord Rookie welcome dinner at General Risinga's mansion. The next day, we returned to the workshop and began work. Chapter 108. Just another Ice Sky lover. The next day, in General Risinga's territory. The next day, Flame General Risinga arrived at his domain. He returned in formation, proudly flying the Demon Lord territory's flag. The villagers cheered, welcoming the triumphant return of their general. The demonic beast investigation was a great success. Risinga's troops had cooperated with the unit from the town of Nosa to track down and capture those who controlled a new species of demonic beast. They defeated the giant scorpion, the magical beast Nosirius, without even crossing swords. They also saved the Empire's Archduke and Princess. On top of that, they established a friendship with the former sword saint, Archduke Karen. The achievements of Flame General Risinga and his soldiers were immeasurable. Demon Lord Rookie Everguard also came to praise General Risinga and his soldiers. That was what the people all believed. Hail Demon Lord Rookie Everguard. Praise the achievements of General Risinga. Glory to the Demon Lord territory. Surrounded by the cheers of the people, Risinga advanced. His sharp expression showed no sign of fatigue whatsoever. The soldiers under his command also waved to the people as they slowly proceeded forward. Eventually, the mansion came into view. Risinga immediately directed his gaze to the second floor. That was the room of his beloved daughter, Agnes. On the balcony of the room was Agnes herself, dressed in a gown made from the earth magic woven cloth given by Thor. The earth magic woven cloth was fire-resistant. Even if Agnes emitted flames, it would not burn. Of course, thanks to the health promotion pendant, Agnes's ignition ability was controlled. Still, perhaps out of habit, Agnes was uneasy about wearing ordinary clothes. Thor had thought about that and made the earth magic woven cloth for her. Risinga was truly grateful to Thor for that. That was why there was always a room prepared in the mansion for Thor to stay in. Naturally, it was located next to Agnes's room. The two rooms were connected by the balcony. If Agnes's feelings were stirred, sneaking into Thor's room was easy. And now, Demon Lord Rookie and Chancellor Kelv were visiting. So Thor, as a courtesy to Demon Lord Rookie, was sure to stay in the mansion for at least a day. The hearts of Agnes and Thor, stirred by the battle with the demonic beast Nosirius, might grow closer during this opportunity. But if her father was there, Agnes would not be able to relax. Thinking so, Risinga had returned leisurely, also allowing his subordinates to rest. Welcome home, father. Agnes waved to Risinga with a smile. Next to her were Thor and Mabel. Judging by the distance between Agnes and Thor, it seemed their relationship had not changed. Then I shall wait for the next opportunity. Risinga switched his mindset. He tightened his expression and turned his gaze to the people standing in front of the mansion. At the entrance stood Demon Lord Rookie and Chancellor Kelv. Seeing his masked lord, Risinga instinctively straightened his back. Though Demon Lord Rookie was still young, Her abilities and achievements were astounding. She defeated the magical beast Gargarasa that ravaged Rizinga's territory and a giant centipede. The fortress commander called it magical beast Basilifud in an instant, and further consulted with the Empire's princess to even establish a trading post in the borderlands. She was the first demon king to achieve such great accomplishments in such a short time. Looking forward to her reign, Rizinga stepped forward before Demon Lord Rookie. "Thank you for the welcome, Your Majesty. Flame General Rizinga and my troops have just returned. You have done well with the investigation inside the Empire's territory." Demon Lord Rookie Everguard spoke to Rizinga, who had knelt to the ground. The soldiers must have had a hard time operating in unfamiliar lands. The Demon Lord looked over Rizinga and her soldiers, continuing, "But thanks to you, the problem of the new magical beast species has been solved. We were also able to capture the mastermind behind the summoning of the beasts. This is a great achievement. As the ruler of the Demon Lord territory, I, Demon Lord Rookie, offer my thanks." "Thank you very much, Your Majesty. Thank you very much." Rizinga's words were echoed by his soldiers. Demon Lord Rookie nodded and said, "There will be a discussion about rewards and special allowances later from Chancellor Kelv. But first, rest your bodies. Meals have also been prepared. Everyone, eat and drink to your heart's content and recover from the fatigue of the journey." Then, with a cheerful tone, Demon Lord Rookie added, "Fufu, normally, I would like to celebrate your achievements with fireworks. Unfortunately, preparations did not arrive in time. Instead, we have plenty of food and drink prepared. After washing off the dirt from your journey, enjoy eating and drinking to your heart's content." Ooh! Hearing those words, the soldiers cheered. The villagers gathered in front of the mansion also applauded. Around the villagers were makeshift tents, with food and drinks lined up. They must have prepared these in time for Rizinga and his return. From now on, it would be a festival without formalities, where soldiers and villagers would mingle. Rizinga wanted to join too, but— "Excuse me, Rizinga." "Yes, Your Majesty. A report, I assume." "That's right. I want you to personally relay the results of the interrogation of the mastermind and the discussions with Archduke Karen. Once you are ready, please come." "Understood." Rizinga called out. "I will not come until I have washed off the dust of the journey, so as not to be disrespectful to Your Majesty." "Good. That is proper. Once again, I say, soldiers of Rizinga's territory, thank you for your hard work. Everyone, let us celebrate the return of these great soldiers." Ooh! At Demon Lord Rookie's words, the soldiers and the people of Rizinga's territory cheered again. Afterward, the soldiers took baths to wash away the dirt of travel. And then, they enjoyed meals with the villagers under the prepared tents. 1 hour later, Demon Lord Rookie, Chancellor Kelv, and Flame General Rizinga had gathered in the hall. The purpose was to report on the magical beast investigation and decide on subsequent actions. In the hall, a large table and chairs were prepared. The doors were closed and entry and exit were prohibited except in emergencies to prevent information leaks. "Now then, please give your report, General Rizinga." First, Chancellor Kelv spoke. "General, I hear you accompanied the Empire's Grand Duke during the interrogation of the one who summoned the demonic beasts. The Archduke requested this, correct?" "That is correct. Empire Archduke Karen disclosed all information to us. If the report had been received only from the Archduke about the interrogation results, there would inevitably be room for suspicion. They might think that compatriots from the Empire were protecting each other. To avoid this, Archduke Karen had Rizinga present. Then, Archduke Karen had said, "I do not wish to make you my enemies. Princess Liana also desires friendship with you. Above all, I do not want to betray you who conveyed information about the magical beasts. Especially now that I know you blew away two magical beast Nozirius at once." That was what he said. Regarding that Archduke, it is believed that he did not protect the mastermind nor engage in any collusion. After conveying Archduke Karen's words, Rizinga reported to Demon Lord Rookie. Demon Lord Rookie silently nodded. Next to her, Chancellor Kelv also responded with apparent conviction, "I trust the general's opinion." After confirming their reactions, Rizinga continued. "Furthermore, I report that the actual perpetrator of the beast summoning was the fortress commander Gerald Zelger, and the one who gave him orders was, according to reports, a subordinate of the Imperial High Official, the Minister of Magic." The Archduke revealed the name of the Minister of Magic. "He is called Azim Rajan." "What? I knew the mastermind was from the Empire. but that a high official in the capital was involved is surprising. Chancellor Kelv and Demon Lord Rookie both caught their breath. Rizinga continued his report. While the interrogation was taking place, Rizinga's subordinates and the Archduke's men cooperated to search the fortress. Among the findings was a letter from the Imperial High Official. Without a doubt, it bore the signature of the Minister of Magic. When the letter was shown, Fortress Commander Gerald Zelger bowed his head as if a blade was pressed against his throat. That letter was evidence of their wrongdoing. The letter stated that an experiment in summoning magic was to be conducted near the borders of the Empire's territory. The purpose seemed to be to control magical beasts and use them in the ongoing Southern War. So it's a strategy to break the stalemate on the prolonged Southern Front. Exactly. Struggling against small countries would tarnish the title of the strongest. The Empire must be the strongest. With that in mind, they attempted to domesticate magical beasts. To use magical beasts as the trump card in war. The actual perpetrator said they originally intended to reproduce the summoning of a hero. Rizinga and Kelv continued exchanging information. This incident began with Imperial researchers trying to reproduce the hero summoning. They researched summoning magic to call forth heroes from another world again. Because previous summoning magic had lost its effect, they modified the spell and developed summoning magic using catalysts. However, the otherworldly hero did not appear. What appeared as a result of the experiment was a magical beast never seen before. Of course, that magical beast was destroyed. But the researchers considered controlling the magical beast. Instructions were given to Gerald Zelger and others for that experiment. That, I believe, is the true cause behind this entire incident. With those words, Rizinga concluded his report. What a troublesome matter. Rookie said. For the Empire, the otherworldly hero is a trump card. She understood their desire to call the hero to this world again. However, she had never imagined they would develop new summoning magic for that purpose. The magic circle was the same as the previous summoning magic. They changed the spell and added a catalyst. Probably they tried to strengthen the spell. Rookie recalled the metal plate that Thor had retrieved. That was likely the key item for the new summoning magic. In other words, this incident was the result of an experiment with new summoning magic. Yes, because the new type of magical beast was dangerous, they wanted to conduct the experiment as far from the capital as possible. So they were not targeting the Demon Lord territory. Exactly. On the contrary, the second summoning of magical beasts within the Empire was out of fear of the Demon Lord territory. The Demon Lord army easily defeated the magical beast Gargarasa and the swarm of small spiders. Or rather, Demon Lord Rookie wiped them out with dark magic. At that point, they realized the danger of making enemies of the Demon Lord territory. However, they did not stop the experiment. Chancellor Kelv murmured, as if confirming. I understand the situation. Is there any guarantee that summoning experiments will not continue in the future? To summon requires a magic circle, a spell, and a catalyst. The Archduke promised to seal the documents containing the magic circle and the spell. The catalyst was collected before my eyes and turned to ash in the flames. Rizinga answered. The Archduke seemed desperate not to antagonize the Demon Lord territory. Also, the fortress commander was afraid of us, saying, to blow away two magical beasts at once with meteor. Is that so? Indeed. The Empire's Archduke was cooperative with the general as well. It's probably related to the meteor-like spell that eradicated the magical beast Nosirius. Originally, it was the power of the robot vacuum tracking the magical beast's traces that allowed the Demon Lord territory and Nosa town forces to reach the fortress. To be confronted with such things, their fear is understandable. If magical beast summoning happens again, the culprit will be identified immediately. Those two magic items will serve as a deterrent. Rizinga and Kelv glanced up at the ceiling. The alchemist who created these items was on the second floor of the mansion. He should be preparing to leave by now. There was talk of involving him in the meeting, but for confidentiality and because the bureaucrats thought he's probably making something weird again, so it's better not to disturb him. It was not realized. They planned to speak with him after the meeting, at least. In any case, it seems everything was caused by a mistake in magical experiments. I understand that. Rizinga and Kelv returned to their conversation. However, if the experiment had succeeded, there remains the possibility that its power would have been directed at the Demon Lord territory. Indeed, as a countermeasure, we should increase border guards and equip standard-issue robot vacuums. Rizinga placed a bundle of parchment on the table. The testimonies obtained in the Imperial territory are recorded here, and the fortress commander Gerald Zelger has signed them. To certify that Archduke Karen Leistan also heard the testimonies, we obtained his signature. Please verify, Your Majesty. I understand. Thank you for your efforts, Rizinga. After finishing the report, Demon Lord Rookie nodded. As the Demon Lord territory, we shall formally protest to the Empire. If those entrusted with the Empire's fortress conducted magical beast summoning and were backed by high officials, there is no excuse. Especially if Archduke Karen heard the testimonies alongside us. We will calculate the damages incurred and send them an invoice. Chancellor Kelv took up Demon Lord Rookie's words. The Empire must pay for the consequences of their actions. Indeed, we shall send a letter to the Imperial capital. Also, I believe this is an opportunity to strengthen vigilance within the Demon Lord territory. I agree. I think we should build a fortress on the border region. Mining development is about to begin there. It would be an ideal base for operations. I think that is an excellent idea. Normally, when troops move in the border area, the Empire would respond by increasing their own forces, but now that would be difficult. This is a good opportunity. Additionally, I propose we formally demand by document that the Empire prohibits summoning of magical beasts and heroes. Chancellor Kelv declared firmly. They could not fully control the new type of magical beast. Such things cannot be used on the battlefield. They run rampant, causing unexpected damage. We must have the Empire officially acknowledge this failure, and on that basis, demand that the summoning of magical beasts and heroes be forbidden as a taboo. I agree with Kelv. I am also in agreement. The Demon Lord Rookie and Rizinga nodded. Then General Rizinga pulled a document closer and said, as for compensation for the damages, Archduke Karen Leistan has clearly stated, if there is no compensation from the Imperial capital, the Grand Duchy will provide an appropriate amount. We have also obtained a written pledge. The Empire's Archduke is a man of honor. If that person were the Emperor, things would not have come to this. Did the Empire's Archduke say anything else? He said he wishes to have future exchanges with the Demon Lord territory. While looking at the documents, Rizinga answered, as a token of friendship, he wishes to send a relative of the Archduke as an envoy. By having that person stay here for a while, they hope to deepen the exchange. That is worth considering. However, the Archduke himself seems intent on confronting the high officials in the Imperial capital. General Rizinga continued. He takes responsibility himself as a blood relative of the current emperor for how the Empire has come to this. Therefore, he intends to question the high officials and lodge complaints with the emperors. That is something only he, as the Archduke, can do. That is what the Empire's Archduke said. To be a member of the imperial family of a great nation is also a heavy burden. Rookie sighed. Well then, our policy remains unchanged to establish a countermeasures headquarters. For a while, this mansion will serve as the headquarters, and we will continue negotiations with the Empire. If the Archduke wishes to maintain ties with us, that will also work to our advantage. Understood. We will strengthen border patrols for the time being. If a fortress is built in the mining district, it means more places for me to work. It's an opportunity one welcome. Kelv and Rizinga nodded. Then the Demon Lord Rookie looked at the two and said, this recent magical beast summoning was a troublesome incident for the Demon Lord territory. However, we also gained the trust of the people in the border region. That is a silver lining in misfortune. In a calm tone, Demon Lord Rookie said, I fought alongside Princess Sophia of the Empire and defeated the giant centipede magical beast Basilifud, or whatever it was called. Also, Rizinga's unit cooperated with the town of Nosa to track down the culprit behind the magical beast summoning. The Demon Lord territory protected the security of the border. The people of the border region surely recognize that fact, right? Yes. Thanks to that, the trading post in the border region is bustling. My unit has also become friendly with the Omawarison unit. That will lead to the development of the Demon Lord territory through trade, and also gaining information on the Empire. Indeed, it is a silver lining, but we should take advantage of this opportunity. Understood. Chancellor Kelv and General Rizinga bowed to the Demon Lord. The conclusion of the meeting was reached. The issue with the new type of magical beast was, for the time being, resolved. The border region has calmed down, and the nearby residents have loosened their vigilance toward the Demon Lord territory. Going forward, exchanges should deepen, and the Demon Lord territory should develop. The mastermind has been detained and will be punished by the Empire's Archduke. Moreover, The Demon Lord territory has information on the mastermind behind the scenes. The Empire cannot simply feign ignorance. Furthermore, the Demon Lord territory can use the information from the magical beast investigation. The Empire is currently at war in the south. If the information about the magical beast summoning is leaked there, it would have a great impact. The soldiers fighting the Empire will desperately resist, fearing their country being trampled by magical beasts. The Empire's soldiers will also be unsettled by this. Therefore, these documents will serve as a trump card in diplomacy. Extracting results from this is the role of civil officials, including Chancellor Kelv. If a new type of magical beast appears next time, it will be entirely the Empire's responsibility. To conclude the discussion, Demon Lord Rookie said, "All the evidence is here. Using these, we can accuse the Empire of wrongdoing before other nations. Of course, the Empire must be aware of this. The summoning magic catalysts have also been destroyed, haven't they?" "That's right. I also saw the Archduke burn the catalysts. But I'm curious, Rizinga. What kind of thing was the catalyst? Please tell us, General." "It was not anything unusual. Just an old piece of cloth," Rizinga said. "The cloth brought in by the hero. It was probably something like a handkerchief. Presumably, it was a key to connect to the hero's world. That was used as a catalyst to perform the summoning magic. But what came was a new type of magical beast. Summoning magic is unstable, isn't it?" Chancellor Kelv muttered while crossing his arms. "I wonder what kind of person was the magician who once summoned a hero without a catalyst, how they developed the hero summoning magic, and why the effect disappeared. It's endlessly interesting. There are said to be two types of summoning magic in this world." Listening to Kelv's words, Demon Lord Rookie murmured. "The first summoning magic lost its effect. So the Empire's magicians created summoning magic using catalysts. What we obtained this time were the magic circles and formulas of the new summoning magic. But both types of summoning magic failed, didn't they? Curious indeed. What do you think, Kel?" "I don't know. We have too little information to understand. How about having the elf unit conduct research?" "That's difficult. To learn the results, you have to perform the summoning magic. Whether a hero or a magical beast appears, it harms the Demon Lord territory. Indeed, it is difficult." Demon Lord Rookie and Chancellor Kelv crossed their arms. Watching them, Rizinga suddenly seemed to have an idea and said, "Well, if it were an extraordinary alchemist, they might be able to succeed in the summoning magic." At those words, Rookie and Kelv widened their eyes. Without noticing, Rizinga continued, "If you have a catalyst, magic can be activated. For example, if we had items or documents from another world, something like that. I beg your pardon, Your Majesty. There is something I must confirm. Please allow me to leave the meeting." Very well." Kelv stood up with a pale face. Demon Lord Rookie nodded reflexively. Perhaps taking that as permission, Chancellor Kelv swiftly dropped to one knee and bowed. "Then, please excuse me. I will return shortly, so I ask for your forgiveness." And with that, Chancellor Kelv dashed out of the hall. Thor's point of view. A catalyst for summoning magic? Chancellor, sir. It's true that this mail order catalog is from the hero's world, but more than that, it's an important alchemy reference for me, you know? What would happen if it got damaged or became unreadable by using it as a catalyst? Even if you didn't warn me, I'd never do something so wasteful. Sure, I do want to hear stories about items from the hero's world from the hero. But in the end, that summoning magic just calls out magical beasts, right? I can't do something that dangerous. Even if a hero were summoned, someone like me, without any combat skills, would never be able to talk to a warrior race hero. I'm fully aware of how weak I am. I would never go out of my way to summon a hero from another world. Why, yes. So, in other words, I have no reason to use this mail order catalog as a catalyst. I mean, why would I use something so valuable as a catalyst for magic? Didn't I already say I'm using summoning magic to create water-related improvement items? Why would I use it to summon a hero? Chancellor, which do you think is more important? Improving plumbing, or summoning a hero? I sincerely apologize. Chancellor Kelv drooped his head deeply. I was surprised too. I had been preparing to return to the workshop when someone suddenly knocked on the door repeatedly. When I opened it, there was Kelv, his face completely pale. Then, in a rapid flurry of words, he said something like, "I need to discuss summoning magic. I want to make sure no strange experiments are being done." That made me snap back at him without thinking. Well, Chancellor Kelv is the head of the civil officials. It's only natural for someone in charge of governing the people to be worried about all kinds of things. How could I have said something so disrespectful? It's fine, as long as you understand. Certainly. Thor-sama is not someone who would summon heroes or magical beasts. What on earth was I misunderstanding? You're someone who has passed down oral traditions about heroes for generations, Chancellor. It's only natural to be cautious about them. That may be true. No, truly, I am very sorry. Chancellor Kelv bowed his head. Thor-sama is a royal alchemist directly under Her Majesty the Demon Lord. If I've been disrespectful to such a person, I must offer an apology. If there's anything I can do, please let me know. No, there's no need to. No, I'm still the Chancellor of the Demon Lord's territory. I must take responsibility. Well then, if you insist, could you assist me with an experiment on a magic item? I picked up the prototype IC recorder that I had left on the desk. It was something I'd thought of and developed just this morning. Not only does it have a voice recorder function, but I've also added a simple instant cast function to it. The shape is big and clunky, but it should still work. This is a device that records magical incantations and plays them back at high speed. I'd like your help testing it. This can record spells chanted by the user. Then, when the person who performed the chant holds it and plays it back, the magic is activated. I want to do a durability test on it. Since we have the opportunity, if you, Chancellor, would be willing to help, I would very much appreciate it. A durability test? Yes. It's a test to see how many times the magic can be fired through continuous playback. Ideally, I'd do it myself, but I'm not good with magic. I could ask Mabel, but she only recently became able to use magic, so I don't want to burden her too much. I see. And besides, if I start firing off spells indiscriminately, Mizert might get mad, right? So, I thought I'd try to rope you in, Chancellor. Of course, I'm not forcing you. You said you wanted to apologize, so I thought I'd ask. I was originally planning to ask the winged fairies to help with the durability test anyway. So really, there's no pressure. Chancellor? You're looking down and groaning. Is something wrong? Chancellor? Mr. Kelv? Very well. Sorry, I said very well. Why are you making such a desperate face? I didn't say I was forcing you. I just asked if possible, that's all. Chancellor. Thor-sama. What is it? I want you to conduct such experiments within my line of sight. Understood. Also, if you involve the winged fairies, it'll probably lead to something like. Next up is testing elemental magic. Let's all go in order. Light, dark, earth, water, fire, wind. Until the IC recorder breaks down. I wouldn't go that far. You wouldn't? I'm sorry. Then it's better that I cooperate and have the test conducted under my supervision. Chancellor Kelv stared directly into my eyes and said that. Then, I will return to the meeting. I believe it will conclude by evening, so let's do the experiment afterward. Until then, please stay quietly in your room. Understood? Yes. Then, excuse me. Thud. Chancellor, that's not the hallway. And my apologies. Saying that, Chancellor Kelv ran off. I don't really get it, but it seems Chancellor Kelv is going to help me with the IC recorder experiment. He really is a good person. He's responsible, and he keeps his word. With someone like him around, the Demon Lord's domain is in safe hands. I'll have to live up to expectations too. Let's add a fast playback function to the IC recorder by evening. Since the Chancellor is willing to help with the durability test, I'll enhance it to the limit, increase its mana capacity, and think about its form too. What a dilemma. I was planning to return to the workshop, but now I've got work to do. Looks like it's going to get busy. Yeah, this is a real problem. And so, with Chancellor Kelv's cooperation, I ended up conducting the IC recorder experiment. Then, evening came, and the experiment began. Boom, 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 clang, kaboom, scree. Crock-a-kaboom. Oh my, flames are rising over by the rocky area. I hear Chancellor Kelv is conducting a magic experiment. The Demon Lord said, we didn't get the fireworks ready in time. I see, so this is the substitute. He's casting spells at an incredible rate. Double speed? Quadruple. They must have mobilized all the high-ranking magic users. This magical beast investigation must have been quite a success. The Demon Lord and Chancellor really do have a sense of flair. That day, the soldiers and the people of the Rizinga territory were greatly excited as they watched the magic being fired into the night sky. Chapter 109. Just another ice sky lover. Thor's point of view. The IC recorder is complete. I worked pretty hard on it. I conducted experiments together with Chancellor Kelv and confirmed its performance. It doesn't quite match the Hero World's version yet, but this is the best I can do for now. IC recorder, voice recorder, attribute, earth, water, fire, wind, light, dark, rarity. Activates magic using magic stones of all attributes. The added water attribute allows recorded audio to be stored as vibrations. The added wind attribute allows the recorded audio to circulate within the water magic stone. The IC recorder can record a target's voice and reproduce it freely. On the outside, it looks like a metal box, and inside is an ultra-compact improved hug pillow. By pouring the caster's magical energy into the improved hug pillow, it creates a pseudo-state where the caster is present. When audio is played in that state, the magic is activated. The owner only needs to touch the IC recorder and think play. It doesn't matter if they're talking to someone or even asleep. The ultra-compact hug pillow inside the IC recorder and the voice recorded in the magic stone will activate the magic in place of the owner. In other words, it's as if there's a substitute caster inside. Only the person who recorded the chant can activate magic. However, simply recording and playing back voice is possible for anyone. It has playback abilities at double speed, 4x speed, and 8x speed. Physical destruction resistance. If the internal ultra-compact improved hug pillow is destroyed, it loses the ability to activate magic. Durability, equivalent to the improved hug pillow. Recording time, 10 minutes. So this is the completed IC recorder. The completed version has such impact. Mabel and Agnes stared at the IC recorder with tense expressions. Understandably so. Both of them already know the power of this item. They were both present when Chancellor Kelv used the IC recorder to fire off spells in rapid succession. That was truly incredible. Back then, since it hadn't been miniaturized yet, Kelv used it while hugging the improved hug pillow. At that time, the playback speed was only up to 4x, so it didn't result in super high-speed chanting. During the experiment, Kelv had a grim look on his face. It was supposed to be an IC recorder capable of high-speed chanting, but it only reached 4x speed. Can't blame him for being disappointed. But thanks to that, the IC recorder was completed. 2 units were completed. The one here is one of them. The other was presented to Rookie. They said they would gather high-ranking officials later for testing. I'm looking forward to hearing their impressions. The IC recorder is about the length of an outstretched hand. I also made a voice recorder that only records sound. That one is about half the size of the IC recorder. It's gotten so much smaller. Mabel let out an admiring sigh. The prototype was big enough to hug, but you managed to shrink it this much. That's amazing, Thorsama. Not just the size, but the functions are amazing too. Agnes had an excited expression. To be able to record 10 minutes of chanting. This could change the nature of magic warfare. Yeah, for use in this world, 10 minutes is more than enough. I opened the mail order catalog. The recording time for the IC recorder listed there was. But in the hero world, their IC recorders can record and play back up to 50 hours. 50 hours? Mabel and Agnes widened their eyes. But, Thorsama. There aren't any spells in this world that take 50 hours to chant. I agree with that. But in the hero world, IC recorders capable of recording 50 hours exist. Which implies, maybe in the hero world, there are ultramassive spells that take several hours to chant. Yeah, that's shocking. I was also pretty surprised when I realized that. The IC recorder is an item capable of knocking out the hero's superior, the great hero. And based on the example of the instant caster, it's highly likely that this is an item meant for magical chanting. From that, we can infer that intense battles between heroes took place in the hero world. After all, even in this world, the heroes from another world relentlessly sought strength. So it wouldn't be strange if they did the same in their homeland. Heroes were incredibly strong, so much that they overwhelmed the people of this world. I spoke. In battles between such heroes, I think the winner would be determined by who can unleash powerful techniques faster. So that's what the IC recorder is for. If it's the hero world, then it wouldn't be strange if there were ultramassive spells that could only be used there. Mabel and Agnes nodded. I continued my explanation. In other words, the 16x speed playback function of the hero world's IC recorder probably exists to rapidly activate such magic. Or rather, maybe such long chant spells existed in the first place, and that's why the IC recorder was needed. I see. Of course, this is just a hypothesis. It's only a deduction based on the records of the otherworldly heroes who once lived in this world and the descriptions in the mail order catalog. But if we assume the existence of such ultramassive offensive spells, then the reasons for the IC recorder Having a 50-hour recording function and a 16x speed playback function become clear. However, Thor-sama, there's something I don't understand. Mabel murmured in a trembling voice. If it's an ultra-powerful, extremely large-scale magic that takes several hours to chant, it must be terrifyingly powerful, probably enough to blow away an entire mountain. If such magic were exchanged, wouldn't the world of the hero be destroyed? That's exactly why I think it's the IC recorder. What do you mean, Thor-sama? With this IC recorder, you can deploy ultra-powerful defensive magic at high speed. Mabel gasped. Why, you're right. If there is an ultra-powerful offensive magic that takes an hour to chant, there must be an ultra-powerful defensive magic that takes about the same amount of time to chant. Perhaps the heroes suppressed each other's ultra-powerful extreme magic by possessing the IC recorder. Even ultra-powerful offensive magic that takes hours to chant becomes meaningless if the opponent activates ultra-powerful defensive magic. It would only cause damage to the surroundings. In reality, the IC recorder would only be used when one is prepared to accept such consequences. Therefore, by possessing the deterrent of the IC recorder, the heroes might have avoided large-scale conflicts. If a lower-ranked hero used the IC recorder with the resolve to self-destruct, the hero's superiors would literally be knocked out. So that's how it was. Higher-ranked heroes have more to lose. The IC recorder might also have the effect of avoiding battles. What a terrifying item. Even more overwhelming is the world of heroes. For a person like me, who has no combat ability, it's definitely a place I can't live in. That's why I can't understand those who go as far as to perform hero summoning. Sure, if you could hear about heroes from another world, the technological level of this world might rise, but the danger is too great. What if right after summoning, the opponent suddenly does something like 16x speed playback, activating an IC recorder packed with 3 hours worth of chanting? The entire continent could be blown away. Really? Well, I think it's fine to use the IC recorder in this world. There's no ultra-powerful extreme magic that takes several hours to chant. Why, yes. Besides, there are no more heroes from other worlds. That's reassuring. We all let out a sigh of relief. For now, I'll tell Rookie about my thoughts. Maybe it could be used in Kel's hero oral traditions told by the Demon Lord's Chancellor. While thinking about that, we were leisurely drinking tea. Alchemist. A message from Princess Sophia. I hurried here. Please let me snuggle. The light-winged fairy Soleil and the recently named wind-winged fairy Sylph flew in through the workshop window. Soleil gently landed on the desk. Sylph clung to my chest, rubbing her cheek against me. Sorry to keep you waiting. Soleil will deliver the message. Calm down, I love being this close. This is a message from Princess Sophia. After work, there's nothing better than this. Snuggle. The message, please. Feel it feels good. Message. Sylph looked relaxed while clinging to my chest. Soleil watching this looked somewhat sad. Oh well. Okay. Soleil, you too. When I said that, Soleil gently settled on my shoulder. She sat down shyly and cleared her throat. Then, I will report. Yes. Princess Sophia said, regarding the matter we previously promised to discuss with Archduke Karen. How about the afternoon after tomorrow? If it's too late, you'll have to stay overnight. The night road is also worrisome. Alchemist, you may bring a guard. But only the alchemist can listen to the story. The guard will wait outside during that time. They want both sides to refrain from bringing weapons to the meeting. The safety of the alchemist will be guaranteed by Archduke Karen, Princess Sophia, and Princess Liana. If anyone tries to harm you, the three of them will beat the perpetrator up together. Princess Sophia ended by saying, I apologize for speaking so presumptuously, but please forgive me. She bowed deeply. This was a message from Imperial Princess Sophia Dalgaria. Imperial Princess Liana Dalgaria agrees with the same opinion. That is all. Saying so, Soleil and Sylph bowed. Mabel, Ugnes, and I all applauded. Thank you. So, it's the afternoon after tomorrow in the town of Nosa. It's finally happening. The reasons the Empire has come to be the way it is now, and the things the Empire must never lose. Those things that Archduke Karen said he would tell me before, I will finally understand them. This is a rare opportunity. I want to hear thoroughly what happened in the old empire. Then, could you please tell Princess Sophia to aim to arrive in town around noon? It's tough for Soliel and the others to make the round trip, so maybe another winged fairy can handle it. Understood. Soleil and Sylph, please take your time to rest. You've worked hard. Yes. May I make a request? I want to take a fizzy bath. Got it. I'll prepare it right away. I also have fruit water. It's just water mixed with fruit juice. Do you want it warm or cold? Cold. I see. Mabel, could you please handle that? I handed the IC recorder to Mabel. Yes. Please wait a moment. Mabel brought a jug filled with fruit water from the kitchen. She poured it into a wooden cup, then raised the IC recorder. And then, start refrigeration now. A voice came from the IC recorder, and a wind mixed with ice was born. The fruit water chilled. Amazing. Mabel, it's even faster than winged fairy magic. I'm surprised. A quick whoosh and fizzy coldness. Agnes, Soleil, and Sylph were all surprised. What Mabel used was the water element magic that produces cold air, called cold breath. Normally, when chanting it, "O great water spirit, please manifest here the refreshing breath of cold air." Cold breath. The casting time takes about 40 seconds. Mabel played the recording at 8 times normal speed. It took 5 seconds. Still, the magic was cast. Since the magical procedure was followed, it makes sense. The chant in the recording was clear and properly pronounced. If Mabel pours her magical power into it, it's impossible for it not to activate. It's just that she played the chant at 8 times speed. I'm surprised. Yeah, casting magic instantly is surprising. No, I'm surprised that I accepted it normally thinking, because it's Thor-sama's item. Mabel smiled with a troubled look. I nodded at her, then looked over at Agnes. Then, Agnes. Sorry, but could you please act as escort when we go to the town of Nosa? Why, yes. Gladly. Good. Here, then. I handed the IC recorder to Agnes. I'll entrust this to you, Agnes. I don't think anything will happen, but if you feel it's dangerous, could you use it? Huh. Agnes tilted her head curiously. Agnes, you. IC recorder? That's right. I realized while making it that this item might also help you. Really? Thor-sama? What do you mean? Soleil doesn't understand either. Okay. Sylph gets it, but I can't put it into words. Agnes, Mabel, and Soleil looked puzzled. Sylph raised her hand confidently. She understood but can't express it. Really? Anyway, I explained why the IC recorder would be useful for Agnes. How it would allow Agnes to switch between her two abilities. And then, after a few minutes. So, by making use of the IC recorder and the health promotion pendant, I think Agnes will be able to choose how to use her abilities. I finished explaining. I tried to make it as easy to understand as possible, but how was it? Yeah. Mabel nodded with a very convinced face. Soleil waved her arms excitedly. She seems thrilled. Sylph got bored, it seems, and clung to my chest to sleep. So free. And Agnes. Thor-sama. Suddenly, she approached and wrapped my hand with both of hers. Thor-sama, you have thought so much about me. Of course I have. Because you're important. There was a brief pause. Agnes nodded as if making up her mind, then closed her eyes and, Thank you, Thor-sama. She slowly brought her face close and whispered in my ear. Agnes, Thor-sama understands me and has given me choices. I'm really happy. Yeah, I'm also glad to have you, Agnes. I'm grateful to Agnes too. She always escorts me when going to the human world and helps with experiments. Because of that, when I was making the IC recorder, I thought this might help Agnes. Agnes will protect Thor-sama no matter what. Agnes said softly. Even if bad people from the Empire attack or heroes come, I won't let a single scratch come to Thor-sama. I will protect you. To Agnes, Thor-sama is someone she serves in the name of the primal flame. Hey, Agnes. Why, yes. Could you tell me what those words mean soon? Please wait a little longer. Agnes whispered in my ear. In the name of the primal flame. For Agnes, who carries the blood of the fire giant Ifrit, it must have an important meaning. I hope she tells me someday. I also asked General Rizinga once, but somehow he said, Sorry, Agnes silenced me, and didn't tell me. Thank you very much, Thor-sama. She said that, and took a half step back. Though her body moved away, she still held my hand with both of hers. Agnes stayed like that for a while, then looked around. Following her, I did the same. And yeah, Mabel and Soleil were looking away. Sylph looked like she was being forced to turn away by Mabel and Soleil. Agnes and I looked at each other again. What is this feeling? I'm so embarrassed. I couldn't find the right words. Our gazes quickly broke away. It felt like we didn't know what to do. Come to think of it, I once tried to hug Agnes tightly. That was just after I made the health promotion pendant. In the end, General Rizinga came and things got muddled. But my heart is beating faster now than back then. I didn't hug Agnes this time, but it's strange. Then, I'll go practice using the IC recorder now. Agni spoke, still looking down. Without causing trouble to anyone, I'll do it somewhere where no one is around. To meet Thor Kanan-sama's expectations, I will show how to properly use the two items. Why yeah? Do your best, Agnes. I will do my best. Agnes clenched her fist tightly. Honestly, I want to be by her side to support her while she practices, but I guess that's impossible. Knowing Agnes, she'll probably practice in a way that won't burn her clothes. Of course, the clothes she's wearing are made from the earth magic woven fabric. They won't burn easily from minor incidents. But for Agnes, these are the clothes she's finally able to wear. She values them greatly, so she probably doesn't want to damage or scorch them. That means it's hard for me to watch over and cheer for Agnes during her practice. But call me if anything happens, okay? Why yes, I understand. I'll be back by evening. Saying that, Agnes dashed out of the workshop. Maybe because she's strengthened by the health promotion pendant, she's moving at an incredible speed. She's already headed toward the forest. All right. Soleil will assist Agni-sama. Suddenly, the winged fairy Soleil raised her hand. There is a rocky area deep in the forest where no one comes. Soleil will guide Agni-sama there, so she can practice without worry. Thanks, Soleil. Got it. Soleil, SLYPH is coming too. How long will you keep waiting for the alchemist to hold your hand? I want someone to hold my hand, then take a fizzy bath, together with the alchemist. That will be after sending Agni-sama off. Understood. Sylph waved her hands energetically while still being grabbed by Soleil's collar. Winged fairies really are so free-spirited. Well then, we're off. Fluffy. And with that, the light-winged fairy Soleil and the wind-winged fairy Sylph flew out the window. Left behind were me and Mabel. For now, let's drink some fruit water too. Yes, I'll cool it down. Mabel chanted normally and activated the magic cold breath. She handed me the chilled fruit water. By the way, we need to prepare for the meeting from now on. After finishing the fruit water, Mabel said, I will handle arranging the luggage. Thor-sama, please rest. I'll do it too. This time I didn't stay up all night, so I have some energy left. Is that so? Yes. How many times did you suddenly wake up at night and jot down ideas that came to you while sleeping? About 10 times. And how many times did you, unable to resist, immediately test them? Only 4 times. Indeed, you didn't stay up all night. That's because I promised Mabel. I nodded. For a while after that, we drank the fruit water. But as Mabel said, I plan to take it easy today. Yes, we don't have any particular plans. I want to get my condition in shape before meeting the Imperial Archduke. This meeting was, at least, held with the permission of the Demon Lord Rookie. She had also received a letter from Archduke Karen saying, I would like to speak with the alchemist Thor Kanan. Therefore, both the Demon Lord's territory and the Grand Duchy gave their approval, making this an officially decided meeting. Then, later, please try on the clothes. Her Majesty the Demon Lord has sent attire for the meeting. Understood. Also, the clothes for Agnes have arrived, right? They are made from earth magic fabric. We would like Agnes to try them on, but Agnes had rushed out for an experiment with the IC recorder and had not yet returned. I think she'll be back by evening, but she'll probably come back tired. Agnes is really serious, after all. Hey, Mabel. Yes, Thor-sama. You and Agnes have almost the same clothing size, right? Agnes wore Mabel's maid outfit before. Yes, except for some parts, our sizes are quite close. If Agnes comes back tired, would you try it on instead? We need to check things like the skirt length and other details, right? Yes, if Agni-sama is okay with that. Also, I want to see Mabel wearing some cute clothes. Why yes. For now, let's wait until Agnes returns. First, could you help me with fitting my outfit? Leave it to me. And so, we went to the next room. I put on my clothes and had Mabel check if the size fit. After that, Soleil and Sylph came back, so I bathed the two of them, gave them chilled fruit water to drink, and let them bask in the sun. By the time we were doing that, evening came and Agnes returned. The experiment was a success. Agnes said, I was able to master using the item. It's now. Okay. If Thor Kanan-sama watches me. Excited, Agnes immediately tried to show the results of the experiment, but I stopped her. She was soaked in sweat and looked quite tired. For the time being, I had Agnes take a fizzy bath and rest. After that, I told her about the outfit fitting, but Agnes also wants to see Mabel's cute appearance. Thor Kanan-sama should join too. That's how it ended up. So, I helped Mabel try on the clothes, and with Agnes, Soleil, and Sylph, we checked the sizes. The dress Rookie prepared was made of earth magic fabric. It was mainly yellow, with a shorter skirt and sleeves. It was made focusing on ease of movement. We had Mabel spin around and pose as if walking. In this way, we checked if there were any problems with the outfit. As a result, the fitting was fine. Agnes also wore the dress, and the size was okay. In fact, Mabel and Agnes look good in whatever they wear. The next day, we reviewed the etiquette for meeting high-ranking people from the Empire, went over what to talk about, and checked the items to bring. In the afternoon, Rookie came to visit, and we confirmed the schedule for tomorrow. With preparations passing slowly like that, on the promised day to meet Archduke Karen, we headed toward the border forest. Until we left the forest, Mabel and General Rizinga accompanied us. At the exit, we did a final check of our luggage. We have the voice recorder and the IC recorder. The clothes for the meeting are in the ultra-compact, simple warehouse. We plan to change into them after entering the town of Nosa to avoid soiling them. Other luggage is fine too. We have everything we need. We have snacks and souvenirs. Looks like we're all set. After finishing all the checks, Agnes and I. Well then, we're off. Thorkane and Sama will be protected by Agnes. Waving to Mabel and General Rizinga, the two of us headed toward the town of Nosa. Chapter 110. Just another ice sky lover. You're the alchemist and the bodyguard, correct? We've been expecting you. At the entrance to the town of Nosa, the Archduke Karen's adjutant was waiting. She had visited before with Princess Liana to meet with Princess Sophia. If I remember correctly, her name was Nona. Thank you for coming to greet us. Thank you. Agnes and I bowed to Nona. We've arrived a little earlier than scheduled. Would it be possible to meet the Archduke now? I'm terribly sorry. Karen-sama is currently outside the town with Her Highness Princess Liana. Outside the town, at Her Highness's request, he is giving her sword lessons. I see. Archduke Karen is a former sword saint and a master of the sword, after all. It seems Princess Liana is taking this opportunity to learn from him. If you'd like, shall I take you to them? Would that be all right? Karen-sama instructed me to do so. Adjutant Nona continued. In the recent magical beast investigation, you aided us greatly, Alchemist-sama. Karen-sama said that repaying that debt in this way is no trouble at all. Of course, only if you're interested. I am. Please, take us there. Sword training from a former sword saint. I'd like to see it while I have the chance. Besides, Archduke Karen used a curved single-edged sword. I'm planning to model the magic sword for Rookie after a similar design, so seeing how it's used should be helpful. Understood. Then, Alchemist-sama, and the bodyguard as well, please follow me. With that, Adjutant Nona guided Agnes and me outside the town. Archduke Karen and Princess Liana were in a forest near the town of Nosa. Here I come, Archduke. Princess Liana charged at Archduke Karen. Practice, sword in hand. Archduke Karen remained still. He held a practice sword in his right hand, simply watching her. Princess Liana swung her sword down. At that moment, Archduke Karen casually raised his sword. Your strike has great force. But, Your Highness, your sword is too straightforward. Whoosh. Oh. Her strike was effortlessly parried, and Princess Liana stumbled. Watching her, Archduke Karen said, Your Highness, you focus too much on your target. Also, you raise your sword too early. Your intent is obvious. Why yes, Archduke-sama, you should tilt your gaze slightly downward, and delay raising your sword by a few seconds. Understood. So glance, lift, slash right. As you prefer, Your Highness. Then once more, Princess Liana charged at Archduke Karen again. Whoosh. That was better. But you're using too much force. Yes. Once again, her sword was deflected. Princess Liana lost her stance and was breathing heavily. In contrast, Archduke Karen looked completely composed. He hadn't even broken a sweat. He hadn't moved from his spot. From the beginning, he'd stood in the exact same place. Even so, he deflected every strike coming at him from various angles. Princess Liana held a blunted practice sword. Archduke Karen used a curved, blunted sword as well. While Princess Liana used both hands, Archduke Karen only used his right arm. It seemed like there should have been a difference in power, but it didn't matter at all. The moment her sword touched his, all its force disappeared. It was redirected, nullified, and before she knew it, Archduke Karen's sword was touching her neck. Incredible. I have no idea how he's doing it, but I can recognize the elegance of his technique. Archduke Karen responded to Princess Liana's attacks with the bare minimum of movement. There was absolutely no waste. This was the epitome of functional beauty. Magic items should be like this too. I should take notes. Your Highness, let's stop here for now. Pant. No. I can still go on. You should rest a bit, Your Highness. Besides, it seems we have visitors. Archduke Karen looked toward us. So he'd noticed us, even though Agnes, Nona, and I had been hiding behind the trees. This was a forest near the town of Nosa. In it, there was a training ground for soldiers. It was a clearing in the middle of the forest, hidden from view. Apparently, it was made so that borderland soldiers could train without worrying about being seen by foreign eyes. That's why Archduke Karen and Princess Liana were using it for secret training. Alchemist Sama, you were here. Princess Liana, who had been sitting down, looked up. We stepped out from behind the trees and bowed. It's been a while, Princess Liana. Sorry to interrupt your training. And no, not at all. I'm the one embarrassed to have shown you such an ungraceful sight. Princess Liana wiped sweat from her brow with a shy expression. She was wearing leather training armor, with elbow and knee pads. Her clothes were dirty, probably from falling down multiple times. I asked the Archduke to train me, hoping to make use of the advice you gave me before, Alchemist Sama. But I've been no match for him at all. Well, Archduke Karen is a former sword saint. That can't be helped. No wonder Princess Liana was feeling down. After all, Archduke Karen was only using his right arm. Due to an old injury, his left arm apparently didn't function properly. So he was blocking all her strikes with just his right arm, and she had been deliberately attacking his left side. Even then, she couldn't land a blow. His strength was in a different league. I wonder what kind of combat he used to show when both arms were usable. Your Highness is quite strong already. There's no need to feel disheartened. In the center of the training ground, Archduke Karen smiled. However, as I mentioned earlier, Princess Liana's swordsmanship is too straightforward. It would be better if you incorporated a few more feints. Why yes, Her Highness, the Holy Sword User, possesses a trump card called the Holy Sword Light Blade. Because of that, Her Highness should focus not on the number of strikes, but on landing a sure hit. By mixing in feints, you prevent the opponent from predicting when you will use the light blade. That alone puts considerable pressure on the enemy. I understand. Thank you very much, Archduke Sama. Then, we shall conclude today's training with Her Highness. Archduke Karen said this and sheathed his practice sword. He truly hadn't broken a sweat. Float, slash, slash, and then a clean zubobobbin. That's what you meant, right, Archduke Sama? Meanwhile, Princess Liana was still sitting on the ground, drenched in sweat, reviewing what she had just learned. It seemed like she wouldn't be getting up for a while. It seems I kept you waiting, Alchemist Thor Sama. Not at all. I was honored to witness something so valuable. I'm glad to hear that. Oh, Archduke Karen suddenly turned his gaze to the person beside me. Is that the daughter of General Rizenga? Yes. This is Agnes Friezet Sama. She's been kind enough to accompany us as our escort to town. I am Agnes Friezet. Agnes bowed politely. Both Archduke Karen and Agnes had participated in the magical beast investigation. However, they hadn't had the chance to meet face-to-face back then. So this was practically their first meeting. I've heard of the great renown of your grace, Duke of the Empire. It is an honor to meet you. During the magical beast investigation, my father was in your care. Such courteous words. I am humbled. Archduke Karen nodded and said, likewise, I was greatly aided by General Rizenga of the Demon Lord's domain. His charisma and leadership, as well as the trust he showed us by entrusting the interrogation of the culprit to us. I am truly grateful. Learning that someone of his caliber exists made me reconsider my thoughts about the Demon Lord's domain. Thank you. I'll be sure to convey your words to my father. Of course, I've also heard about you, Agnes Sama. Huh. Agnes's face went blank in surprise. General Rizenga talked to Archduke Karen about Agnes? Wait a second. I have a bad feeling about this. Knowing the general, what he might have said is, during the magical beast investigation, Rizenga-sama kept telling me over and over about his daughter's beauty and devotion, and also that she's so strong she could overpower him. Yeah, I figured as much. Father, honestly. Agnes's face turned bright red. Watching her, Archduke Karen smiled and said, there's no need to be modest, Agnes-sama. I heard you overpowered Rizenga-sama with your strength and even sealed his movements. I wasn't told how that was possible, but to have such power at your age is truly impressive. Rizenga-sama also said this. Agnes has remarkable talent. It is a parent's duty to nurture that. Alchemist-sama, you're quite the sly one. If someone that talented is by your side, you should have introduced her sooner. Archduke Karen nodded toward me several times as he spoke. Both Agnes and I, listening to this, were dumbfounded. General Rizenga, honestly, What kind of person are you? It's fine to brag about your daughter, but please consider who you're saying it to. Sure, he didn't lie. Agnes did seal the general's movements using the health-boosting pendant. But Archduke Karen is a warrior himself. Hearing that kind of story might make him think Agnes is a stronger warrior than General Rizinga. Actually, he's probably already misunderstood that. As I was thinking this, Agni-sama, I have a request. Would you honor me with a sparring match? Suddenly, Archduke Karen said something like that, with an incredibly excited look on his face. I was supposed to have a mock battle with Rizinga-sama, but it seems we won't have time. Would you take his place and spar with me instead, Agni-sama? Of course, feel free to use your flames. After all, that's the fighting style of a descendant of the flame giant Ifrit. No need to hold back. If I get burned a little, Nona will heal me. And I can cut through fire, you know. So please, no need to hesitate. What do you say, Agni-sama? I won't force you, but please excuse me for a moment. Agnes grabbed my hand. She then pulled me along, rushing into the shade of a tree. What should I do? Thurkanen-sama? This is a bit of a problem. Knowing General Rizinga, he probably went way overboard bragging about his daughter. Like how she possesses strong flame magic. Or how she's strong enough to lift him and restrict his movements. That's not a lie. But if it comes down to a mock battle, Agnes, can you use swordsmanship? I can use it at an average level. I used to train with my father while wearing armor. And after equipping the health promotion pendant, at the territory, I sparred with my father. My technique is still far from perfect, but thanks to the health promotion pendant, my speed and strength have become incredible, so my win rate is about 60%. I see. But the Archduke wishes for a mock battle with the descendant of the flame giant Ifrit. So using fire is a given, huh? At my words, Agnes nodded once. Let me confirm the current situation. Agnes and I came here with the permission of the demon Lord Rookie. This could be called an official meeting. At this place, Archduke Karen requested to spar with Agnes. Moreover, it was out of the Archduke's own goodwill. From the demon lord's territory perspective, this is also a valuable opportunity to learn the swordsmanship of a former sword saint. There is no reason to refuse. On the contrary, refusing might be considered rude. Fortunately, we haven't changed clothes yet. It doesn't matter if our clothes get dirty, and Agnes is wearing clothes made of earth magic weave fabric. Even if she fails to control the flames, she won't catch fire. Also, for controlling fire magic, the item in question can be used. Agnes has already practiced with it. No problem. If anything happens, I can support her. Then, the most important thing is, what do you want to do, Agnes? I asked. If you don't want to, I'll make an excuse and refuse. But if you want to try sparring with Archduke Karen, I will support you with all my strength. I will prepare the conditions and absolutely help if something happens. That is my promise. Thurkanen-sama. What will you do? Agnes, I want to try sparring with the Archduke. Agnes looked straight at me and said so. I'm here with the Demon Lord's permission. I want to fulfill my roles as a guard and messenger properly. Also, as my father's daughter, I'm interested in the swordsmanship of the former sword saint. Okay, I understand. More than anything, Agnes wants to show Thurkanen-sama her cool side. Gripping the health promotion pendant decorating her chest, Agnes nodded. I want to spar with the former sword saint and test Thurkanen-sama's item. I want to be useful to Thurkanen-sama. I want to show my cool side. So, understood. Then, I will arrange the situation. Please take care of it. After some detailed arrangements, we stepped out from the shade of the trees. Thank you for waiting, Archduke-sama. Why yes, Agnes is fine with sparring. However, since the opponent is the former sword saint Archduke Karen-sama, and this is a mock battle in an unfamiliar place, we ask for a handicap. A handicap, huh? I don't mind. First, Agnes will approach the Archduke and strike once with her sword. Only once. Yes, it will be like striking while releasing flames. Of course, the flames will not hit the Archduke. Using the flames as a distraction? Huh? Interesting. Second, Agnes will use a magic item. It's to adjust her physical condition. Is that all right? No problem. Rather, it sounds interesting. Archduke Karen smiled wryly. In other words, I'll be facing Agnes's sword and the alchemist's item, so it's like facing two opponents. This is amusing. Is that okay? Didn't I say it's fine? During the beast investigation, the alchemist kept surprising me, so it's only fair I return the favor here. Understood. Then, I nodded at Agnes. At the same time, Archduke Karen's adjutant, Nona, ran over and handed Agnes a practice sword and armor. Receiving them and preparing herself, Agni stepped forward. She wore a tense expression. In a small voice, she muttered, "Father, I'll punish you when I get back." I understand how she feels. But well, it's no wonder a general wants to brag about his daughter. Agni's is serious, ambitious, and never neglects her efforts. She accepted the sudden offer from Archduke Karen, decided what she must do, and took action. With such an amazing daughter, wanting to brag is natural. I want to brag too. Even now, Agnes faces the former Imperial Sword Saint without fear and holds her sword ready. Well then, I'm coming. Come at me. Agnes frees it. And so, the mock battle between Archduke Karen and Agnes began. Chapter 111. Just another Ice Sky lover. From Agnes's point of view, Agnes felt her cheeks growing hot. It was because she had just confessed her true feelings to Thor. She hadn't meant to. Before she knew it, she had blurted out, "I want to show Thor Kanan-sama my cool side." I said something embarrassing. Imagining what Thor might think made her cheeks burn even more. The feelings she had kept inside for so long had suddenly slipped out. Agnes had always been saved by Thor. Right after they met, he gave her a health promotion pendant that allowed her to control her fire magic. Thanks to that, she could go out without wearing armor. Her world grew much, much bigger. She could become Mabel's friend again like old times. She could interact with various people without hurting them. All of that was given to her by Thor. But his greatness was not just that. What Agnes thought was most amazing was that Thor accepted her as she was. From the very first time they met, Thor said to armored Agnes, "Shall I fix your armor?" She was really surprised. Back then, everyone feared Ryzenga and didn't even dare to speak to Agnes. But Thor, as if it was natural, cared about Agnes's armor, the only clothing she wore. He didn't even know what her face looked like yet. It was the same when they met again at the bathhouse's water heating place. He said she looked beautiful while she danced naked, wrapped in flames. Even after learning about her ignition ability, he said, "I'll do something about it." He was not afraid at all of Agnes or her father, Ryzenga. Thor treated Agnes as a girl troubled by a somewhat unusual condition. For Agnes, that was a first experience. She was happy. She felt like someone had found the tiny self she was hiding inside the armor. She was neither a subordinate of the flame giant Ifrit, nor the daughter of the flame general Ryzenga. Thor understood that Agnes was just a scared and timid girl. That's how it felt. Even now, Thor is always there by her side, as if it's the most natural thing. He taught her how comforting that is. But Agnes has not yet repaid him. Thor says, "Agnes is always protecting me, but it's still not enough. She needs to give much more, to the point of offering everything she has." Such feelings smolder quietly inside Agnes. "So, at least, I will help with Thor Kanan-sama's item experiment. How much will the health promotion pendant work against the former Sword Saint? What will happen if combined with that item?" She will try it here and now. It should be helpful for Thor. Then here I go. Agnes faced Archduke Karen, gripping her sword with one hand. She left her left hand free, not out of politeness to the Duke, but because it was necessary for the item experiment. How she would fight was already decided. She was prepared to face the flames within herself again after a long time. Very well. Come then. Agnes frees it. The Empire's Archduke Karen raised his practice sword. Right after seeing that, Agnes removed the health promotion pendant with her left hand. Immediately after, she felt her body heat up. The too powerful fire magic that had long troubled her. Before it could go out of control, Agnes poured magic into the IC recorder she still held in her left hand. Tehoi Buki Gyuryaki. A high-pitched voice of doubled speed incantation echoed. A giant sphere of flames appeared before Agnes. The magic's name was Flame Blast. The formal spell was, "Marvelous flames, by your breath reveal a crimson fireball and burn away the enemies before me." It was activated by the IC recorder's 4x speed playback. "Oh, so this is the power of the flame giant," Archduke Karen exclaimed. Agnes's chanting on the IC recorder did not stop. Taibu Gyur, Taibu Gyur, Taibu Gyur, Taibu Gyur, Ta-ri, 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 Ta-ri. From double speed to 4x speed, then 8x speed. The IC recorder continued the rapid chanting. Faster than Agnes's body could emit flames, the too powerful fire magic was consumed as magic. As a result, unbelievable. No matter that she's a descendant of the flame giant, this 24 flames. This is impossible. Simultaneous casting. Can descendants of the flame giant perform super high-speed magic activation like instant caster? Archduke Karen, Princess Liana, and Adjutant Nona shouted. However, their voices did not reach Agnes' ears. The only person she was consciously aware of was Thor, who was watching from outside the battle area. Yesterday, when he gave her the IC recorder at the workshop, he said, "If you have this item, Agnes might be able to control her fire magic without letting the flames run wild." That was what he said. He also taught her how to use it. It was a very simple explanation. If Agnes' fire magic creates flames on its own, then before that happens, she should consume the magic with a spell. The health promotion pendant prevents ignition by converting fire magic into magic of another attribute. The IC recorder consumes the fire magic as a spell before it spontaneously produces flames. What they do is different, but the purpose is the same. Consumption of fire magic. Until now, she couldn't do that because the spell incantation took too long. If she chanted normally, her clothes would catch fire before the magic activated. Besides, it was impossible to calmly chant a spell when she didn't know when she might be left naked. But with the IC recorder, she could complete the incantation in a few seconds. Since it was pre-recorded, there was no chance of messing up or making mistakes in the spell. Agnes could freely consume the overflowing fire magic. Here I go, former sword saint of the Empire. Zudo-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. You will. A gigantic fireball rushed toward Archduke Karen's location. Of course, she wouldn't let it hit him directly. She aimed for the ground around him. The fireball flew around, blocking Archduke Karen's line of sight. That was all that was needed. That was how it was supposed to go, but more impressive than I imagined. So this is the power of the flame giant's descendant. Archduke Karen swung his sword and cleaved Agnes' fireball in two. The two halves of the fireball vanished immediately. Archduke Karen must have imbued his single-edged sword with magic. That severed and destroyed the spell, as expected of the Archduke of the Empire. No, it is Agni-sama who has the tremendous power, but I shall handle it. Archduke Karen kept swinging his sword at a speed too fast to follow with the eye. His sword was perfectly precise. During the battle with the magical beast Nosirius, he aimed at the giant scorpion's joints and sliced its legs in half. Archduke Karen's sword never missed its target. All 24 fireballs released by Agnes were cleaved and extinguished. But, Tari, Agnes' magic did not stop. Only those of the flame giants' bloodline possess enough fire magic to constantly create flames. If that power is poured into flame magic, the fireballs will never cease. Once again, here I go. At Agnes' signal, the fireballs moved again. What she had recorded in the IC recorder was not only the incantation. The flame giants have words for controlling flames created by magic. Swiftly ascend, descend like a rock, advance like a gale. Those words were emitted from the IC recorder at 8 times normal speed. The incantation took less than 1 second. The 8 fireballs created by Agnes each traced separate trajectories and headed toward Archduke Karen. You will, Archduke Karen shouted. I see. So this is what it means to manipulate flames like limbs. As expected of Risinga-sama's daughter, the trajectories were irregular. The speeds were high. Still, Archduke Karen kept slashing the fireballs. 4 out of the 8 were cleaved. He raised his sword at the 5th, but immediately after, Archduke Karen turned his body, his gaze fixed on another fireball. Yet, he did not cleave that fireball. As if preparing for someone beyond it, Archduke Karen readied his sword. And then, at the next moment, Gajian, Archduke Karen's sword intercepted Agnes' sword, which had pierced through the fireball. Agnes' chest was glowing with the health promotion pendant. After releasing the fireballs with the IC recorder, Agnes put the pendant back on. She used the fire magic again for physical enhancement and moved at high speed. Within seconds, she had moved behind Archduke Karen. As the words say, all the fireballs were a distraction. While gripping the sword, Archduke Karen showed a daring smile. I have never felt such a crisis even during my active days. If the fireballs had targeted me, I might have been defeated. I'm sorry. Agnes still can only use brute force. With this much power, no tricks are necessary. Brute force is sufficient. Truly splendid. Thank you very much, so. Saying that, Agnes withdrew her sword. A little after, Archduke Karen sheathed his sword as well. Sweat trickled down his forehead. Before either noticed, his position had shifted considerably. To intercept Agnes' sword, Archduke Karen had to retreat several meters. That was tremendous power, Agnes freezed. Archduke Karen took a deep breath to steady himself, Then, Risinga-sama is truly worthy of being boasted about. I have witnessed the power of the flame giant. I am grateful. Thank you very much, Archduke of the Empire. Tell me, how did you, at such a young age, come to possess such power? Agnes has grown strong because someone important is watching over me. Agnes murmured with a clear smile on her face. Just knowing that person is watching gives me strength. I will never forgive anyone who harms that person. If it means staying by that person's side, even if my body is engulfed in flames, I will wield my power. Archduke Karen put down his sword and crossed his arms. The Demon Lord's territory is fearsome. No, what is truly fearsome is that there is someone who has made you say such things. I am at a loss. With the peace of the borderlands, the powerful magic items of the Demon Lord's territory, and the future of my blood-related daughter, the challenges are piling up. Agnes Friezed-sama. Why yes. Will you come to the Grand Duchy? It was sudden. The tall Archduke Karen looked down at Agnes and said, if it is you, you might be able to inherit all of my swordsmanship. Of course, I do not intend to take you away from the Demon Lord's territory. Even if it is in the form of studying abroad, will you come to the Grand Duchy? It is an honor. But no, I cannot. I thought so. Agnes has already decided whom to dedicate this life to. Agnes said. Archduke Karen shrugged. It was as if he had known from the start that she would refuse. Agnes was no longer looking at Archduke Karen. Her gaze was fixed on Alchemist Thor. He waved at Agnes with an innocent expression. This was in stark contrast to Princess Liana beside him, who looked stunned. Even after the mock battle ended, Princess Liana remained dazed. It was no wonder. Liana was unable to disrupt Archduke Karen's breathing or even make him sweat. Yet Agnes had driven him to the brink. That the Archduke could not even parry the sword. I cannot believe it. How should one deal with a magic user who moves faster than the spells they cast? Princess Liana and Adjutant Nona both looked as if they had seen something unbelievable. You're amazing, Agnes. Beside that Liana, Alchemist Thor waved innocently. He seemed completely unsurprised by the results of the mock battle. It's been a long time since I felt regret over not being able to use my left arm. Archduke Karen pressed his left shoulder and gave a wry smile. To repeat myself, allow me to say this. Agnes Friezed-sama, well done. Why yes. The swift chanting reminiscent of the legendary instant caster, the martial arts that had you behind me in an instant. All were splendid. At my age, I have gained valuable experience. Thank you very much, Archduke. Well then. Agnes bowed toward Archduke Karen. She immediately turned on her heel and started running. Straight toward Alchemist Thor, who had been watching the mock battle. Thor Kanan-sama. Did you see it? I did, Agnes. You were very cool. Ihia. Thanks to you, I finally understood why the IC recorder in the hero world is pin-shaped. Is that so? Yeah. I think the hero fought freely with the pin-shaped IC recorder in their chest pocket. It had to be pin-shaped to keep both hands free for battle. I see, I understand. I might not be able to do the same, but maybe I can make one that can hang around the neck? That way, Agnes, it would be easier to switch items. Let's experiment when we get back. Yes, Thor Kanan-sama. Agnes replied with a beaming smile. Thor narrowed his eyes as if dazzled by that smile. And so, the mock battle between Archduke Karen and Agnes Friezed ended. Well then, let's return to town and change clothes. After that, saying so, Alchemist Thor looked at Archduke Karen. I believe Princess Sophia is also waiting. After resting in town, could you please have the promised talk, Archduke Karen Listen-sama? Of course, Alchemist Thor Kanan-sama. I apologize for making you wait. They returned to the town of Nosa and prepared for their meeting. Chapter 112. Just another ice sky lover. After that, we returned to the town of Nosa. We headed to the lodging where Princess Sophia was staying. We were guided to the antechamber. Perhaps because it was around lunchtime, we were told to rest and have a meal. It was perfect timing. Both Agnes and I needed time to change clothes. After taking a break, Agnes and I changed into formal wear and had an audience with Archduke Karen and Princess Sophia. Incidentally, Princess Liana was said to be freshening up and tidying her appearance. As envoys of the Demon Lord's domain, Agnes and I expressed our gratitude for being granted the opportunity to have a meeting. Archduke Karen and Princess Sophia welcomed us, who had come from a foreign land. After the brief audience, Agnes returned to the antechamber. In her place, Princess Liana arrived, now dressed and prepared. Then we moved to a separate room that had been prepared for this meeting. First, Tea and sweets were brought in. Then everyone else was dismissed. The room's doors were shut tightly, and the hallway on that floor emptied of people. The curtains were drawn, and the only light came from magical illumination conjured by Princess Sophia. Once everything was in place. Now then, shall we begin the discussion? In stark contrast to when he was training with the sword, Archduke Karen muttered this with an unwilling expression. This isn't a pleasant or entertaining story, but I'll tell you what I know, what the Empire got wrong, what it lost, so that the younger generation can inherit this knowledge. And so, Archduke Karen began to speak. Did you know that the foundation of the Bulgaria Empire was formed by 3 nations? That was how Archduke Karen began. It was the first I'd heard of it. The history books I'd read stated that the empire was formed from the Bulgaria kingdom, which had existed on this continent. The first emperor was a swordsman who fought alongside the hero against the demon lord's army and was a hero of the kingdom. He was acknowledged by the king, married the princess, and was granted the throne. Afterward, the kingdom grew in power, and neighboring nations began to join under its banner. Thus, the Bulgaria Empire was born. At least, that's how it's described in the empire's official history. The 3 nations I speak of aren't the countries that later came under its umbrella. I mean the Bulgaria kingdom and 2 small nations that aided it. Archduke Karen looked around at us as he said this. It's no surprise you wouldn't know. Even some of the emperor's descendants are unaware. But in truth, during the time of the hero's summoning, there were 2 small nations that cooperated with the Bulgaria kingdom. I did not know that, said Princess Liana. Princess Sophia looked at me and shook her head. She didn't know either, it seemed. It's not such a strange story, Archduke Karen continued. The 2 nations that cooperated in the founding willingly became the foundation of the Bulgaria Empire. Their purpose was to unify human forces in the era after the hero was gone. So those 2 nations erased themselves from the records. A story from the time when the hero from another world and the demon lord's army still existed. I said, exactly. To oppose the demon lord's army, and to give weight to the idea of the hero fighting as the representative of humanity, it was necessary to have only one human nation. May I ask a question? I spoke up. Were those 2 nations involved in the civil war that happened about 40 years ago? Rookie had said that Mabel's grandmother fled to the demon lord's domain about 40 years ago. If that was true, then something so chaotic must have happened within the empire that she had to escape. After listening to the story, I searched my memory, and I recalled something from a history book I'd read. I could remember only the name of the family that caused the civil war. Oh, hearing my words, Archduke Karen grinned. As expected of an alchemist, sharp indeed. Your Grace mentioned, when I was a child, I replied. That made it clear that it was something from about 40 years ago. Back when I was in the Empire, I often read history books, so I tried hard to recall their contents. Do you remember what the Civil War was called? Was it the Tillich Rebellion? Correct, alchemist. Archduke Karen nodded. Then he made a bitter expression, as if swallowing something unpleasant, and continued. The one said to have caused the rebellion. Marquis Tillich himself was a descendant of one of the 3 founding nations, the Tillich Kingdom. His domain was to the east of here, further east than the fortress where the recent magical beast summoning incident took place. That fortress was built after the Tillich Rebellion to suppress the remnants of the Marquis' domain. Archduke Karen continued. 200 years ago, the Bulgaria Kingdom, the Tillich Kingdom, and the Mishra Principality cooperated to summon the hero and repel the demon lord's army. During that process, they united human forces into one country. That became the Bulgaria Empire. The Bulgaria Kingdom took over the lands of the 2 other nations and became a vast empire, said Princess Sophia. And the Tillich Kingdom and the Mishra Principality were granted territories and made into high-ranking nobles of the empire. Is that correct, Your Grace? That's exactly right, Your Highness. I've also read about the Tillich Rebellion in books, Princess Sophia added. Marquis Tillich had a plan to attack His Majesty the Emperor, who was touring the empire. Having learned of the plan in advance, the Emperor at the time, our grandfather, defeated Marquis Tillich. The Marquisate, which had been granted great autonomy, fell into ruin, and its people were relocated to other lands. That's the story I've heard. So, there was suspicion of an attempt to assassinate the Emperor. It was an unpleasant story, not about Marquis Tillich trying to attack the Emperor, but that an entire domain was erased based on such a story. Was there any evidence of treason? At the time, I was still a child. I only heard rumors. When I asked, Archduke Karen let out a sigh. They say one of the Marquis' subordinates made a direct appeal to a minister of the empire. Something like, There is suspicion of treason regarding Marquis Tillich. We cannot afford to be dragged down with him, so please strike him down. They launched a punitive expedition on just those words. No, apparently Marquis Tillich had been gathering troops. However, there's also talk that it was to subjugate magical beasts and to promote land development. So the one you mentioned earlier, the man who must not be lost, was that Marquis Tillich? Princess Liana murmured softly. The Empire destroyed a noble who helped build its very foundation based on mere suspicion. Are you saying that was an irreversible mistake? Princess Liana looked pained. Archduke Karen and Princess Sophia looked at her with gentle eyes. They probably didn't know what to say to her. I felt the same. It wasn't my place to criticize Princess Liana as she mourned a past event. That's not it, Liana. Princess Sophia poked her younger sister's shoulder with a troubled expression. The Tillich incident is certainly tragic. But aren't you forgetting something important? Huh? But, sister, the Empire lost a valuable ally in Marquis Tillich. Think carefully. Is there currently a noble with the family name Mishra in the Empire? Ah, just as Princess Sophia said. There is no Marquis Tillich territory in the Empire today. And similarly, there is no noble family bearing the name Mishra. Which means, the Mishra Marquisate had their land confiscated for defending Marquis Tillich. Said Archduke Karen. The Marquis family was exiled to another region, but it seems they were attacked by bandits along the way. They disappeared without a trace. At the time, many conflicts were erupting due to the Tillich rebellion. The official view is that they were caught up in that turmoil. Do you believe that, Archduke Karen? To my question, the Archduke silently shook his head. He apparently also believed that the Mishra family was destroyed amidst the chaos of the rebellion. The empire was originally formed from the union of 3 nations. But not everyone welcomed that. So, 2 noble houses from the former separate nations were erased. It sounds like something that could easily have happened. You said this story was relevant to me as well, Your Grace. I asked, does that mean my grandfather, Void Regus, helped eliminate those 2 noble houses? No, it's the opposite. He was kept from getting involved. Kept from getting involved? During the rebellion, the alchemist's grandfather was ordered to subjugate magical beasts in the south. Voidsama was close to Marquis Tillich. It was a measure to ensure he wouldn't help him. Archduke Karen sighed. The incident occurred while Voidsama was away. By the time he returned, everything was already over. And after that, my grandfather? He deeply regretted it. I learned swordsmanship from Voidsama, so I understand how shaken he was. I still bear the bruise from when he struck me with a wooden sword back then. Apparently, hitting students with wooden swords during sword training was a tradition from my grandfather's time. Even though Archduke Karen must have still been a child back then. What was he doing? But I also learned something. By the time I was old enough to remember, my grandfather was already drowning in alcohol. He didn't show interest in me, or even in my father. I used to be strong. I was the strongest. If only I'd had the chance, I could have wielded my strength. He would just repeat those words over and over. Did he become an alcoholic out of regret for failing to save the Marquis family? Maybe those repeated phrases were just to convince himself. He had his own troubles, I guess. Still, I don't think that justifies abandoning his duty to raise his son. Because of that, his grandson, me, was abused. Seriously, the Empire, due to its arrogance, lost 2 noble houses it should never have lost. That's what I believe. Archduke Karen continued. Especially losing the Mishra Marquisate was painful, because we lost the correct ritual for the hero summoning. Well, hearing that, Princess Sophia, Princess Liana, and I widened our eyes. To think that with the fall of one noble house, the summoning ritual for heroes was lost. No way. So the Mishra Marquisate was at the center of the hero summoning. Exactly, Alchemist. Archduke Karen nodded and looked my way. The correct ritual for hero summoning required the magic power of the Mishra Marquisate, or rather, the Principality of Mishra. Advanced magic requires precise allocation of attribute magic. It's not enough just to gather all attributes. You understand this, don't you, Alchemist Thor? Yes, I understand. My creative alchemy only awakened because I had all 6 attributes of magic. Even the compact storage couldn't have been made without Rookie's powerful dark magic. I know that rituals and item creation require the correct balance of magical attributes. So the hero summoning spell required the Mishra family's magic power. To be precise, their magic power and the pendant they possessed, which had strong water attribute magic. Said Archduke Karen. That pendant's chain was made of magically enchanted silver, mithril, and at its center was a blue stone said to possess strong water attributes. It was called things like water jewel or water spirit stone. According to one theory, during the Civil War, the Marquis Mishra damaged the stone in the pendant to render it unusable. Just a rumor, of course, but the Empire has never seen that pendant again since. I see. Alchemist. No, it's nothing. I know the jewel that the Mishra Marquis family possessed. In fact, it was me who repaired it when it was nearly broken. It happened right after I arrived in the Demon Lord's domain. I restored the pendant of the water spirit stone using creative alchemy. The owner's name was Mabel Refrain. She had human blood from her grandmother's side. That grandmother was caught up in the Civil War and fled to the Demon Lord's domain. That was around the time of the Tillich Civil War. In other words, Mabel could be a descendant of the Mishra Marquis family. According to Rookie, Mabel's grandmother was escorted to the Demon Lord's domain by 2 soldiers. Those soldiers had taken arrows to their bodies and risked their lives to protect her. If she really is a surviving member of the Mishra Marquis family, then the soldiers' actions make perfect sense. It's also no wonder they never revealed her identity. The Mishra Marquis family was involved in the hero summoning. If that information had reached the Demon Lord's domain, they might have feared for Mabel's grandmother's safety. Of course, this is all just speculation. I have no proof. Whether or not I should tell Mabel about this, I haven't decided yet. She once said, "I'm just an elf from the Demon Lord's domain, and I don't really want to know about my grandmother. I want to respect her feelings. But if the time ever comes when I need to tell her, then I already know what I'll do. I'll give Mabel my full support. If she says she doesn't care about her grandmother, that's fine. But if she ever says she wants to see her grandmother's homeland, then I'll find a way to take her there. If she says she wants to punch the Emperor, then I'll make her the item to do it. But that's something for after we return to the Demon Lord's domain. Right now, I need to hear as much as I can from Archduke Karen. Your Grace said you would tell us why the Empire ended up the way it is now. I spoke. When you said things that must not be lost, you meant the Mishra and Tillich Marquis families. Do you believe that the downfall of those 2 houses is what led the Empire to its current state? That's right. Just as you said, Alchemist. Archduke Karen nodded. The Mishra Marquis family was involved in the ritual of hero summoning. At the same time, the Tillich Marquis family were beast tamers. Beast tamers. That's why, when I heard about the beast summoning, the first thing I did was investigate the Eastern Fortress. Controlling magical beasts was Tillich's specialty. I thought maybe remnants of their house were involved. But the ones involved in the beast summoning were high-ranking imperial officials. It's a disgusting story, isn't it? Archduke Karen shrugged. Back to the point. With those 2 families gone, their techniques were lost. The Empire lost its trump cards. A long sigh could be heard. Then, but the Empire cannot stop striving for strength like that of a hero. To stop would be to admit they were wrong. That's why they continue their expansion, searching for new trump cards. And that's how the Empire became what it is now. That is what I believe. But in the correct hero summoning ritual, no one comes anymore, right? I asked. There's no point in regretting the loss of the hero summoning ritual at this point, is there? I think so too. Archduke Karen shrugged again. But there's a difference between being unable to use a weapon and simply not having it in your possession. At least, that's how the officials in the capital see it. Perhaps even His Majesty the Emperor feels the same. So the reason your Grace repeatedly tried to dissuade His Majesty was because of that. Princess Sophia murmured softly. You said, there are limits to expansionist policy. You can't change everything with power alone. I heard you used to say that when you were still close to Father the Emperor. He never listened, though. To my eyes, Father, His Majesty the Emperor, looked as if he were afraid of something. Princess Sophia lowered her gaze as she spoke. Maybe he feared not possessing the strength of a hero, and so, he kept someone weak like me out of sight, to convince himself that the Empire has no weaknesses, no flaws. Onizen, I've decided. Princess Sophia looked at me. She nodded as if appealing for something, and then, I will not return to the imperial capital. I will remain in this border region as long as possible. Onizen, I have been thinking about this for a long time. Princess Sophia gently admonished Princess Liana. The Empire's expansionist policy will eventually reach its limit. And there must be those who find it hard to live in an empire that seeks only strength. I want to create a place where such people can live in peace. For that, a place far from the watchful eyes of the imperial capital would be best. Saying that, Princess Sophia looked at me. That is what I think. Thorkanen-sama, what are your thoughts? I believe it is a noble idea. I answered. I'm also happy that your highness will be nearby. Is that so? Both I and Her Majesty the Demon Lord trust you. The same goes for the magical beast investigation. Working with your highness and Officer Sama makes cooperation possible. I'm glad. Onizen. Princess Liana grabbed her sister's hand in a panic. Tage, that Onizen will stay in the borderlands. You're really not going back to the imperial capital. Even if I did return, there is no place for me there. I am there. I will protect your place, Onizen. Liana, I'll defeat anyone who stands against you, Onizen. If Father, His Majesty the Emperor, is doing bad things, I'll show him the power of the Holy Sword. If I demonstrate how much stronger my Holy Sword has become, Father and the officials will. Politics is not that simple, Liana. Princess Sophia spoke as if chiding her. Father and the high officials could take the Holy Sword from you at any time. They could assign watchdogs to keep an eye on you. Do you want to live your life shut away in a detached palace, under surveillance, in fear of assassination or kidnapping? Onizen, your feelings are admirable, Liana, but a nation cannot be changed by power alone. Princess Sophia gently patted her younger sister's head. You have options. You can pretend you never heard any of this and remain a princess in the capital, assist the Archduke, or prepare yourself to cast off your title as a princess. Options. You don't have to decide right away. Take your time to choose. Liana. Yes. Princess Liana nodded. I understood both of their intentions. Princess Sophia would stay in this town. Princess Liana would return to the imperial capital, probably alongside Archduke Karen. That being the case, I'll need to make arrangements to protect Princess Sophia. In case the imperial capital starts meddling, we'll need an escape route too. Also, in the worst-case scenario, she might need to change her appearance and flee to the Demon Lord's territory. If she gives up her status as a princess, she'll be just a guest like me. As long as we get Rookie's permission, it shouldn't be a problem. For the escape, using the role-playing pajamas would work. If she turns into an animal, no one will notice. Then it's a straight shot to the Demon Lord's domain. Thor Kanan-sama. Yes, Your Highness. Cat, dog, or owl, which do you prefer? Cat, but what do you mean by that? My apologies. Oops, I got ahead of myself. I'm sorry. Please continue, Your Highness. Yes. Then, Thor Kanan-sama, would you convey my thoughts to Her Majesty the Demon Lord, Rookie? Princess Sophia looked straight at me as she said this. As long as my term permits, I intend to deepen ties between this land and the Demon Lord's domain. Even if my term ends, I have no intention of returning to the imperial capital. I want Her Majesty, our good neighbor, to know my resolve. Understood. For the peace of the people in the borderlands, I am prepared to offer myself. Even if that means a political marriage with someone Her Majesty trusts, and whom I trust, I will accept it. Even if it's a political marriage? Yes. For some reason, Princess Sophia answered while turning her face aside. Of course, it depends on negotiations with Her Majesty the Demon Lord, and I don't insist on being the primary wife. But anyway, I just want my resolve to be conveyed. I understand. I'll make sure she knows. Please, I'm counting on you. Saying that, Princess Sophia, while holding her small hands on her lap, looked down. I will assist Princess Sophia as much as I can, and I believe Her Highness's resolve will be understood by Her Majesty the Demon Lord. Her words will be conveyed to Rookie through the voice recorder. Her desperation, her words, Rookie will surely understand. I'll also explain Princess Sophia's thoughts to Rookie myself. Properly. For the peace of the borderlands, I will also do my utmost. Your Highness. Thank you, Thor Kanan-sama. And Archduke. I turned to look at Archduke Karen. The Archduke was grinning for some reason. Why was he looking at Princess Liana with such a troubled smile? The fact that Your Grace the Archduke told me and Her Highness this story means, after returning to the imperial capital, do you intend to do something? As expected of the wise alchemist, Archduke Karen gave a wry smile. Letting you slip away to another country may be a blunder comparable to losing the two houses of Mishra and Tillich. I am grateful for your words. So then, I am also the one entrusted with the Archduke family. Before being a former sword saint, I am also a politician. I will not act recklessly. Is that so? My hobby is helping young people. Therefore, from now on, I will assist Princess Sophia. For that purpose, I will just have a short talk with His Majesty the Emperor and Prince Diaz. If I become a contributor to the beast investigation, I suppose I can get such an opportunity. Saying that, Archduke Karen took a sip of his cooled tea. He seemed relieved, as if he had said what he wanted to say. Anyway, what I need to do has been decided. When I return to the Demon Lord's territory, I will meet Mabel. I will meet her, and then decide whether to tell her about my grandmother's story. If after hearing it, Mabel wants to do something, I will help. If she becomes anxious, I will stay by her side. I will listen to what she wants to do and assist her. After that, I will coordinate with Princess Sophia and then, as planned, make the water facilities improvement item and the magic sword for Rookie. It's going to be busy, but basically, what I have to do won't change. I am the Demon Lord's personal alchemist, a learner of the hero world's technology. If I can make lots of magic items and bring peace and happiness to everyone, that's all that matters. Ugh. I heard a cute growling sound. Looking over, Princess Liana was sitting on a chair, holding her head. What's the matter, Princess Liana? It seems she was listening to the Archduke's story and fell into thought. She's probably worrying about what to do next. I'm not worrying. I already know what is important to me. Suddenly, Princess Liana lifted her face. What is important to me is my sister and trustworthy friends. As long as I know that, I will not make the same mistakes as before. I will follow my own heart. Saying that, Princess Liana looked toward me. It may be presumptuous for me to interfere, but, Your Highness, I think that is the right choice. Because I thought she was seeking my opinion, I answered. Then, Princess Liana smiled as if reassured. Thank you very much, Alchemist Thor. She bowed her head toward me. Then, Archduke Karen looked around at us and opened the curtains of the room. It seemed that the discussion was over. Maybe the tension was relieved, as he was rolling his shoulders around. Compared to his quick right shoulder, the movement of his left shoulder was very slow. Probably an old injury, making it hard to move well. I have one thing that Rookie gave me permission for, so maybe I'll suggest it later. Sorry to have made you listen to an old man's ramblings, but I'm glad we could talk. Saying that, Archduke Karen let out a long sigh. How you use this information is up to you. It's an old story with no records left. There's no way to prove it. Just, well, think of it as an oral tradition the Archduke passed down on a whim. I see. Alchemist, what's wrong? You seem deep in thought. No. Thank you very much for sharing such valuable information. I bowed my head to Archduke Karen. Thanks to you. I feel like I've understood what's truly important to me. Is that so? Yes. I thought you hated the Empire. You were sent to the Demon Lord's territory by their selfish convenience, and your own father tried to use you as a tool in a conspiracy. You're justified in being angry. I am angry. Honestly, if my father were in front of me, I'd want to at least complain to him. But, after thinking for a moment, I continued. What's important to me is making the people close to me happy and creating magic items that surpass those from the hero's world. To be precise, making the people close to me happy with magic items that surpass the hero's world. If people like my father get in the way of that, I will remove them with all my might. That's about it. I see. Therefore, I will take the story you told me, Archduke, as a reference for making the people important to me happy. Archduke Karen said, It's an old story with no records left, so there's no way to prove it. But that's not true. There is a way to prove that Mabel is a descendant of the Mishra Marquis family, because she has the Water Spirit Stone pendant with her. But, well, to prove Mabel's descent from the Mishra Marquis family, she must perform the hero summoning ritual using the Water Spirit Stone pendant. Only if the ritual succeeds can it prove that the pendant is genuine. Of course, even if the summoning ritual is done, the hero will not come, but if by any chance one does, it would be a huge problem. Also, there is the issue of what Mabel herself wishes. Anyway, I have to return quickly and talk with Mabel, including Rookie, inside the simple storage. Well then, this will conclude the meeting. With that one word from Archduke Karen, the meeting ended. Princess Sophia went to her room together with Princess Liana. It seems the sisters are going to talk now. Archduke Karen said he would prepare to return to the capital city. Before that, he wanted to tour the border area's trading post. He said he wanted permission from the Demon Lord's territory, so I'll talk with Chancellor Kelv later to arrange that. Then, I met up with Agnes in the waiting room. Agnes was having tea and talking with Archduke Karen's adjutant, Nona. Nona was looking at Agnes with respectful eyes, and Agnes seemed flustered. She asked about the secret behind her strength that could deliver a single blow to Archduke Karen, but Agnes couldn't answer. She couldn't talk about the health promotion pendant or the IC recorder. However, Nona seemed to like Agnes and invited her, saying, If you have the chance, please come to the duchy. After that, she added, If there is someone to inherit the swordsmanship, Archduke Karen might be willing to settle down. That part caught my attention. So, Agnes and I got ready and left the lodging. At the entrance, Nona saw us off, and from the second-floor window, Princess Sophia and Princess Liana waved goodbye. Afterward, when we left the town, Agnes, I have a favor. Yes, Thurkanen-sama. Could you carry me on your back and run quickly to the border area? Understood. She didn't ask why. After moving to a place where no one could see, Agnes carried me on her back. Then, making full use of the enhancement from the health promotion pendant. Here we go. Hold on tight. I'm counting on you, Agnes. We hurried off, heading to Mabel's place. Chapter 113. Just another Ice Sky lover. This time, it seems that Thor has made a certain writing instrument. I tried making something called a fountain pen from the hero world. One afternoon, I said this to Rookie, who had come to the workshop to have some tea. By the way, a fountain pen is a writing tool from the hero world. Interesting. What kind of item is it? It's a pen that stores ink in the barrel. In this world, we dip quills or metal pens into ink to write, but this one doesn't require that. I see. That sounds wonderful. You've recreated it. Yes, I've recreated it, at least to some extent. I placed a metal pen in front of Rookie. The barrel contains concentrated ink and a water magic stone. When you channel magic into the grip, water comes out from the water magic stone and dilutes the ink to supply it to the pen. So that's how you can write with it? Rookie took out a piece of parchment and smoothly wrote with the fountain pen. The color's a bit pale, but it can be improved. The issue is that it requires a water magic stone, so mass production might not be feasible. Still, it's not bad. That's not it. This is a failed prototype. A failed prototype? Yes. It's a completely useless defective product. Wait, but you can write with it just fine? That's true, but this is a fountain pen. Yes, that's what the item is called, right? But writing on parchment won't last 10,000 years. Even under ideal preservation conditions, it'll last maybe several hundred to 1,000 years at best. That's nowhere near 10,000. So this is a completely flawed failure. Wait. Hold on, Thor. Rookie looked at me in astonishment. Just because it's called a fountain pen doesn't mean the writing lasts 10,000 years. Rookie-sama, this is an item from the hero world. The hero wouldn't give something a meaningless name. That might be true, but... So I assume it either means the pen lasts 10,000 years, or the writing it produces lasts 10,000 years. But storing writing for 10,000 years is impossible, isn't it? That's why I came up with a method. I took the fountain pen back from Rookie. Then I opened the ultra-compact portable storage and pulled out a stone I had stored as a material. It was about the size of a fist. Just an ordinary rock with a flat surface. Rookie-sama, you know that water drops can wear away stonia over time, yes? I do. If you keep dripping water on the same spot, it creates a dent or even a hole in the stone, right? Exactly. That means water has that much power. And characters carved into stone don't fade easily, do they? If preserved well, they can last thousands of years. So, wait, don't tell me you're planning to? Yes, I made it so that by changing the point where you infuse magic, you can switch to 10,000-year writing mode. I channeled magic into the back end of the pen. Then, pressing the tip to the surface of the stone, I fully released the magic from the water magic stone. FSSSH. A hole opened in the stone. And that's what happens. As expected, it's a defective product. I can't get the output adjustment right. Ideally, I want to be able to write on the surface while etching into the stone, but it just blasts holes instead. I'm forcing a water stream using a large number of water magic stones and compressing it with a wind magic stone. It's really overkill. Of course, I included safety measures. Using an earth magic stone, I made sure that 10,000-year writing mode only works on rock. But it consumes all the magic from the water magic stone in one go. You can keep writing if you swap out the stones, but it's very inefficient, right? Plus, depending on the stone's composition, it might just shatter. Thor. Yes, Rookie-sama? Have you been up all night? Huh? How did you know? Look closely. You have dark circles under your eyes. And your body's swaying. Don't tell me. You remembered the fountain pen while you were sleeping and finished it in one go with your midnight enthusiasm? Did you see me? I didn't have to. It's obvious. Honestly. Rookie muttered in exasperation. Then she put on the mask and robe of cognitive obstruction, transforming into her demon lord style. I'll take you to the dining hall. First, drink some hot milk, then put something in your stomach. That way, you'll be able to sleep well. Come along now. No, I mustn't trouble you, Rookie-sama. You're swaying on your feet, aren't you? Just come on, out into the hallway. Ah, you fell over. It can't be helped. I'll have Mabel bring the milk to your room. I'll walk you to your bed, so sleep. Just go to sleep. Really, I can't leave you alone, can I? Thor. With the help of Demon Lord Rookie, I stood up. We returned to the room from the hallway. I got into bed. After drinking the milk Mabel brought, my consciousness faded. A few minutes later, oh, there's a pen I don't recognize lying here. In a hallway he happened to pass by. Chancellor Kelv picked up a metal pen. Is it someone's belonging? Or perhaps a new item Thor-sama created? I suppose it would be best to ask him directly. Chancellor. Oh my, you're one of General Rizinga's men. What is it? A magical beast, a rock lizard, has been spotted in the outskirts. A rock lizard? That's the large, swift lizard covered entirely in rock, correct? Yes, the subjugation is already complete, but we'd like you to conduct an inspection, Chancellor. Understood. That creature has a strong life force. Have you confirmed whether it's truly dead? It was fought by a rookie unit, but they've been trained. I believe there's no problem. I see. Let's head there immediately. And so, Chancellor Kelv departed for the outskirts together with the military officers. A few hours later, the military officers confirmed the death of the magical beast, Rock Lizard. The injuries sustained were due to the rookie unit underestimating the Rock Lizard. They had forgotten that this magical beast has a powerful vitality and sometimes pretends to be dead. The beast, thought to be lifeless, suddenly rampaged and attacked them. At that moment, Chancellor Kelv happened to be there. He had just taken out a piece of parchment to record the scene and was raising his pen. Immediately after, the rock lizard's head was pierced by black ink, killing it instantly. Later, the military officers who were present said the following. Noticing the beast's charge, Chancellor Kelv concentrated a great amount of magic power into his hand. In the next moment, high-pressure black water was ejected, destroying the rock lizard's head. It happened just before the beast's claw could stab Chancellor Kelv. If he hadn't had a fountain pen in his chest pocket, he would have died. Afterward, a ban on the use of 10,000-year writing mode was issued by Demon Lord Rookie and Chancellor Kelv, but the military officers had no way of knowing this. Chapter 114. Just another Ice Sky lover. Well, this time, a certain dress arrived for Thor. Oh, Thor, has that dress finally been completed? Rookie entered my room, her eyes sparkling. What she was looking at was the dress placed on the table. It was made from magical weave cloth, something Rookie had commissioned for her personal enjoyment. Rookie removed her perception-inhibiting mask and robe, revealing her appearance as a young girl. Then, she picked up the dress from the table. I had been looking forward to this. To think you made 2 dresses, how wonderful. Thank you very much, Rookie-sama. Well then, without delay, let's burn them both. I said. Rookie was stunned, eyes wide. Thor, what did you just say? These dresses are failures. Let's burn them both. Wait. Rookie waved her hands frantically. I understand how she feels. But this can't be helped. Thor, let's calm down and talk. Yes. These dresses were made by you for me, correct? Yes. I secretly asked the castle's tailor. Mabel took my measurements and gave them to the tailor, right? That's right. Since it was Mabel's work, I trust it's accurate. On top of that, you told the tailor, I want Mabel to wear short dresses. It's a hobby, to avoid suspicion, didn't you? That was really embarrassing. The tailor probably thinks you enjoy making Mabel wear small clothes. It couldn't be helped. It could be helped. Didn't I say that my clothes are usually made through Kelv's private route? You should have asked him. But then it wouldn't be a personal gift from me to Rookie-sama. You insisted on that. So what are you going to do with the dresses? Burn them both. That again? What? All right. I'll explain. This was my mistake, so I really don't want to talk about it. But still, just saying, I made clothes and now I'm burning them won't convince her. It can't be helped. I'll explain it properly. These dresses use dark magical weave cloth to suit Rookie-sama. Indeed. Rookie touched the dress lying on the table. When she poured her magic into it, the once white dress instantly turned black. Both dresses reacted the same way. This is what you meant. These dresses turn black with my magic. Since I possess strong dark magic, they're fitting for me. Isn't that what you said? Yes. But one of them isn't made of dark magical weave cloth. What? One is made from light dark magical weave cloth. The dark magical weave cloth reacts to the magic it touches and turns black. But the light dark magical weave cloth either turns black or becomes transparent depending on the magic. That outcome is random, and even I can't control it. In other words, this dress has a chance of turning transparent when worn. No, that's strange, isn't it? Both of them only turn black, right? Rookie repeatedly touched and released both dresses. Each time, the dresses changed from white to black, never to transparent. Well, that's true. Also, your skill appraisal insight should allow you to tell the difference between dark magical weave cloth and light dark magical weave cloth. And yet, actually, when I was making this cloth, I performed a certain experiment. An experiment. Yes. Normally, I'd use half light magic stone and half dark magic stone, but this time I used 99.9% dark magic stone and only 0.1% light magic stone. What? I thought maybe that would let me manipulate the odds. But because of that, even my appraisal insight couldn't tell the difference anymore. Oh, really? I mean, I actually wanted to make a magical weave cloth that even appraisal insight couldn't distinguish. Why would you do such a thing? To strengthen myself as an alchemist. But because of that, the light-dark magical weave cloth became indistinguishable from the dark magical weave cloth. And then I unknowingly handed both types to the tailor, mixed together. And the result was these two dresses. In other words, one of these two dresses turns pitch black when infused with magic. The other one turns black or, very rarely, becomes transparent. What a dangerous thing to have made. I spent all last night pouring magic in and stopping back and forth, but neither one ever turned transparent. That's why you look so tired. I tried about 200 times, but still, you couldn't tell them apart. Rookie looked at me with an exasperated expression. Then, if even after all that it didn't become transparent, isn't it fine to just call it a dark magical fabric? Please think carefully, Rookie-sama. What is it? For example, let's say you toss a coin 200 times. If it lands on tails every time, can you say that it's a coin that only lands on tails? No, you can't. It's the same here. To put it metaphorically, both of these dresses are like a coin flipped 200 times that always lands tails. That is, the black side showed up every time. But it's not impossible that the heads, the transparent side, could appear. Yet, you can't tell the difference. So, I thought the only choice was to dispose of them. It's unfortunate, but it can't be helped. As an alchemist, I can't give Rookie a dress that might become transparent. People, demons, or demi-humans all emit magical power during normal life. The magical fabric reacts to that. Of course, if it were a dress for personal enjoyment, it might be okay even if it became transparent. But as an alchemist, I have the responsibility to provide something proper. Besides, Rookie would want to show me and Mabel wearing the dress. Or rather, I want to see it. That's why I can't give her a dangerous dress. Rookie seemed to be thinking for a while. She picked up the two dresses one after the other and felt their textures. Then, fixing me with a strong gaze, she said, "Thor." "Yes, Rookie-sama. Which of these dresses do you think suits me better?" "Huh. I already explained, Rookie-sama. That dress is dangerous. It might become transparent." But Rookie just kept staring at me. "It doesn't matter. Rookie-sama, whether it becomes transparent is another matter. I'm asking which dress you think suits me." The dresses have almost the same shape. Both are strapless types, with short skirts. Only, one has lots of decorations around the chest, and the other has ribbons on the hem. If anything, I thought the one with the decorations around the chest would suit Rookie better. Thinking that, I pointed to the one with the chest ornaments. "I understand. Then, I'll take this one." Rookie smiled slyly and picked up the dress I pointed to. "Well then, I'll try it on. I'll borrow the warehouse." "Please wait, Rookie-sama. I understand your concerns. But it was I who requested the dress be made." Rookie declared this while holding the dress to her chest. "Even if there are some minor flaws, if I requested it, I will accept it. Besides, according to your calculations, it only becomes transparent once in 1,000 times, right?" "That's right. That's the ratio of magic stones, but then it shouldn't become transparent at this timing, right? But then let me ask you another question. As an alchemist, by intuition, which do you think is the dark magical fabric?" Rookie asked again. "My intuition? I'm not confident, but..." I pointed to the dress Rookie was holding. She nodded with satisfaction and said, "Then, there's no problem. I'll change now, so wait there." With a slam, she closed the door and went into the warehouse. I tried it on. "Well, tell me your thoughts." "It's perfect." The dress fit Rookie perfectly. Inside the warehouse, she seemed to have let her hair down. Because of that, her golden hair was tangled around the floral ornament on her chest. That alone made the mere decoration look like a masterpiece made by a skilled craftsman. Perhaps because it was strapless, Rookie's white shoulders and collarbones were clearly visible. When she twirled around, the large ribbon on her back swayed like wings. The black dress and Rookie were like a single work of art. To be honest, I could only sigh. Don't you have any other impressions? It's so wonderful. I feel that any words besides perfect would be unnecessary. I see. Rookie scratched her cheek shyly. I like it too. It's a wonderful dress. I won't allow it to be burned. That's right. Yeah, this can't be burned. It's necessary to bring out Rookie's charm. It's too precious to just dispose of. Besides, I feel like it won't become transparent. That's right. Your intuition was correct. The light and dark magical fabric was the other dress, wasn't it? Most likely. Actually, I want to try on that one too. Rookie looked longingly at the other dress. It was a cute one with lots of ribbons on the hem. I want to see her wear it, but, well, it would be a problem if it became transparent. As expected, when meeting Thor, I should wear this one with the decorations on the chest. Yes, that makes me happy too. Hehe, is that so? When Rookie smiled like that. Your Majesty, you were here. The door to the room opened, and Mabel peeked her face inside. Oh, this is the dress we requested from the tailor, isn't it? Is it finished? Yes. Right now, Rookie-sama is trying it on. I'm glad your Majesty looks happy as well. But, Thor-sama, what is it, Mabel? Why was one of the dresses made with the light and dark magical weave? Huh? How does Mabel know about that? When I was shown the dresses by the tailor and touched one of them, it became transparent. Since I was supposed to wear this dress, it seems they showed it to me first. Mabel said, that's why, to tell them apart, I asked to put a ribbon on the hem of the skirt of the one made with the dark magical weave, and a floral decoration on the chest of the one with the light and dark magical weave. I thought I attached a note with that explanation. At Mabel's words, Rookie and I looked toward the table. There it was, a small piece of parchment. It had fallen under the table. It must have dropped when Rookie picked up the dress. I was too preoccupied with the magical weave issue, and Rookie was completely focused on the dress, so we didn't notice. So, the one left on the table was the one with the ribbon on the hem. As expected of Mabel, she's very thoughtful. She marked it so that Rookie wouldn't mistakenly wear the one made with the light and dark magical weave. Which means the one Lukier is wearing is, Rookie-sama. Why yes. Please move slowly toward the storage room, just like that. You understood. Please be careful not to channel a strong magical power into the dress. If you do, it might change color as it will be treated as if magic has been reapplied. Okay. Don't rush me so much. Calm down, and move slowly. I'm fine. The probability says there shouldn't be a problem. I quickly pointed toward the storage room, and Rookie hesitantly started moving. Mabel looked puzzled and said, Thor-sama, your Majesty, why are you in such a hurry? The decoration on your Majesty's dress's chest, could it be? Don't shout so loudly, Mabel. What if you startle someone and they trip? Rookie-sama, don't look back, watch your step. Rookie tripped over the leg of a chair. Losing her balance, she grabbed the storage room doorknob to steady herself. But, at that moment, it seemed she unintentionally infused magic into the dress. At the instant her wordless scream echoed, Mabel covered both my eyes. In the world of heroes, that's called a good job. It was really a close call. I couldn't possibly look at the skin or underwear of the Demon Lord Rookie. Yes, Mabel's blindfold was just in time, so I didn't see anything. Let's just keep it that way. I truly apologize, Rookie-sama. It's also my mistake for not explaining directly to Thor-sama. I am sorry, your Majesty. That's enough. Rookie gave me and Mabel, who were kneeling formally, an embarrassed smile. There's really nothing to apologize for. I wore that dress knowing full well. Rookie-sama, I told you, didn't I? Even if there are some small mistakes, if I requested it, I will accept it. Well, no real harm was done. Don't worry about it. Thank you, Rookie-sama. However, probability is a terrifying thing, isn't it? Yes, it is. Even if the probability is 1 in 1,000, it doesn't mean it only happens once in every 1,000 tries. Just like a coin can land heads 100 times in a row, transparency can happen repeatedly as well. Manipulating probability is dangerous. I will be very careful from now on. Thanks to Mabel, I now know which one is the dark magic woven fabric dress. From next time, I'll wear that one. That sounds like a good idea. The light and dark magic woven fabric dress will be worn in my private chambers. In that case, no one will see it. Indeed, I do not let anyone I do not trust enter my chambers. Saying that, Rookie wore a confident smile. By the way, Mabel said, Your Majesty. What is it, Mabel? Actually, the tailor gave me something. Something they gave you? Yes. Since there was a little leftover fabric from the dress, the tailor made some underwear. Underwear? But leftover fabric. Could it be? But when I infuse magic into it, both turn black. I can't tell which one is the light and dark magic woven fabric. What should I do with these? Wait, Mabel. Whose underwear are these? Thor-sama said that when making the dress, it was to enjoy dressing Mabel. Also, since the tailor is making my maid outfit, they know my size. So that means, could it be that the items inside the bag Mabel is holding are underwear made from the dark magic woven fabric and the light and dark magic woven fabric tailored to my size? What should I do with these? It was a difficult problem. There was no way I could keep Mabel's underwear. On the other hand, if Mabel took them home and they got mixed up with other underwear, that would be a huge problem. In other words, it can't be helped. I will keep them. That was the decision. I cannot just throw away the materials Thor prepared. Besides, I will probably grow physically one day. So it's not impossible that my size and Mabel's could be the same. I said it's not impossible. Why, yes, Your Majesty. You're absolutely right. But for Rookie-sama to wear the light and dark magic woven fabric underwear, I understand. By the time I grow, one of them will probably become transparent once or twice. I should be able to tell the difference. No problem at all. Saying that, Rookie smiled bashfully. And so, I learned the fear of probability and vowed in my heart to never make weird modifications to the magic woven fabric again. Chapter 115. Just another Ice Sky lover. This time, it seems that Demon Lord Rookie is going to ask Thor to craft some items. I have a request for you as an alchemist, Thor. Understood. I will take it on. I'll get started immediately. Wait. Hear the details first. This is the throne room of the Demon Lord's castle. As I was about to return to the workshop, I was stopped by Rookie in her Demon Lord attire. My apologies. Being diligent about your work is a good thing. Now, about the request. Rookie began to talk about what is happening near the border. Near the Demon Lord's territory lies the domain of Count Gurua, a noble of the Empire. A while ago, he was scheming together with my father. Afterwards, he fell out of favor with the Imperial Capital's high-ranking council, and it seems he was reassigned to another territory. According to Kel's investigation, that land seems to be troubled with various problems. Rookie continued. Count Gurua fell from power, and many of his subordinates left the country. Because of that, the security has worsened, and bandits have started appearing. Some of them have even come near the Demon Lord's territory. Is that so? Of course, they are not attacking villages, towns, or travelers. It's only theft of crops from fields and fruit from orchards, to that extent. But if left unchecked, they might next attack livestock and eventually people. We must take measures now. I understand. I nodded. What kind of response has the Demon Lord's territory taken so far? We have increased the number of soldiers and have them patrol frequently. But the border area is vast. There are some forts, but they are spaced far apart. Because of this, the soldiers in charge of patrols have to camp out. Camping drains physical strength, doesn't it? That is why I have a request for you, Thor. Rookie leaned forward from her throne and said, Can you prepare an item that allows soldiers to camp comfortably without losing their strength? In that case, how about a sleeping bag? A sleeping bag? I found such an item in a mail order catalog before. A sleeping bag is a bag-shaped bedding. The catalog said things like, fluffy and soft. It's as comfortable as if you were floating in the air. Exceptional heat retention guarantees your comfortable sleep. It's okay to lie down horizontally or vertically. Perfect for mountain camping or emergency use. There was also a photo. It showed a person sleeping comfortably inside a sleeping bag set up on a mountain slope. The height was such that you could see clouds below their feet. A sleeping bag seems to be an item that allows you to sleep comfortably and safely even in such a state. I see. Such an item exists. Rookie nodded, apparently convinced. In that case, it takes up little space. You can lie on the ground without losing body heat. If it can be used vertically, you could even lean against a rock wall to sleep. Since it has comfort as if floating in the air, hanging it from a rock wall might also be good. That's not a bad idea. To prevent falling while sleeping, how about fixing it with a chain lock? A chain lock, huh? That's the chain that digs into rocky surfaces, right? Exactly. If you stretch, chain locks horizontally like a clothesline and hang several sleeping bags on them. Everyone can sleep together. If something happens, you can respond orderly. Good. Also, the sleeping bags will be made from dark magic woven cloth. They will react to the faint magical power of the wearer while sleeping. If they blend into the darkness, stealth operations are also possible. Understood. The remaining problem would be the clothing worn while sleeping. I will provide cosplay pajamas. They are very comfortable to wear. Very well. Then, I command you, Alchemist Thorkanen. Rookie rose from the throne and declared, prepare a number of sleeping bags and cosplay pajamas for the soldiers. Afterward, teach Rizinga's subordinates how to use those items. Understood. Understood, Your Majesty, Demon Lord. And so, I began preparing the items. A few nights later, near the border of the Demon Lord's territory. Hey, haven't we entered the Demon Lord's territory by now? In the darkness, one of the warriors muttered. They were a unit of a dozen or so men. They had originally been subordinates of Count Gerua, the border lord. The count had been demoted, and as a result, a factional struggle broke out among the soldiers. It was between the soldiers favored by the border lord and those who sided more with the common people. With the border lord gone, the former's position worsened. Especially the soldiers who had arrogantly used the border lord's authority to boss others around could no longer stay in the town. So they wandered near towns and villages, living by stealing crops. They had come deep into the border because the forests near the Demon Lord's territory were rich. Especially recently, they had heard that an orchard had been established near the Rocky Mountains. The surrounding cliffs were sheer and made it hard to be seen. Having gotten that information, they decided to steal the crops. But, we should go back after all. It'll be bad if we get spotted by demi-humans or demons. Nah, I think we can manage one more time, right? They whispered among themselves. The Demon Lord's territory is inhabited by demons and demi-humans. They are powerful races, but probably not as clever as humans. They shouldn't be able to react immediately. If they move, we'll just move away. Besides, the rumors about demons and demi-humans being strong are just hearsay, right? The war between humans and the Demon Lord ended 200 years ago. We probably don't have to be so scared anymore, do we? The warriors laughed quietly in the dark. Feeling emboldened, they stepped forward, deeper into the forest, towards the direction of the orchard maintained by the Demon Lord's territory. The Demon Lord's men must realize they can't win against the Dalgaria Empire, which values military power. The warrior who seemed to be the captain laughed. The demons lost to humans. They no longer have the resolve to fight humans. Muttering this, they proceeded further into the forest. Just as they were about to step into the orchard, they suddenly stopped. They saw the rock wall. A jet-black, sky-piercing rock wall. And there was something there. What they first saw was a tiger with pure white fur. Its head was probably a size larger than a human's. On its forehead was a bright red stripe. But it had no body. Below its neck, there was only pure black darkness. Only the tiger's pure white head faintly emerged from the night's darkness. Next to it was a wolf's head. Its eyes were closed, bowed down silently. Next to that was a huge lizard, a cat, a dog, a sheep, and a goat. All of them were only heads. Eep! The warriors let out screams. Their bodies started trembling violently. Are these beast heads lined up? Why? Is this from the Demon Lord's men? Did they hunt beasts and leave only their heads to be seen by us? Then the warriors realized. This is a warning. The Demon Lord's men had known they would come here. That was why they lined up the severed heads of beasts in this place. As a warning to these desperate warriors. Next time, it will be your turn to end up like this. That was the message. Eek! The warriors screamed in terror. They had underestimated it. They had disrespected the Demon Lord's territory. They never imagined they would go this far. The warriors fled at full speed. Their legs tangled. They fell many times, scraping their faces on the ground. They didn't even notice their weapons slipping from their trembling hands. All they could think about was getting away from here. But, rustle, 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 rustle. Hearing the sound, the warriors turned around. Gay! In front of their eyes, animal eyes were opening. They moved sharply, locking onto the warriors. Maybe it was an illusion created by darkness and fear. Before I knew it, the torsos of animals had appeared from the darkness. Tigers, wolves, lizards, cats, dogs, sheep, goats. They were slowly starting to move, as if just waking up. They stood up on two legs with a sway. They moved their heads and caught sight of the warriors. Then, they started running in a sprinter's form, like a short-distance runner, straight toward the warriors. Gaia, the panicked warriors fled, tumbling as they ran away. Amid their screams echoing, the chase continued. Don't come. Please don't come any closer. Please forgive me. I will never enter the Demon Lord's territory again. Eek. Help. And mother. The fleeing and captured warriors could only plead for mercy. A few days later, I see. When sleeping in these black sleeping bags hung in the dark, they look like severed heads. That was a blind spot. The dark magic cloth sleeping bags literally blend into the darkness. Moreover, since the soldiers were disguised as animals in transformation pajamas, no one realized they were alive and breathing. They misunderstood and thought those were rows of severed animal heads as a warning to intruders. That was a blind spot. Even as an alchemist, it was unexpected. Of course, the soldiers of the Demon Lord's territory caught the intruders. However, they were in complete panic and couldn't even speak properly. They must have seen something truly terrifying, General Rizinga had said. However, it seems the comfort of the sleeping bags was excellent. That's good. We put a lot of effort into making them. Comfortable sleeping bag, rarity. Element: earth, water, fire, wind, darkness. A luxurious and comfortable sleeping bag made by layering 5 layers of magic cloth. The earth magic cloth is durable and blade resistant. Even when laid on rocky ground, the person inside does not feel bumps. The water magic cloth fits the body and realizes a comfortable sleeping experience. The fire magic cloth has high heat retention, maintaining body temperature even in blizzards. The wind magic cloth releases sweat from inside, keeping it always dry. The outermost layer of dark magic cloth changes color to blend into the darkness due to the faint magical power emitted while sleeping, preventing the sleeping bag from being found at night. A wonderful sleeping bag usable vertically or horizontally. Because it requires a large amount of magic cloth, the cost is high. Physical destruction resistance can block claws of magical beasts. Durability: 3 years. Note: when washing, turn it inside out. I also tried using it. It was really comfortable. For a Hero World item, it's a bit underwhelming though. I recalled the catalog contents. Since the pictured use was in snowy mountains, the sleeping bag likely has functions for survival in cold, thin air environments. Perhaps it also has functions to make the surrounding environment comfortable or even enable fast travel wrapped inside it down to the mountain base. I wanted to test those functions too, but since this time was urgent, we prioritized simple performance and quantity. I see, but even as it is, I think it's good enough. Rookie said that with a nod. However, when used outside, blending too much into the darkness is troublesome. It's also problematic if someone who sees the sleeping soldiers is startled by severed heads. That's true. I was glad to receive such feedback. Knowing the flaws means I can improve them. This time's problem was simple. Make sure the sleeping bag does not blend into the darkness. For that, then, let's add the same effect as the transformation pajamas to the sleeping bag. What do you mean? Make it an animal-like sleeping bag. So if you sleep inside, you take on the form of an animal? Precisely, only the sleeping bag takes the shape of an animal. Let's try it. I tried it. Tithor-sama is being eaten by a bear. Please stay with us. The wound is shallow. Tour. Wah. It was a failure. Was it necessary to make such a realistic bear? Making the sleeping bag's entrance the bear's mouth was also a mistake. So, I ended up having to improve the sleeping bag again. It seemed it would still take a long time before the sleeping bags would be officially adopted by the Demon Lord's territory soldiers. Chapter 116. Just Another Ice Sky Lover. After finishing the meeting with Archduke Karen, Agnes and I returned to the forest near the border area. Mabel was waiting for us in the forest. General Rizinga and his subordinate soldiers were with her as well. We were waiting for your return, Thor-sama. I'm back, Mabel. Seeing Mabel's face made me feel like I had come back home. It really seems like the Demon Lord territory has already become my home. But I can't afford to relax. There is something I have to tell Mabel. Mabel, can I have a moment? I whispered in Mabel's ear. I have something important to talk about. Mabel looked at me with a face that seemed to sense something. Then, with a gentle expression, she shook her head and said, I appreciate your feelings. However, I think you should first report back to Her Majesty the Demon Lord. That's what she said. Mabel can be sharp sometimes. She might have guessed what I was about to talk about. Besides, what Mabel said is correct. Agnes and I met with Archduke Karen as official envoys from the Demon Lord territory. We should first report back. In other words, make a formal report. To Demon Lord Rookie and Chancellor Kelv. Sorry, Mabel, I was rushing a bit. No, I understand that Thor-sama is thinking of me. After reporting to Her Majesty the Demon Lord and Chancellor Kelv, could you spare me some time? My time belongs to Thor-sama, you know? Mabel said that and smiled. Then we left the forest and returned to the Rizinga territory. The general went to report our return to Demon Lord Rookie and Chancellor Kelv, and Agnes went to her room. With Mabel's help, I got ready in my room. Then, about 10 minutes later, a servant from the mansion informed me, the audience is ready. I was about to play the voice recorder in front of Demon Lord Rookie and Chancellor Kelv, and the playback of the voice recorder finished. This is everything we heard in the town of Nosa. Silence continued for a while. Demon Lord-style Rookie sighed, and Chancellor Kelv pressed his forehead thoughtfully. After a while, to think that such things happened in the former empire. Rookie muttered softly, I do not understand the affairs of the human world. In the era of the first Demon Lord, there were 3 countries involved in the founding of the empire, and 2 of them desired to be annexed themselves and vanished into history. To unify the human world, yes. Chancellor Kelv continued Rookie's words. For that reason, the rulers of those 2 countries, the Kingdom of Tillich and the Duchy of Mishra, abandoned their positions and made their homeland a part of the Dalgaria Empire, did they? That's no small thing. As Chancellor of the Demon Lord territory, I express my respect. I too consider their resolve worthy of respect. Rookie turned her gaze to the south, the direction of the empire, looking into the distance, and said, Thus humans united to resist the Demon Lord's army. However, after the humans' victory, internal conflict broke out, and the Marquis of Mishra, who used the hero summoning technique, and the Marquis of Tillich, who was a beast tamer, both perished, Honestly, I have mixed feelings. Rookie and Chancellor Kelv sighed quietly. It seems Archduke Karen's story was unexpected even for them. I somewhat understand how they feel. The Demon Lord territory carries the slogan, Don't underestimate humans, and learn from humans. That's because they believe humans are both a threat to demons and demi-humans, and also respectable rivals. But the human empire repeated internal conflicts and even lost their own trump cards. It's no wonder Rookie and Kelv were stunned. But now, there is something even more important. Your Majesty the Demon Lord. Chancellor, I have a request. At the moment the conversation paused, I spoke. Addressing Demon Lord Rookie, who sat on a slightly elevated chair, and Chancellor Kelv sitting beside her, I said, First, may I be allowed to express my opinion? You may. I obey your Majesty's wishes. Thor-sama surely has something to say. Please go ahead. Rookie agreed easily, and Chancellor Kelv nodded slowly. What is most important to me now is Mabel and her grandmother. I took a deep breath and said, I am interested as an alchemist in the circumstances of the founding of the Dalgaria Empire, the internal conflicts, the hero summoning, and the beast tamers, but right now, I don't care about those things. First, please allow me to talk about Mabel. That is so. Thor-sama is putting hero summoning and beast tamer aside. Rookie nodded, and Kelv's eyes widened. I continued while looking at both of them. Chancellor, are you aware of the situation regarding Mabel's grandmother? Of course I am. Then, Your Majesty and Chancellor, I will share my speculation about Mabel's grandmother. When I said that, Rookie clenched her fist on the throne. Kelv's expression was tense. They had already heard the contents of the voice recorder. They probably already knew what I was thinking. Mabel's grandmother might be a survivor of the Mishra Marquis family. I said, Mabel is her descendant, so she might also carry the blood of the Mishra Marquis family. But the important thing isn't the bloodline itself. What matters is how we keep that secret and protect Mabel's life. That's what I think. Mabel's grandmother came to the Demon Lord territory around the same time as the Tillich Civil War took place. She was accompanied by 2 human men. They risked their lives to protect Mabel's grandmother. They were worried about her until they were wounded and breathed their last. The people of the Demon Lord territory seemed to think those 2 were her family, but perhaps they were actually servants of the Mishra Marquis family. If that's the case, it makes sense why they protected Mabel's grandmother with their lives. And the Water Spirit Stone pendant that Mabel has inherited through generations is a treasured heirloom of the Mishra Marquis family. In other words, there is an extremely high possibility that Mabel's grandmother was a survivor of the Mishra Marquis family, and Mabel is her descendant. Of course, this is just speculation. But even so, that's fine. What's important is protecting Mabel. It's about making her happy in the Demon Lord territory. There is no conclusive proof that Mabel is a descendant of the Mishra Marquis family. I continued my explanation. However, the water spirit stone pendant, a treasure of the Mishra Marquis family, is also a key item for the hero summoning. If the Empire finds out about its existence, they will probably want it, no doubt. Rookie, in her Demon King style, nodded in understanding. The Empire is looking for a trump card, like a hero. If they learn about Mabel's situation, they will want the water spirit stone pendant, and possibly Mabel herself. Yes, that's why I intend to think of every possible way to protect Mabel with all my strength. I won't let anyone lay a hand on Mabel. I won't let her suffer the same fate I once did. To the Empire, everything is just a tool. Because I have no combat skills, I was a tool hostage to the Demon Lord territory. Princess Sophia, who is physically weak, was sent to the border area also as a tool to control the Demon Lord territory, or so I believe. The Empire is that kind of country. My grandfather, Void Regus, was the same. Although he was a sword saint, he was sent south to avoid involvement in the Tillich Civil War. At an unnaturally convenient timing, as if they knew in advance that the Civil War would break out. That kind of thing is commonplace in the Empire. What matters to that country is power and strength, not people. So, I don't want Mabel to go through the same feelings I had. I don't want to hand her over to the Empire. I won't let her be treated like a tool, as I was. Mabel's grandmother was driven out of the country, and her granddaughter, Mabel, being exploited by the Empire, is the worst-case scenario. So I will do everything in my power to protect Mabel. That's what I wanted to tell you. Thor, with all your might, huh? Yes, using all of my Creation Alchemy skill. What will happen then? I don't know, but I don't intend to do anything too flashy. Chancellor, do you agree? I looked at Chancellor Kelv. Kelv was holding his head, as if hesitating about something. He stared at me, the wall, and the pillar. It's understandable to be disturbed. The information brought by Archduke Karen is too serious. As one of the chancellors who conveys oral traditions and history of heroes, he probably has his own thoughts. Thor-sama. Kelv covered his face with both hands, and through the gaps between his fingers, looked at me. Thor-sama, what means do you intend to use to protect Mabel? I'm thinking of putting a cover on the water spirit stone pendant to obstruct appraisal. A cover. Specifically, a metallic cover so the stone inside cannot be seen. The metal will be imbued with a function to obstruct appraisal. If we can hide the existence of the water spirit stone, it will reduce the chances of Mabel being targeted. I see. That's reassuring. Also, I want to add a beam. I want the pendant to emit a beam if someone hostile touches it. A B-beam? What is a beam? It's a heat ray or destructive ray from the hero world. Heat ray? Destructive ray? It's a beam that can melt iron and cut through rocks. I want to give the pendants cover the ability to fire that. That way, it will be easier to protect Mabel. Is a beam something that can be handled safely? And no, how do you even plan to make that? I'll think about that later. Kelv has frozen. His eyes are wide open, gripping the armrest of his chair, as if he has been petrified. Don't try to rush things too much, Thor. Suddenly, the demon Lord Rookie muttered. Moreover, you do not need to bear everything alone. I also wish to protect Mabel. Rookie-sama. I want to protect Mabel as a friend. Also, as a king, I have the duty to protect my people. I will never allow the Empire to lay a hand on her. Politically speaking as well, I cannot let Mabel be handed over to the Empire. Rookie spoke in a bitter tone. Hearing her words, I felt a little relieved. Rookie is Mabel's childhood friend. She values Mabel about as much as I do. Besides, as the Demon Lord, she surely does not want to hand Mabel over to the Empire. Mabel's water spirit stone pendant is the key item for the hero summoning ritual. If that falls into the hands of the Empire, there is a possibility that the hero summoning ceremony will be repeated. Of course, even if the hero summoning ceremony is performed, a hero will not appear. However, there was also the recent Catalyst hero summoning. If that combines with the official hero summoning, a new summoning might occur. A third kind of existence, neither a hero nor a new type of magical beast, might appear. To prevent that, we must protect Mabel. Rookie's mention of political meaning is probably referring to that. Therefore, I also intend to consider ways to protect Mabel. Thank you very much, Your Majesty. It is strange for you to be thanking me, Thor. Rookie said in a troubled tone. You and I are the same. We are each doing everything we can to protect what is precious to us. Even so, thank you very much, Your Majesty. I see. Yes. Rookie and I made eye contact and nodded. I will definitely repay this kindness, Your Majesty. I told you it's unnecessary. This is my duty as your majesty's direct alchemist. I see. Then I will accept it. But it will be after this matter settles down. Understood. So, about telling Mabel this story. I intend to speak with her. I am the one who has heard this story. I was also the one to be told by Archduke Karen because I am close to Princess Sophia. Therefore, it is my role to convey to Mabel the circumstances concerning her grandmother. I have already told Mabel I have something to talk about. Knowing her, I think she has an idea of the gist. I see. Rookie nodded and handed over a voice recorder. I knelt before her and took it. I will return it once the conversation is finished. Good. You will report back afterward, yes. I understand. Then go. Mabel is waiting. Rookie said. I returned her formal noble's courtesy. Political matters can be entrusted to Luki. Physically and mentally, protecting her is my role. With such thoughts, I headed toward Mabel. From Rookie's point of view. Kelv, do you remember what you proposed before? In the hall after Thor had left, Rookie murmured softly. When Thor first came to the Demon Lord territory, you made a proposal to me, didn't you? Why yes. Chancellor Kelv, who had been stiff, shook his head and lifted his face. Then he knelt before Demon Lord Rookie and said, I apologize, Your Majesty. I was unconscious. That is understandable. I do not blame you. Rookie smiled bitterly. The information Thor brought back was significant. It was natural for Chancellor Kelv to be stunned. The circumstances of the Dalgaria Empire's founding 200 years ago, the lost Marquis Mishra family and the Marquis Tillich family, the civil war that occurred over 40 years ago, and the identity of Mabel's grandmother. All this information flooded in at once. It's no wonder they were unsettled. Even Rookie herself was disturbed. She even considered voicing again a proposal she had previously rejected. I will ask again. Do you remember what you proposed before? When you say, when Thor first came to the Demon Lord territory. Chancellor Kelv widened his eyes and looked at Rookie. Could it be the proposal to arrange a political marriage between Thor and Mabel? That is correct. This was after Thor created the foot bath. Kelv, surprised by the power of Thor's items, proposed marrying Thor to Mabel. The goal was to bind Thor to the Demon Lord territory, to hold Mabel, his wife, and any children they might have as hostages. It was uncharacteristic of Kelv. Of course, Rookie rejected it. The Demon Lord territory does not take hostages of subordinates' wives and children. Please forget that proposal. At the time, I could not fully trust Thor. Chancellor Kelv tapped his forehead. I now know that Thor is an ally of the Demon Lord territory and someone trustworthy. Of course, even now, I think he is a terrifying and surprising alchemist. I see. Rookie, in Demon Lord form, gripped the armrest of her chair, holding her breath to suppress something, then sighed deeply. But I think I will adopt your proposal from that time. She conveyed that. No, it is not your fault. As Demon Lord, I intend to marry Thor and Mabel by my own will. Please wait, Your Majesty. Chancellor Kelv shouted in alarm. There is no need for that. I told you. Thor is an ally of the Demon Lord territory and someone worthy of trust. So why, now, propose marriage with Mabel? Thor needs no hostages. No, this is a measure to protect Mabel. Rookie said. Chancellor Kelv gasped. He is also a chancellor responsible for the Empire's politics. He must have understood Rookie's meaning. Nodding to him, Rookie said in a firm voice. Thor is an ally of the Demon Lord territory. Princess Sophia and Princess Liana of the Empire and Archduke Karen also know this. They know Thor is a terrifying alchemist and the creator of items that can fell magical beasts with a single blow. Why yes, if Thor becomes Mabel's husband, no one will dare harm her. Rookie's words echoed throughout the hall. It was a voice devoid of emotion, as if the system known as the Demon Lord was speaking words that were different from the heart. I ask you, Kelv, do you think there is anyone who would dare lay a hand on the wife of the alchemist Thor? I do not. Judging by Thor Sama's earlier outburst, one can easily understand the fear of making an enemy out of him. Exactly. A beam will come flying, after all. Indeed. And if the two marry, then everyone will come to know that Thor has become Mabel's protector. They'll also understand the danger of laying a hand on her. Rookie continued. If you make an enemy of the alchemist Thor, a cleaning robot will chase you to the ends of the earth. An ultra-long-range spell will shoot from a laser pointer. In the end, you'll be hit by a beam and blown away by a pseudo-meteor. For the risk of obtaining the Water Spirit Stone pendant, it's simply not worth it, is it? As you say, this is the reason Thor and Mabel must marry. Having said what needed to be said, Demon Lord Rookie let out a long sigh. If no one dares touch Mabel, the risk of information leakage decreases. And even if the information comes to light, she can be protected. That is the purpose of this marriage. I understand your reasoning. After hearing the explanation, Chancellor Kelv thought for a moment, then said, But Your Majesty, if the goal is solely to protect Mabel, would it not suffice to place her directly under your command? Yes, I considered that. If Mabel became a maid directly under Your Majesty, it would be an official declaration that she is a favorite of the crown. I believe this would suffice to protect her. However, such a sudden reassignment would arouse suspicion among the people, would it not? Everyone in the castle knows that Mabel is Your Majesty's childhood friend. Even so, to give her an official promotion, a suitable reason is necessary. Rookie averted her gaze from Chancellor Kelv. Then it would be more natural to have her marry Thor and promote her as part of the celebration. Thor is my direct subordinate as an alchemist. For a lord to celebrate such a marriage by granting a reward to the wife, it is not inappropriate. Only Thor, Rookie, and Kelv know of Mabel's connection to the Empire's house of Marquis Mishra. But everyone knows that Mabel's grandmother was of the Empire. So if Mabel were promoted right after Thor's meeting with the Archduke, though the chance is slim, there might be those who suspect a connection. You never know where information might leak from. It's better to be cautious. If Thor and Mabel were to marry, that alone would seem like a natural development, would it not? Indeed, everyone knows how close they are. That's right. Then how about this scenario? Words as a king flowed naturally from her lips. Rookie didn't notice how often she had been pressing at the corner of her mask. Her back was straight, and her words were firm. But the hand gripping the armrest was trembling slightly. Now that the magical beast summoning incident has been settled, I will offer Thor a reward. In response, Thor will say, Please grant me permission to marry Mabel. I will accept. Such a scenario would seem perfectly natural, would it not? While hiding her expression behind a mask, Rookie took a long moment and showed a smile at her lips. What do you think, Kelv? As the one who proposed this in the first place. Yes, Your Majesty. Chancellor Kelv, still kneeling before Rookie, bowed his head. Then, Your Majesty, I must oppose your proposal. The Demon King's Chancellor Kelv declared clearly and firmly. It wasn't a loud voice. But Rookie shuddered as if struck and stared at Kelv. What? Oppose, you say? With all due respect, Your Majesty's proposal is an inferior plan. Unaware of her shock, Kelv continued his words dispassionately. To marry Thor Sama and Mabel at this time is impossible. It cannot be done. To be frank, it's hard to believe this idea came from Your Majesty. I think this is something that must not be done. What are you saying? Bang! Rookie slammed the armrest. What nonsense, Kelv. Was this not your suggestion in the first place? I am aware. Then why oppose it? Do you not think this plan is effective in protecting Mabel? Your Majesty, have you not forgotten something important? Something important? Rookie reflexively clutched her chest. And then, she realized how violently her heart was pounding. She had been pretending not to notice. Ever since she came up with the idea of marrying Thor and Mabel. She remembered when Kelv had brought up the same idea before. At that time, she opposed it. Not just because she hated the idea of using someone as a hostage. If Thor and Mabel were to marry, the shape of their tea gatherings, the three of them, including Rookie, would change. The thought had made her feel very lonely. That's why, when the marriage plan was abandoned, she felt relieved. Looking back, that might have been the first moment Rookie realized her true feelings. Of course, Rookie is the Demon Lord. She is accustomed to hiding her emotions. She can even hide them from herself. On top of that, Rookie wears a mask and robe that grant perception inhibition. No one should be able to read her feelings from her face or expression. Perhaps, I underestimated Kelv. Rookie had made up her mind. No matter what words were spoken, she would not run away. She would accept them, even if those words laid bare the heart of a maiden. To be honest, I was surprised that you would try to marry Thor Sama and Mabel at this timing. It hardly seems like something Her Majesty would say. Chancellor Kelv spoke while staring straight at Rookie, and the words thrown at Rookie were, Your Majesty also confirmed it with the voice recorder, did you not? That Princess Sophia of the Empire is prepared to become Thor Sama's concubine, someone she said she trusts. To marry Mabel to Thor Sama right after such a proposal, it is simply not possible. There was silence for a while. Rookie widened her eyes and forgot to breathe as she stared at Chancellor Kelv in front of her. Several seconds later, the words that came out were, I understand that you're upset about Mabel's origin. However, to forget about Princess Sophia, with whom we have friendly relations, in your effort to protect Mabel. That is not like your majesty. Facing the dumbfounded rookie, Chancellor Kelv continued his explanation. The person Princess Sophia referred to as the one Her Majesty trusts, and whom I also trust, was Thor. Thor himself likely understands this as well. Princess Sophia had stated that she does not insist on being the official wife. This is likely out of consideration for Thor's position. If the official wife, the lawful spouse, were a princess of the Empire, there could be people among the Demon Lord's subjects who would mistakenly believe Thor to be someone aligned with the Empire. In other words, Princess Sophia could only be made a concubine. In that situation, it would be unacceptable to make Mabel the official wife. Because, if Mabel becomes the official wife, the Demon Lord's domain will be seen as considering Princess Sophia to be of lower status than Mabel. At the very least, that's the message we would be sending to the Empire, Your Majesty. Rookie instinctively covered her mouth. Kelv continued further. Making Mabel a concubine is also ill-timed. Considering our friendly relations with Princess Sophia and Archduke Karen, it would be best to wait a little longer. That is why I opposed it. Why, yes, you're right. What you say makes sense, Kelv. With a slump, Rookie collapsed into her chair. It was an unthinkable oversight. Normally, she would have noticed. She had overlooked it, because she was shaken by Mabel's origin. No, that's not quite right. She had come up with the idea of marrying Mabel to Thor in order to protect Mabel. She thought that, as the Demon Lord, she had to ignore her personal feelings. That's why, unconsciously, she had turned her eyes away from any information that might obstruct Thor and Mabel's marriage. Because of that, she could no longer tell whether her reasons for denying the marriage were logical or emotional. Just as Chancellor Kelv had said, with Princess Sophia saying she wants to become Thor's concubine, it would be impossible to make Mabel the official wife while ignoring Sophia. It was something she should have realized with a little thought. What a foolish mistake I've made. And no, it wasn't that bad, Your Majesty. Perhaps my wording was a bit harsh. I apologize. No, I thank you for your frank counsel, Kelv. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chancellor Kelv bowed deeply. I, Kelv, am proud to serve a ruler who accepts honest advice. And I am grateful to you, Kelv. Without your words, I would have made a terrible mistake. That's serious? Yes. In any case, it seems difficult to have Thor and Mabel marry. After taking a deep breath, Demon Lord spoke. Mabel cannot be Thor's official wife. And we must also consider our diplomatic relations with Princess Sophia. That being the case, an engagement would be the safest route. I believe that's a wise decision. I see. An engagement will deepen the bond between Thor-sama and Mabel. That in itself will help protect Mabel. Furthermore, Princess Sophia's reaction to the engagement will allow us to gauge how serious she truly is. Indeed, in response to Princess Sophia's proposal, let's say the Demon Lord's domain is balancing the situation by making Mabel Thor's fiancée. It will show our intention not to hand Thor-sama over to the Empire, while maintaining friendly ties with Princess Sophia. A sound strategy, I believe. Then I shall speak to Thor and Mabel later. Saying this, Demon Lord Rookie leaned back in her chair. She felt incredibly tired, worried about Mabel, thinking about Thor's feelings, getting ahead of myself, and running in circles. In the end, things settled in a safe, unremarkable way. I wasted energy worrying and became mentally exhausted. That made me laugh at myself. It was amusing and strangely comforting. Somehow, it was a peculiar feeling. The plan is decided then. Rookie straightened her posture and told Chancellor Kelv. It would be best to speak with Thor and Mabel tomorrow. Mabel will need time to calm her feelings as well. Understood. I will inform Thor of that. Thank you. Also, regarding Mabel's grandmother, it will remain top secret. Only Her Majesty, myself, Thor, Mabel, and we should tell Rizinga and Agnes, I suppose. That should be the limit. To avoid any information leaks, that would be best. In reality, no one knows what impact the matter of Mabel's birth will have going forward. What Rookie hopes for is that nothing happens, that this simply becomes the occasion for Thor and Mabel to become engaged. That alone would be enough. The secret Imperial information will not be used as a weapon by the Demon Lord's territory. At least, not during Rookie's time. During my time, huh? Did Your Majesty say something? No, just talking to myself. You needn't worry. You seem tired. Then I will take my leave. Chancellor Kelv bowed and exited. When he reached the door, he sighed softly and said, But, This will make Thor Sama an even more important figure in the Demon Lord's territory. That's true. The surprising and astonishing alchemist. Directly under the Demon Lord. The one who is planned to be Princess Sophia's consort. The one who will become fiancé to Mabel, who may carry the blood of the lost Marquis of Mishra family. Thor's titles keep piling up. Though he appears to be interested only in alchemy and craftsmanship, he is the type to fiercely protect those important to him. He has a passion so strong he is willing to put his entire being into using his power for that purpose. Thor Kanan truly is a troublesome person. There is no one as unpredictable as him. Really, truly that one. Moreover, the woman who will become his concubine is Princess Sophia of the Empire and Mabel, a descendant of the Lost Duchy. What will happen from now on? I have no idea who will become his lawful wife. Oh yeah. Well then, I will take my leave. Click. Chancellor Kelv left the hall. Behind him, the Demon Lord Rookie was left staring blankly. Thor's lawful wife, huh? For Kelv, it was probably just a meaningless phrase. But in Rookie's mind, those words began to spin around. Princess Sophia of the Empire wishes to become Thor's concubine. Thor was once a noble of the Empire. He is not necessarily limited to one wife. So, it is no problem for him to become engaged to Mabel as another concubine. Then, the lawful wife. Of course, she must be someone of higher status than Princess Sophia. To satisfy the people who admire Princess Sophia and the Omawarison unit, that cannot be compromised. However, she must be someone from the Demon Lord's territory. That makes sense. They cannot afford to lose Thor to another country. Someone from the Demon Lord's territory with a status higher than the Empire's princess. Who would that be? Rookie's face flushed bright red. Her face felt hot. So hot she could no longer wear her mask. What did I just imagine? Why now of all times? She instinctively removed her mask and covered her face with both hands. She listened for any sign of people. It was okay. She had ensured no one would be near. No one should approach this hall. Calm down. This is not the time for that. Absolutely not. Taking a deep breath, waiting for her pounding heart to calm down. But in the end, it did not. So she gave up and stood up. She put her mask back on and started walking toward her private chambers. What she must do is decided. Wait until Thor and Mabel finish their conversation. Tomorrow, after they have calmed down, she will talk to them about Thor and Mabel's engagement. Until then, I have to spend an entire day like this. Rookie, the Demon Lord, pressed her hands to her chest. Her heartbeat quickened. She wanted to see Thor, but that would have to wait until tomorrow. For now, she must endure, because she is the Demon Lord. Telling herself that, Demon Lord Rookie headed for her private chambers. Chapter 117. Just another Ice Sky lover. This time, it seems Thor has taken an interest in a game from the hero's world. Ahem, Mabel. What is it, Thor Sama? Actually, I tried recreating a game from the hero's world that I saw in the mail order catalog. A game? Yeah. It's called Reversi, and it uses stones with one white side and one black side. Reversi, a classic game that everyone knows, now in your home. Reversi is a game where you choose either white or black and compete against each other. If you sandwich your opponent's stone, you flip it and turn it into your own color. The winner is the one who dyes more of the board in their color. Just when you think you've won, an incredible comeback. The ever-shifting battle between black and white will have everyone on edge. The rules are simple, yet the outcome is unpredictable. Enjoy this magical and simple game with surprising endings. This is a game where you take turns placing stones, and you change the sandwiched ones to your own color. In the end, the one with the most of their color wins, right? That's right. I nodded. So, Mabel, here's a question. Do you think this is just a game? Not at all. We're on the same page. Because it's an item from the hero's world. If it's an item from the hero's world, then of course it can't be ordinary. The heroes once summoned from another world wielded overwhelming power and changed the world. There's no way that items from their world are just simple games. I think there's meaning behind the colors used in the game. I picked up one of the stones I made for Reversi. They were disc-shaped, painted white on one side and black on the other. If it was just for playing, there wouldn't be a need to stick to black and white. Red and blue, green and yellow would have worked just as well. But the hero chose white and black. Why is that? Maybe because the paint was cheaper, or because it was easier to distinguish. Do you really believe that? No. Mabel smiled and shook her head. I can't imagine the people of the hero's world choosing colors for such simple reasons. The hint lies in this. The hero was human. He fought on the side with strong light magic. and some of them used magic that produced pure white light, like ultimate vivid light. So, white represents light. Yeah, and if black represents darkness, then this, reversi, might symbolize the never-ending power struggle between light and darkness. When white dominates, the realm of light expands. When black dominates, the realm of darkness grows. In other words, the board represents the world. The white and black stones can be seen as representations of their respective forces. Ultimately, light or darkness, whichever is stronger, becomes the victor. In that sense, this is like a proxy war between light and dark, conducted by the hero. And when the game ends, perhaps this reversi completes a magical ritual. I pulled the reversi board out of my ultra-compact portable storage and placed it on the table. It was made of metal with a green-painted surface. Black lines were drawn to form an 8x8 grid. This is the battlefield of reversi. The mail-order catalog also says, a simple game with surprising outcomes. So maybe the hero used this to perform a magical ritual by clashing light and dark magic on the board. That's plausible. The hero was obsessed with strength, after all. There were even people who referred to battles with magical beasts as games. Then it wouldn't be strange if a game, like reversi, was actually a magical ritual, or even a battle. Indeed. Right. Mabel and I nodded to each other. The issue is how we can discover the magical ritual. It might have been common knowledge to the heroes, but not here in our world. Besides, we're just a human and an elf. We can't draw out the immense magical power that a hero from another world could. I mean, the mail-order catalog could have at least included instructions for the ritual. Without them, we have no choice but to figure it out ourselves. Thanks to that, we're stuck in a cycle of trial and error, experimenting one by one to see what triggers the magic. It's a real hassle. Seriously, give me a break. You seem to be enjoying yourself, Thor-sama. Not at all, really. Is that so? Anyway, will you help me with the experiment? I pointed to the board on the table. This game board has light and dark magic stones embedded in it. The black and white stones also have shards of magic stones inside. As we play the game, I think we'll see all kinds of reactions. That sounds fun. I'd love to try. Yeah, let's fumble our way through and try to uncover the hero's magical ritual. We sat down facing each other across the board. As an initial setup, there were 2 white and 2 black stones placed on the board. This probably represents the beginning of the world. Equal numbers of black and white mean that light and darkness are in balance. We are about to break that balance and compete for dominance over the board. This is nerve-wracking. Well then, Mabel, try placing a stone. Why yes. Mabel reached into the bag and picked up a stone. She placed it with the white side facing up, flipping a black stone that was sandwiched between 2 white ones. And then, a soft glow. From the board, spheres of light floated up. There were 3 of them. Each was about the size of a human head. They attached themselves to Mabel's stomach, back, and thigh, continuing to emit light as they did. Is this light magic? That's right. This reversi is designed so that, depending on the number of stones, light and darkness spheres will appear. I placed a black stone on the board. With my finger, I flipped a white stone that was between 2 black stones. Then, one of the light spheres attached to Mabel disappeared, and this time, a black sphere rose from the board. 3 of them. Just like with Mabel, they attached themselves to my stomach, back, and thigh. That's darkness magic, isn't it? Yeah. As the number of black stones increases, the spheres of darkness come out to surround the player. Light and darkness are basic forms of magic. With magic stones and a simple mechanism, they can be activated. This reversi is designed so that light and darkness are produced according to the number of stones. The board is 8 times 8, so up to 64 stones. The stronger each side becomes, the stronger the light and darkness grow. White, the faction of light, will be enveloped in numerous spheres of light as the game progresses. Black, the faction of darkness, will be enveloped in spheres of darkness. As each player becomes one with light or darkness, I thought maybe that would complete some kind of magical ritual while I was making it. So I tried to make it a reality. Of course, if the light or darkness were to completely engulf the whole body, you wouldn't be able to see the board, so the spheres only go up to around the clavicle. This way, you can see the balance of light and darkness at a glance, right? Indeed, you're right. Click, Mabel placed a white stone. Spheres of light flew out and clung to her body. When it's like this, it feels like I'm summoning light myself. Maybe this is what it feels like to be a warrior of light and darkness. I placed a black stone and flipped over one of Mabel's white stones. Mabel's light vanished, and once again, the forces of darkness grew stronger. This is pretty interesting. By being enveloped in light or darkness, each player can fully take on the role of the light faction or dark faction, right? Mabel murmured quietly, holding a stone in her hand. The purpose of Reversi is to simulate the battle between light and darkness, isn't it? As expected of you, Mabel. Sharp as always. It's because it's you, Thor-sama. Besides, when I'm wrapped in this light magic like this, I really feel like I've become a part of the light. Yeah, and when I'm wrapped in darkness, I feel like I've become part of the darkness too. There are 5 spheres of darkness surrounding me. They cover from my right knee up to my waist. It certainly makes you feel like part of the dark faction, but there's one problem. A problem. When you're wrapped in light or darkness, your appearance, mine and Mabel's, gets hidden. Isn't that unavoidable? After all, this is a game where you become one with light or darkness and fight as one of the factions, right? Yeah, but that's not how heroes do it. I said, you know too, don't you, Mabel? That the heroes who were once summoned to this world used to fight while showing their true selves. Mabel widened her eyes. Looks like she understood what I was trying to say. The heroes from other worlds had extremely strong self-expression. Many of them loved flashy things. They wore gleaming polished metal armor, preferred sheathed weapons, and staves adorned with gems. Some even wore bikini armor. There were those who wore cloaks embroidered with gold and silver thread, shouting their victories from high places. That's how they bared themselves. But when playing this Reversi, you end up hiding yourself with light and darkness spheres, right? Yes, that's true. Doing that, hiding yourself, contradicts the hero's way of revealing oneself. As a magical ritual, something feels off. If only there were a way to resolve that contradiction. This is difficult, as expected of a game from a hero's world. Just like the mail order catalog said, simple rules but unpredictable outcomes. Deep strategy. It looks like I still have a lot of analyzing to do. For now, why don't we just keep going? Mabel clenched her fist with determination and said, there's no mistake in anything you create, Thor-sama. If we keep playing, I'm sure we'll discover some sort of hint. You're right. Let's continue then. Yes. And so, just as Mabel and I were about to continue playing Reversi, knock knock knock. It's Agnes. Thor-sama, may I come in? Along with the knocking came Agnes' voice. You can come in, Agnes. What's up? Excuse me then. The door opened, and a nervous-looking Agnes stepped in. She bowed deeply to me and said, my father told me to summon Thor-sama. He wants you to hear the Demon Lord's words together with him. Got it. I'll be right there. I stood up. Can't be helped if Rookie is calling for me. But what about the Reversi? Since it's an item meant for a magical ritual, stopping midway wouldn't be good. Which means, Agnes, do you have time right now? Why yes, I do. Then would you play this Reversi in my place? Reversi? Is it the thing related to those light and darkness spheres attached to you both? That's right. It's a game that simulates the struggle between the forces of light and darkness in the hero's world. Amazing. Agnes' eyes sparkled. Looks like she's interested. Mabel, can you explain the rules to her? You can continue as is, or start over if you like. Understood, Thor-sama. All right then, I'm off to the throne room. And with that, I headed to Demon Lord Rookie's side. Mabel and Agnes' perspective. Well then, shall we continue the game, Agnes-sama? The responsibility is heavy. Mabel and Agnes sat across from each other with the game board between them. The territory of white and black pieces was split evenly. The number of pieces was still in the single digits. The battle was still in its early stages. This is an important task entrusted to us by Thor-sama. We must uncover the secrets of the magical rituals of the heroic world at all costs. Agnes is also prepared to do whatever it takes. Before the next move, let me explain what Thor-sama said. Mabel began explaining the rules of Reversi to Agnes. As I mentioned, with every increase in one's territory, the number of light and darkness spheres also increases. As a result, players become either enveloped in light or swallowed in darkness. I see. I understand now. Agnes nodded with a serious expression. And since this game is a proxy war of light and darkness, there's a possibility that it involves a magical ritual. Thor-sama believes that, in the end, some kind of magic will be activated. That's amazing. However, Thor-sama also said, the problem is that when light and darkness increase, the player's appearances get obscured. Mabel touched one of the spheres of light clinging to her body. Already, the light was covering her from the stomach down to above her knees. By the time the game ended, the light would likely cover her up to just below her collarbone. As you can see, both of us have our thighs obscured. That's true. However, heroes are people who reveal themselves. Thor-sama thinks that this act of hiding contradicts the nature of a hero. Indeed, fighting while hidden doesn't feel very heroic. There might be a way to resolve that contradiction. Mabel said this as she picked up a reversey piece. It was disc-shaped, white on one side and black on the other. It appeared to contain a small amount of magical stone fused inside. That was likely what reacted with the board to activate the light and darkness magic. At this point, 8 spheres of light were already clinging to Mabel's body. The same applied to Agni's. From Mabel's perspective, Agni's midsection looked like it was melting into the darkness. From Agni's point of view, Mabel likely looked hidden within the light. How to reconcile this concealing effect with the hero's trait of revealing oneself? That was the challenge given to Mabel and Agni's. I'm always being helped by Thor-sama, so Mabel nodded seriously. As his attendant, I need to be of use from time to time. I, Mabel refrained, am ready to risk everything to uncover the secrets of reversey. Agni's feels the same. I'll do anything. Let's do our best, Agni-sama. Yes, I'll do my best too. Mabel and Agni's exchanged glances and nodded. Thor entrusted the magical item, reversey, to them because he believed in them. They had to live up to that expectation no matter what. With that thought, the two renewed their resolve. The issue is how to reconcile hiding in light or darkness with revealing oneself. A difficult problem. If only there was a way to reveal oneself while enveloped in light or darkness. Mabel, what is it, Agni-sama? The light surrounding your body, doesn't it resemble something? Resemble? That thing you told me about before? The fizzy bath. Ah, yes. The noble exclusive fizzy bath that Thor-sama created. That's it. That bath uses steam and mysterious light to conceal the body. So yes, they're quite similar. This game uses spheres of light and darkness to hide the body. So it's a matter of whether it's spheres of light and darkness or steam and mysterious light. But it's no surprise they're similar. The noble exclusive fizzy bath is also an item from the heroic world. Exactly. The noble exclusive fizzy bath hides exposed skin. Suddenly, Mabel and Agni's widened their eyes and looked at each other, revealing oneself. Reversey has a similar effect to the mysterious light from the fizzy bath. Those were the keywords they had arrived at. And from that point, the conclusion they reached made both of their faces flush bright red. Mabel instinctively held her cheek, and Agni's checked the response of her health enhancement pendant. Thump thump, thump thump. Their hearts beat faster. In no way, that can't be it, right? Why yes, it's just a game. There's no way it would go that far. If it were Lord Thor, he'd surely find a completely different answer. Of course, I'm sure our thinking is completely wrong. But it might be worth trying, maybe not. The two murmured, as if bracing themselves. And so they resumed the game, and took action toward the magical ritual. A dozen or so minutes later, from Thor's perspective. This way, Your Majesty. Please, come in. So this is the heroic world's game. Let me see it. I had returned to the room. Rookie in her Demon Lord outfit came with me. In the throne room, I was asked about the Rizinga territory. They wanted to hear my impression of what the general's land was like, from my perspective. The conversation ended quickly, and then shifted into small talk. After that, Rookie decided to come see Reversey. Mabel, Agni's. How's it going? Oh, looks like it's already the endgame. At the far end of the room, with a table between them, Mabel and Agni's faced each other. Both of them had serious expressions. As if their lives depended on it, they stared at the game board. You could tell the game was in its final stages because spheres of light and darkness surrounded the two of them. There were probably more than 30 each. They covered the two from below the collarbone to above the knees. Their bodies were almost completely hidden within light and darkness. Only from the collarbones up and knees down were visible. It looked as if their bodies were being swallowed by light and dark. Amazing. So this is what it looks like when the game reaches its final stage. Ooh, things seem to be heating up. Rookie muttered with interest. Looks like both Mabel and Agni's are struggling with their next move. They're completely serious. They haven't even noticed I'm here. It seems they're fully focused on the Reversey experiment. Please forgive them for not greeting you. It's fine. I'm the one who intruded during their experiment. As expected of Rookie. Such a generous heart. With this, Mabel and Agni's can continue the experiment without worry. This is troubling. What should I do from here? No, They don't look relieved at all. Both of them were blushing deeply, with sweat on their foreheads. What's going on? Your Majesty, the Demon Lord. Please forgive us for not greeting you. Mabel slowly turned toward us and bowed her head. I cannot stand up from this spot right now. I'm terribly sorry. Don't worry about it. If you're in the middle of testing a magic item, such things happen. Why, yes. Mabel murmured as she rubbed her feet together under the chair, fidgeting. Your Majesty. Thor Kanan-sama. Agnes, trembling, looked toward us. Please forgive my rudeness. I simply cannot move right now. I understand. So, how is the Reversey coming along? The Demon Lord Rookie tilted her head at Agnes's words. Were there any magical reactions? Or any clues about the hero world's rituals? It makes my heart race. I see. So it raises body temperature. Even though it should be chilly, staying like this makes me feel warm. Interesting. Anything else? I feel like I acted too hastily. Hastily? If I place the next piece, I feel like something terrible will happen. As Agnes said that, she picked up a Reversey piece. She raised her hand to place it on the board, then stopped. Just like that, Agnes froze completely, as if turned to stone. What's wrong, Agnes? The board's half white, half black. Wouldn't the next move decide everything? Even when Rookie and I spoke to them, Agnes didn't move. Mabel was also frozen in place. Both were still sweating from their foreheads, trembling slightly. Just what is happening? Your Majesty. Thor-sama. What is it? What's wrong, Mabel? If Agnes-sama places her piece, 2/3 of the board will turn black. The white pieces will be reduced to 1/3. The spheres of light will also shrink to 1/3 of their current number. That sounds right. But if I then place my next piece, almost everything will turn white. The black pieces will probably drop to about 3. The darkness spheres will be reduced to just 3. So that would mean Mabel wins, right? No. There is no victor in this battle. Mabel declared that firmly. The moment I place my next piece, Agnes-sama will be defeated by the move after that. There is no winner in this battle. Is that so? Yes, it is. Mabel whispered with a trembling voice. Agnes was still frozen in place. Could it be that the two of them have discovered some secret of Reversey that I don't know about? We have a request. Your Majesty. Thor Kanan-sama. Please, we beg you. Please allow this game to end in a draw. Mabel and Agnes, with teary eyes, said that. But wait, isn't it just 2 more moves until the game is over? Yes, Your Majesty. Then why not just make the moves? We can't. Why not? Because we can't show such an embarrassing sight to Your Majesty and Thor-sama. You care that much about winning and losing. Rookie raised her voice in surprise. I was surprised too. Mabel said she was too embarrassed to show herself losing. I never imagined the two of them would get this into the match. Is this the power of Reversey? In that case, let's call it a draw for now. You're okay with that, right, Rookie-sama? Why yes, that's fine. Let's end it then. Yes. At our words, Mabel and Agnes let out a sigh of relief. Then, with a synchronized ready, set, they stood up. The two of them lifted the Reversey board together while keeping it level. Then, if you'll excuse us, we'll reset the Reversey board in the next room. You could do it here, you know? It's not like it's difficult. All you have to do is tilt the board and put the stones back into the bag. But Mabel and Agnes shook their heads and said, because we can't let you see us in such an embarrassing state. With those words, shrouded in light and darkness, Mabel and Agnes bowed. After making a motion like lifting something from their chairs, still keeping the board level, and still wrapped in light and darkness, they entered the next room. A few minutes later, Mabel and Agnes rushed back into the room in a panic. The two of them bowed deeply to Rookie and me. We deeply apologize, Your Majesty, Thor-sama. We're terribly sorry for not being here to greet you properly. That's what they said. Of course, I didn't mind at all. After all, I was the one who asked them to help test Reversey, and I could tell they were taking it seriously. So, did you two notice anything? My heart was pounding. I realized how dangerous it is to expose yourself while being hidden in light and darkness. We think it's better to just play this game normally. Mabel and Agnes said this in unison. I understood what they meant. If you focus too much on replicating a magic ritual, you can't enjoy the game purely. Rather than force ourselves to uncover the secrets of Reversey, maybe it's best to just play it normally. Eventually, through repeated play, the magical ritual might activate on its own. Then, Mabel, Agnes, would you teach me how to play Reversey? Yes, Your Majesty. We'll teach you the safest way to play. After that, Mabel and Agnes began explaining Reversey to Rookie. Of course, Rookie chose black, the side of darkness. I was the opponent, and honestly, it was fun. When the board was half black and half white, I thought something like what happened with Mabel and Agnes might occur, but nothing happened. No tension, no pounding heart. Just me wrapped in light, and Rookie in darkness. Rookie laughed and said, "This is delightful." The game progressed normally, and ended with Rookie's victory. And wow, even though it was her first time, she was incredibly strong. Rookie, no, that was fun. I had quite an enjoyable time. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Rookie-sama. By the way, you mentioned this might be a magical ritual tool. Mabel, Agnes. Demon Lord Rookie turned to the two of them. Thor and I didn't have the same experience as you. Is there some trick to it? WL. Mabel and Agnes lowered their heads, their faces bright red. And then, that still requires a bit more research, Your Majesty. When we find a safe method, we will let you know. I see. I look forward to it. Saying that, Rookie left the room. Mabel and Agnes followed after her. Apparently, since they couldn't properly see her off, they were going to escort Rookie down the hallway. While waiting for the two of them to return, I decided to tidy up the room. I put the reversey stones into a bag and gathered the tea set in one place. Ah yes, I need to return the spare chairs to the storage room. When I came back to the room, there was a spare chair placed at the far side of the table. It was probably Mabel who had put it out. While the two were battling, it seemed like they were using it to hold something, though the light and darkness obstructed my view. I wonder what they were using it for. While thinking about that, I entered the adjacent room. Huh? Something's dropped here. In the cluttered corner of the storage room, a white cloth was lying there. It was underwear. Huh? Why would something like this be lying here? Hypothesis 1, it got mixed in with the laundry. Hypothesis 2, the reversey magical ritual summoned it. Hypothesis 3, it belonged to either Mabel or Agnes. For now, I'll ask Mabel and Agnes. Normally, Hypothesis 1 would be the most reasonable. Hypothesis 2 would be amusing though. Mabel and Agnes had been having such a serious match. It wouldn't be strange if their concentration completed the magical ritual, although a magic that summons underwear is just nonsensical. And Hypothesis 3 is even more nonsensical than Hypothesis 2. Yeah, well, I'd understand once the two of them returned. So, I went back to the room and waited for Mabel and Agnes. But then, I jammed back, Thor-sama. So, Thor Kanan wasn't in the next room, or the storage room. There's something I want to ask you too about that matter. What I later learned from them about the reversey experiment became a top secret matter, kept strictly confidential at Mabel and Agnes's request. Chapter 118. Just another Ice Sky lover. This time, Thor and Rookie seem to be deciphering a certain ancient document. Hey Thor. Yes? What is it, Rookie-sama? The other day's reversey was interesting. Yes, it got really heated. Why are you speaking in broken sentences? Various reasons. Because in front of Mabel and Agnes, reversey is a forbidden topic. Only when Rookie comes, they take it out from the simple storage to play. So then, I also wanted to ask if there are any other games from the hero world. Games from the hero world? Are there any interesting ones? What kind would you like? After all, something fitting for a king would be good. Rookie said this and puffed out her chest. I have the responsibility to lead the people as their lord. So, I think a smart game featuring a lord would be good. Right? I think I saw a game related to a king in some paper I found the other day. It was something found in a corner of the storage. A torn piece of a book, with the text almost faded. No photos or illustrations either. I saved it just in case, but until I find the rest, there's no use for it. Interesting. What kind of game is it? It was an introduction to a game called Shogi. I believe it said for beginners or something like that. Only a small part can be read. Because it's like an ancient document, I thought to investigate it when I have time. Understood. Then, could you tell me about this Shogi? But Rookie seemed eager. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded repeatedly. If we investigate together, we might figure out how to play. But we only know fragmented information, you know? Also, I've only seen the title so far. Deciphering the ancient document and investigating how to play the game sounds fun too. Saying that, Rookie smiled slyly and asked, Thor, do you dislike those kinds of things? No, I love them. Of course. Using ancient documents from the hero world to figure out how to play a game sounds like a lot of fun. I usually read well-preserved books like mail-order catalogs. Sometimes it's nice to research the culture of the hero world from fragmented ancient documents. Agreed. Let's try investigating this shogi together through trial and error. Yes, let's do it. I took out the save paper from the ultra-compact simple storage. It's old paper, worn in many places, with some parts torn. The written characters were faded and very hard to read. Compared to the mail-order catalog, its preservation state is terrible. No, it's the opposite. The mail-order catalog is preserved way too well. This might be what a real ancient document looks like. As an alchemist, I'll try to decipher it somehow. So Shogi is. Yeah, Shogi is. While listening to Rookie's voice, I strained my eyes at the ancient document. All right, I managed to read it. The hero world Shogi is, Shogi is a game where you strip the king naked and corner him until there is no escape. Cough, cough. Whoa, Rookie-sama, are you okay? I am fine, cough, cough. Rookie almost spat out the tea she was drinking. After managing to hold it back, Rookie said, "You mean a king like me? A king ruling a country, stripped naked and cornered? Does it really say that?" It does. The text is faded, but it's definitely written there. At the position of, strip, and corner the king naked until there is no escape. No matter how many times I read it, it doesn't change. It seems Shogi is that kind of game. Is it really a game where you strip a king of a country and corner him? Isn't that just your wish, Thor? Do you think I would do such a thing? You stripped my mask and robe, right? That was an accident. I wouldn't do that in a game. Right? Stripping a king naked isn't a joke. You'd have to take responsibility for that. Rookie sighed. Did such a thing really exist in the hero world? And as a game, no less? What an unpredictable world. But maybe stripped naked is a mistake. Is that so? Yes. Here it says, there are cases where the king is left with only one piece. So it seems it's okay to still be wearing underwear. That's not reassuring at all, right? Anyway, what's with just one piece of underwear? Which is it? Top or bottom? It says, in such cases, generally the first player is the bottom and the second player is the top. So basically, the player who attacks first wears one piece on the lower body, and the player who attacks second wears one piece on the upper body. You play the game dressed like that? Also, it says at the end of the game it is resignation. In other words, it ends by surrendering. Surrender? Surrender what? At that point, the king only has underwear left. You have to throw the last piece to show you lost. In the end, doesn't that mean you're completely naked? Rookie turned bright red and raised her voice, cornering the king of a nation until he's down to his underwear, and ending by making him throw off even that. What kind of game is this? What on earth are the people of the hero's world thinking? I really don't understand it either. And yet, aren't your eyes shining while you say that? They're not shining. Really. Anyway, I take back what I said earlier. I will not play such a game. Absolutely not. I understand how you feel. I nodded. But I don't think this shogi is the kind of game where you strip Rookie-sama naked. Is that so? If you read it carefully, you'll understand. No matter how much it's the hero's world, they wouldn't strip the king of a nation like Rookie-sama. No, sorry. I'm not imagining that. No need to turn bright red. The books from the hero's world are dangerous. If you don't read the contents carefully, you'll get a terrible misunderstanding. I almost imagined cornering the demon lord Rookie completely naked with no escape. No, I almost did. What an outrageous trap. Seriously, that aside, when they say king here, I think they don't mean an actual king or emperor, but something symbolizing that. I said. Rookie tilted her head. I continued. Think about it carefully. No matter how heroic they are, they wouldn't strip bare the king who rules a country, nor corner him until he has nowhere to run, right? Indeed. Rookie nodded. If they did such a thing, it wouldn't just be a game. Therefore, the king mentioned here is not a real king, but something symbolizing a king. Exactly. After all, this is just a game. I see. Are you relieved now? Indeed. Rookie smiled with a shy look. No, it was embarrassing. Saying strip the king naked unsettled me. Right. No matter how many heroes from another world, they wouldn't do that much. Yes, Rookie-sama. Then, Thor, what do you think this shogi in the hero's world is? What kind of game do you read from this ancient manuscript? I think shogi is a game where heroes train to resist the authority of kings. I said. Rookie put her hand on her chin and pretended to ponder. Then, I see. So that's what it meant. She clapped her hands lightly in agreement. As expected of Rookie, she understands quickly. It seems she understood what I wanted to say. Rookie-sama, you know, don't you? Among the heroes who came from another world, there were some who paid no heed to the authority of the kings and nobles of this world. Yes, I know. They reportedly spoke to the kings and emperors who summoned them as if they were friends. They were the same with nobles, too. Of course, most heroes were polite. Some even said things like, "Hey, you're the king, huh?" There are records that the surrounding nobles were horrified. Because they were like that, they might have been able to face the first demon lord without fear. By the way, the emperors and nobles of that time treated the heroes with respect. Even if there were rude heroes, they didn't reprimand them. That was because the heroes possessed tremendous power, and their strength was necessary to oppose the demon lord. The emperors and nobles accepted that their authority didn't work on the heroes because the heroes came from such a different world. It can't be helped. The emperors and nobles at that time seem to have accepted it that way. Are you saying the reason heroes did not fear the emperor's authority lies in this shogi? Rookie said that with a confident smile. I nodded. Yes. I believe the heroes trained with this shogi to resist and withstand the authority of kings. Training, huh? So that King Stripped Bear isn't an actual king, but something symbolizing a king, right? Exactly as you say, Rookie-sama. When you think about it, it's obvious. You can't strip a real king naked and corner him. That means what is used in this shogi is something symbolizing a king. Something so that heroes won't be intimidated by the authority of emperors, kings, and nobles. That means, from this ancient manuscript, I interpret that shogi is not a game where you strip the actual king of a country naked, but a game where heroes take each other as kings and play a kind of tag. That's convincing. Rookie slapped her knee and nodded. Heroes boast incredible strength, but emperors and kings also possess authority corresponding to their status. Whether born with it or trained, that is also a form of power. But heroes may have strength, but they do not have authority. They said, "We are from another world and are not kings." Yet heroes paid no heed to the authority of emperors and nobles. The reason is, because in shogi they corner something symbolizing a king. In other words, they train not to fear royal authority. Rookie crossed her arms and let out a breath as if impressed. Then, she looked toward me and said, "But Thor, I have a question. Please, Rookie-sama. If shogi is training to transcend the authority of the king, then there shouldn't be a need to strip off clothes, right? Wouldn't it be enough to just pretend to cut the king with a sword or pretend to neutralize him with martial arts? Why bother? Stripping him completely naked." That's exactly what I think is the important part of this game. The reason I considered shogi as a game that nullifies the authority of the king was that the reason the summoned heroes didn't fear the emperor or the nobles, that secret lies in stripping the king naked, I believe. I see. Emperors and kings dress themselves with crowns and luxurious clothes. Also, many people serve them. That's true. Rookie sighed. I am also such a king. As a demon lord, I always hide my appearance with the mask and robe of cognitive inhibition, thereby wearing my authority. That's different for you, Rookie-sama. Why? Because you are always trying to break out of your shell. You stand on the front lines against the beasts as a demon lord to protect everyone as a king, right? You gain confidence through that, and ultimately intend to remove the mask and robe of cognitive inhibition, don't you? Also, those who brandish authority don't say they are wearing authority. Such people think they themselves are the authority and that wielding authority is natural. But Rookie-sama separates herself from authority. I think Rookie-sama is a fine lord who doesn't get drunk on authority. You're impossible. Pat, pat, pat. Why are you hitting the table, Rookie-sama? Why can you say such embarrassing things with a straight face? Geez. No, I was just saying what I thought. That's exactly the problem. Honestly, Rookie stopped patting the table and said, I interrupted your story. So, what was the rest of emperors and kings dressed themselves with crowns and luxurious clothes? Well then, I thought for a moment and said, I think the person who plays the king in shogi is imagined to be dressed just like the real king. That might be true. In that case, the opponent would peel off that clothing. In the end, the king is stripped completely naked. Could it be? Yes. Whether king or emperor, inside they are just a human, demi-human, or demon. By stripping them naked, that is, back to their birth state, the heroes confirm that kings are equal beings to themselves. That is the purpose of shogi. Probably something like this. When shogi starts, the heroes begin chasing the dressed-up king. The fleeing king is adorned with luxurious clothes and a crown. There are likely guards around the king, maybe infantry, spearmen, or cavalry. The hero eliminates these guards and strips the king's clothes off. The hero corners the king until he is left wearing only underwear. With no place to run, the king throws the last piece of clothing to the hero, admits defeat, and the game ends. Then, The hero who chased the king down to just underwear and finally naked will understand. Even a king or emperor inside, born as they are, is no different from an ordinary human, demi-human, or demon. Inside, they are the same as ordinary people. What makes them kings is the luxurious clothing, their subordinates, and their power. Of course, there are kings like Rookie who have governing ability and trust from all, but within shogi, that is excluded. They become just a symbol of a king. That's because shogi is a ritual game for heroes to resist the authority of kings and emperors. Presumably, the heroes willingly took turns playing the king or the one chasing the king. This paper even says sometimes the king escapes alone. Only a hero can escape from a hero. I continued my explanation. By fully taking on the role of king, heroes can feel what it's like to be a king. By stripping off the king's clothes, they confirm that the king is just a human, demi-human, or demon. Because they repeated such games, heroes were not afraid of emperors or nobles. That's understandable. Before I knew it, Rookie was slouched back in her chair, staring blankly into the air. A game to resist the authority of the king, that is shogi, huh? That is only a hypothesis. I said, this is just what I read from fragmented old documents. Other sources might say something different. For example, well, a board game like Reversi. If that's the case, stripping the king naked wouldn't make sense, right? Exactly. But if this old document can be fully deciphered, maybe we'll know the truth. Until then, Thor's hypothesis will be the established theory in the demon lord's domain. Shogi is a game where heroes take turns playing the king and chasing each other. And at the end, they strip each other's clothes off and leave each other completely naked. Phew. Rookie and I both sighed. After a short pause, I'm glad I wasn't born in the hero's era. Rookie muttered that with a bitter smile. If I had been born in that time, as a member of the demon race, I might have been chased around wearing nothing but my underwear. No, I probably would have been stripped completely naked in no time. Hey, Thor. Yes, Rookie-sama? You imagined it just now, didn't you? I did not. Look me in the eyes and say that. Putting that aside, heroes are really scary, aren't they? Don't put it aside. Though I do agree, heroes are terrifying, right? They even trained themselves to resist authority so they wouldn't be intimidated by emperors or kings. You mean training to avoid status effects like fear, right? The purpose was likely to prevent their strength from dulling due to status effects. That makes sense. I think heroes were thorough in eliminating anything that might hinder their strength. A hero's desire for strength truly knows no bounds. Heroes from another world are truly terrifying beings. I mean, who in their right mind thinks, let's chase someone playing the role of the king around until they're naked? Of course, I assume whoever played the role of the king agreed to it, but still. But looking at it from another angle, it shows just how necessary such training was for heroes. It's understandable. If they encountered Demon Lord Rookie without any training, her beauty and aura would overwhelm them, and they'd never be able to draw their sword. In that sense, you could say the heroes were afraid of the Demon King's authority. What are you thinking about, Thor? You said earlier, Rookie-sama, that if you'd been born in that era, you'd be down to your underwear, but I don't think that would have happened. Oh, as I said before, Rookie-sama, you possess a dignity that surpasses status and rank. You also have powerful dark magic and beauty hidden behind your mask. Why, yes, that's why. Even heroes would understand that you're someone noble. I don't think they'd dare touch you carelessly. I understand that you are someone of that high standing as well. And if a hero did try anything, I'd handle it with some sort of magic item. As I spoke, Rookie seemed lost in thought. We talked a bit more after that, but she remained somewhat distracted. And so, the conversation for that day came to an end. That night, in Rookie's room. Thank you for coming, Mabel. Yes, Your Majesty. Did you need something? There is something I wish to ask you. Rookie cleared her throat with a soft cough. Am I a difficult person to approach? Pardon. Well, I understand that. As the Demon Lord, I might be hard to approach. But even when I take off my mask and robe that obscure recognition, do you think people who know my true face still find it hard to come close to me? Well, Your Majesty, you are the ruler of the demon realm. That's true. But sometimes I wish my friends would treat me with more familiarity. I understand. I thought you would, Mabel. Your Majesty is also a young woman. Wanting those close to you to be a little more affectionate is not unreasonable. Exactly. So, there's this thing from the hero's world called shogi. Shogi? What sort of thing is that? Yes, it's something played in the hero's world. A game that seems to transcend differences in status, and perhaps even race. Transcend status and race. What kind of thing is that? I mean, it strips away all pretenses and whisper. Why, Your Majesty, that's a bit much. Whisper. I know. I'm just saying, those kinds of things exist. I see. Then perhaps I could. Whisper. And no, that would be too. Whisper. Whisper. And thus, Demon Lord Rookie and Mabel held a secretive discussion about the otherworldly concept of shogi. Whether or not shogi, provisional, will ever be implemented in this world, that remains a mystery to all. Chapter 119. Just another ice sky lover. From Thor's point of view, Mabel was waiting for me in the room. She was sitting in a chair by the window, absent-mindedly looking outside until I returned. The 2 cups placed on the table were probably her usual habit. There was no steam coming from the teapot. The water had gone cold. Mabel must have returned to her room and prepared the tea right away. Somehow, I understood her feelings. When you're upset, doing the usual things helps you calm down. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mabel. Yes, Thor-sama. When I spoke, Mabel looked at me and sighed with relief. I sat down on the chair opposite her and poured hot water from the teapot. Mabel said, I'll reheat it, but I didn't mind. It was normal for Mabel to prepare tea for me while I was working. When I was alone, I found it bothersome to use tea leaves, so drinking just hot water was normal too. Just as she acted normally, I would do the same. I thought that would also reassure Mabel. Thank you for the tea. Oh, Thor-sama. I'll make some kind of item to keep it warm soon. I said. That way, Mabel won't have to bother reheating the water, right? That won't do. Huh. Preparing tea for Thor-sama is one of my pleasures. Mabel smiled with a troubled look. If there was an item to keep it warm, I'd lose that pleasure. That can't happen, Thor-sama. I see. That's right. All right, I understand. Then Mabel went to the kitchen again to get freshly boiled water. She made new tea, and we drank tea as usual. After relaxing like that for a while. Well then, could I talk to you about Archduke Karen? Yes, Thor-sama. Mabel nodded, so I took out the voice recorder. But Mabel placed her hand over mine and said, May I make one request? Sure. If possible, rather than the voice recorder's recording, could you tell me about the Empire's Archduke in your own words, Thor-sama? Still holding my hand, Mabel said, I somehow understand that what I'm about to hear is related to my grandmother. That's amazing, Mabel. When you returned from the town of Nosa, Thor-sama, you were the first to say to me, I have something to tell you. And looking at your face now, I can tell you're worried about me. Do I really show it that much on my face? No, it's just that I like looking at your face, Thor-sama. Mabel smiled gently and said, Thanks to that, I think I've come to understand your expression when you say, I'll go to bed early today, but stay up all night. That's why there's a teapot outside my room at such times. Yes. Got it. I'll be careful not to let you read me next time. Please don't make it harder. We exchanged smiles. Then Mabel became serious. Because of that, I also understand how worried you are now, Thor-sama. She whispered as she stared intently at me. If those words come from you, I think I can accept whatever the story is. No matter what kind of person my grandmother was, or for whatever reason she was driven out of the Empire. I understand, Mabel. I nodded. I told Rookie too, but the reason we are to hear Archduke Karen's story is because of me. I have the responsibility to convey it to Mabel in a way she can accept. If she wants me to tell it in my own words, then that's what I will do. I remember the story perfectly. I heard Archduke Karen's story twice, once directly, and once when I played the voice recorder in front of Rookie. I have also carefully thought about how to convey that to Mabel. Well then, I'll start the story, Mabel. Yes, Thor-sama. And so, I decided to tell Mabel about her grandmother in my own words. More than 10 minutes later, I finished the story. I stumbled occasionally, but think I conveyed it accurately. While I was speaking, Mabel listened quietly, with her hands resting on her lap, without moving a muscle. After I finished speaking, I said, My conclusion after hearing this story is this. No matter what happens, I will protect Mabel. I added that much more. Mabel had said, I want you to tell me in your own words. So, I decided to share my thoughts as well. That's why I'm thinking of putting a cover on the water spirit stone pendant, so that no one can tell what the stone inside is, and also, I want it to be able to fight back if something bad touches it. Of course, only if you're okay with it, Mabel. If, by some chance, you get kidnapped, Mabel, I'll use the cleaning robot to search to the ends of the earth for you. I'll leave you with a security buzzer, and I'll also have you carry some other defensive items. I'll never let anything bad happen to you. You have to be happy, Mabel. Mabel, you're important to me. I can't put it into words well, but you're like family. So, I'd be in trouble if you weren't by my side. And anyway, I already know the Empire isn't exactly trustworthy. I can't hand over someone important to me, to the Empire. That's why. Thor-sama. Huh. Mabel froze. Her violet eyes were wide open, and she was trembling slightly. This is bad. I said too much. That's right. Mabel had just heard about her grandmother and must be shaken. And yet, I ended up talking too much about my own thoughts. I guess I was shaken too. About Mabel's grandmother. About the civil war that caused her to leave the country. About my grandfather, who wasn't able to get involved. A lot of information hit me all at once. I was worried about what Mabel would think of it all and wanted to calm her down, and I ended up saying too much. Everything I said was truly what I believe, and not a single word of it was a lie, but anyway, that's how I feel. With that, I wrapped up what I had to say. Sorry, you must be shaken too about your grandmother, but I just kept rambling on one-sidedly. No. Mabel shook her head vigorously from side to side. I'm very happy. Thor-sama. I see. Somehow, I feel incredibly embarrassed. I said the same thing in front of Rookie and Kelv, but it feels totally different saying it in front of Mabel. Reflexively, I glanced at the voice recorder on the table. Wait, I didn't accidentally record that, did I? If I had to hear myself say those words with my own ears, I'd have no choice but to bury my head under the blankets and sulk. Is it okay? The voice recorder, yeah. It's not on. Good. When you've calmed down, just let me know what you think about all this. I cleared my throat and shifted the topic. You need some time to calm down too, right? I'm sure Rookie-sama and Kelv will give you that much time. Yes, you're right. I do have a lot on my mind, but Mabel's cheeks turned bright red. She looked down slightly, holding her cheek. And then, after hearing Thor-sama's words, all those worries just vanished. She looked up and declared that. Mabel placed a hand on her chest, over her maid uniform, and took a deep breath. She adjusted her collar and ribbon and ran her fingers through her silver hair. Then, Mabel looked straight at me. Thor-sama, your words have completely erased all of my fears and doubts. If you say you'll definitely protect me, then I'll believe you. So, saying that, Mabel reached behind her neck. With a click, she undid the clasp and placed the water spirit stone pendant on the table. This is for you, Thor-sama. Please use it as a material for alchemy. No, that's not okay. Why not? That was your grandmother's, right? A treasured item passed down through the generations? Yes, that's why. I want to give it to you, Thor-sama, since you said I'm family. Mabel said. She looked serious. She gently guided my hand to the pendant, wrapping the magical silver mithril chain around it. My grandmother, my parents, they are my family. And you, Thor-sama, are also family. So I'm just passing on a family heirloom to another family member. See, there's absolutely no problem, right? Well, I guess that may be true, but Mabel wanted to give me the water spirit stone pendant, but I want to modify it and have Mabel carry it. So, for now, how about I just hold on to it temporarily? Hold on to it. Yeah, I was going to modify it so the identity of the stone is hidden anyway. I intend to apply a sort of disguise to the water spirit stone pendant. I can quickly create a cover to obstruct appraisal. After that, how about returning it to Mabel? Whether to make it shared property or not will be decided after that. When I said that, understood. Then, let's do it that way. Yeah, then, that's settled. Thor-sama. Thank you for talking about my grandmother. Mabel stood up and bowed deeply toward me. Thanks to your words, Thor-sama. I feel like I was able to confirm that my ancestors are things of the distant past. Distant past? Yes, because my place is here. Softly, Mabel's both hands wrapped around mine. My place is here. Even if my grandmother was a noble of the empire, and even if my ancestors were kings of a country, Mabel Refrain's place is here. Mabel. Before Thor-sama came, I felt like I was floating without my feet on the ground. With a gentle smile, Mabel continued. When I was young, I couldn't use magic, so I could no longer stay in the elf village. After that, I ended up working at the Demon Lord's castle. Thanks to that, I became close to Her Majesty and Agni-sama. But there was a difference in status with Her Majesty, and I became estranged from Agni-sama because of previous incidents. I knew about that. Because the previous Demon Lord died young, Rookie had to become the Demon Lord. For that reason, she wore the recognition inhibition, mask, and robe, hiding her true form and acting as the Demon Lord. As a result, Rookie was unable to keep a close relationship with Mabel. When Agnes' fire magic awakened, she accidentally burned Mabel. Mabel didn't mind, but Agnes had been troubled by it. That was resolved after the health promotion pendant was completed. Mabel became close again with Rookie and Agnes after I arrived. Until then, Mabel had just lived as a maid at the Demon Lord's castle. I wasn't dissatisfied with life at the Demon Lord's castle, but I also felt a certain uncertainty, like I didn't really know my own place. Mabel kept speaking, still holding my hand, as if offering a prayer. But after meeting Thor-sama, I found my place. Mabel looked straight at me and said that Thor-sama is an amazing alchemist, someone who connects people to each other. I am glad to have helped with that, to have become one of the connections. Me, connecting people? Thor-sama was the first to help me. Then, by noticing Her Majesty the Demon Lord's troubles, you connected me and Her Majesty. After that, you connected Agnes-sama, the fairy pixies, the Empire's princess and archduke. That's how Thor-sama has connected people to each other. Is that so? I just made what I wanted to make. When I said that, Mabel smiled again. I think Thor-sama is naturally the kind of person who can do that. Is that so? Yes. Because Thor-sama is such a person, I serve you and feel joy in it. I found my place by connecting with Thor-sama, and now I'm very happy, you know? I see. Therefore, even knowing about my grandmother, I won't waver. Mabel placed her overlapping hands on her chest. My place is here. No matter the past, Mabel refrain is in the Demon Lord's territory by Thor-sama's side. I can't say it well, but the reason I don't waver is thanks to Thor-sama. I also think it was good that when I came to the Demon Lord's territory, it was Mabel who came to meet me. After being exiled from the Empire, I was exhausted from the long journey. The soldiers who accompanied me were no good, and honestly, I thought about running away. But Mabel came. With a gentle smile that put me at ease, she welcomed me politely. She was completely different from the people of the Empire. In that country, strength was everything, and people were afraid of those stronger than themselves. But Mabel did not regard me with suspicion at all. And Mabel entrusted me, the first time we met, with the precious water spirit stone pendant. By fixing it, I gained confidence as an alchemist. Mabel is a benefactor to me. On top of that, since coming to the Demon Lord's territory, she has been helping me continuously and is still by my side like this. Therefore, I'm not used to this kind of thing, so I can't say it well, but I squeezed Mabel's hand in return. When I did, Mabel gently squeezed back. We intertwined our fingers and held hands, and then, looking forward to everything from now on, Mabel. Yes, I look forward to it as well, Thor-sama. Somehow, I felt incredibly embarrassed. Even though having tea and talking with Mabel was something we always did. I feel really lucky to have met you and Rookie-sama. Before I came to the Demon Lord's domain, there was no one I would have called family. Thor-sama, you always say those kinds of things with a straight face. Well, Rookie-sama might get mad if I called her family. Would she really? Of course she would. She's the ruler of a nation. So that's your take on it. Mabel put her hand to her chin in a thoughtful gesture. Then she looked at me and said, in that case, I should assist in some way. Assist? Oh, just talking to myself. More importantly, Thor-sama, let's talk about the hero. About the hero? It's just a hunch, but I feel like there's something we can learn from the hero's story. For example, if someone in the hero's world wanted to say, please become my family, how would they do it? I've never heard of anything like that. After the hero drove away the Demon Lord's army, they immediately returned to their own world. No one in this world became part of the hero's family. At least, not officially. If you're interested, I'll look into it. Maybe there's something in the mail order catalog that could give us a clue. Please do, Thor-sama. Saying that, Mabel bowed her head to me. After that, we leisurely continued drinking tea. I had learned about Mabel's grandmother, but in the end, nothing really changed. Only one thing was added to my top priorities, protecting Mabel. And I was able to confirm that Mabel and I both considered each other family. If anything had changed, that was about it. But the danger still remains. The Empire, they'll do anything for strength and power. I need to come up with countermeasures. I'll put a cover on the Water Spirit Stone pendant, and I should think of other ways to protect Mabel. First, I'll make an icy instant cast recorder just for her. And then, excuse me, are Thor-sama and Mabel present? Suddenly, from the hallway, I heard the voice of Chancellor Kelv. Ah yes, we're here. Mabel and I are together. I'll open the door now. No, there's no need. Please stay as you are. Through the door, Chancellor Kelv spoke. There's something I need to tell Thor-sama. Once Mabel has calmed down, please come to my room. Understood. I'm already calm. Huh. That was Kel's voice. Could it be that Thor-sama hasn't told her yet? No, I have. You're referring to the matter of my grandmother being related to the Imperial Marquis Mishra family, correct? I've already been informed. That's right. It's quite a serious matter, though. Is Mabel really calm about it? Yes. Thor-sama told me something truly wonderful, and that. Hey now, Mabel. You can't go telling others that. But I want to brag about it. Resist the urge. Understood. If Thor-sama says so. She really is calm, it seems. Thunk. Something hard hit the door. Then Kelf said, in that case, it would be best if the two of you spoke with Her Majesty. Once preparations are complete, I'll summon you. Could you come to the audience hall? Got it. Please let Her Majesty know we will be there. Understood. Mabel truly is calm. To hear such a major revelation and not become distressed. Just how exactly did Thor-sama explain it? The sound of footsteps faded into the distance. A while later, Kelf came again to summon us. He said that if Mabel was composed, it would be best to settle the matter today. And so, Mabel and I met with Demon Lord Rookie in the audience hall. I shall give this to the two of you. A gift to celebrate your engagement. Take it. With those words, Rookie offered us an ornately decorated box. Chapter 120. Just another Ice Sky lover. This time, it is a story about a certain meeting held in the forest where the winged fairies called pixies live. From this moment, the first winged fairy pixie meeting will begin. This is the winged fairy forest located to the west of the Risinga territory. In the square, many winged fairies had gathered. The red-haired fire-winged fairies, the yellow-haired earth-winged fairies, the blue-haired water-winged fairies, the green-haired wind-winged fairies. Each of them were clothes matching their hair color and flew about freely. Floating in the center were Loon with black hair and Soleil with platinum blonde hair. The moderators will be the dark-winged fairy Loon and I am Soleil, the light-winged fairy. The two looked around at the surrounding winged fairies and bowed. There was no opposition to their serving as moderators. This meeting had been planned for a long time. The topic of discussion was about changes in the winged fairies' way of life. The winged fairies lived in the western forest and had almost no contact with other races. The incident that altered their daily lives had occurred just a few months ago. Today's meeting was for that reason. It was to discuss the most important topic for the winged fairies. That topic was, now, let's begin the discussion on who is the alchemist's top subordinate. Clap, 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 clap. When Loon and Soleil announced the topic, the other winged fairies all applauded at once. We've been waiting for this. Looking forward to it. My heart is burning. I'm hungry. The earth, water, fire, and wind-winged fairies each voiced their thoughts. The alchemist, of course, was Thor-Kanan. He was a good neighbor of the winged fairies who had established his residence near this forest. Moreover, he was the person who gave the winged fairies the magic woven cloth. Thanks to clothing made from magic woven cloth, bearing the attributes of light, darkness, earth, water, fire, and wind, the winged fairies were now able to freely appear in front of others. By using this in combination with the foot bath, the light-winged fairy Soleil regained her vigor. By using the transforming pajamas, they also gained the ability to enter and exit the human world. Alchemist Thor-Kanan expanded the winged fairies' world. He was a benefactor to the entire winged fairy race. Besides, he was a very enjoyable person to be with. The winged fairies wanted to be useful to him. Thus, a meeting to decide who is his number one subordinate was held. Well then, as the moderator, I will speak first. Clearing her throat, the dark-winged fairy Loon said, after glancing at Soleil beside her. To avoid prolonging the meeting, I'll get straight to the conclusion. I believe the winged fairies who are most useful to the alchemist are Soleil and Loon. With a flourish, they raised their hands, announcing this. Back to back, they spun around, looking at those around them. Loon is entrusted as the alchemist's trusted aide and communication liaison. Soleil acts as the bridge with Princess Sophia of the town of Nosa. Loon was the first to meet the alchemist. Soleil was the first to have her life saved by him. Loon is prepared to risk her life for the alchemist. Soleil is also committed to serving the alchemist's happiness. So, with that, it's decided that Loon and Soleil are the number one subordinates. The two stopped sharply in midair. Pinching the skirts of their dark and light, magic-woven cloth dresses, they bowed. They waited for the responses of the surrounding winged fairies. And after a while, Fluffy, the winged fairies floated closer to Loon and Soleil. They all had bright smiles. They formed a circle around the two, and then, objection. Everyone shouted in opposition at the same time. Objection. I object like a flame. I have an opinion as well. I have something to say too. I'm sleepy. Let me speak. I want to talk passionately. Okay. I'm raising my hand too. Please allow me to speak. Zzz. The winged fairies were chattering and speaking all at once. Understood. Then, one at a time. You over there, please go ahead. Lune and Soleil randomly pointed to one person. The one who stepped forward was a girl with bright red hair, a fire-winged fairy. On behalf of the fire-winged fairies, I shall speak. Shaking her red hair, she declared, we fire-winged fairies often help out the alchemist Sama. Absolutely. Let's hear it. We'd like to hear the specific details. Everyone knows how much the alchemist Sama loves baths. The fire-winged fairy declared, in order to heat the bath, fire is necessary. That's why the fire-winged fairies help light the hearth. Since the alchemist Sama gets so absorbed in work that he forgets about the bath, we fire-winged fairies also have the job of telling him, the bath is ready. Oh, the surrounding winged fairies applauded. That was quite a statement. Soleil is touched. Impressive. Lune, Soleil, and the other winged fairies all looked at the fire-winged fairy with admiration. Amidst that, an earth-winged fairy stood up. But, couldn't Agni-sama heat the bath as well? She raised her hand sharply and voiced her objection. The fire-winged fairies only help when Agni-sama is unavailable, right? I don't think that's enough to say they're that useful. Earth-winged fairy, you've overlooked one thing. Wagging her finger in front of her lips and scattering sparks from her hair, the fire-winged fairy spoke. For Agni-sama to heat the bath, she must remove her clothes. In other words, she has to be naked in the alchemist Sama's home bath area. Oh, Agni-sama said this herself. What if I get used to taking my clothes off at Thor Kanan-sama's house? So in that sense, we fire-winged fairies are helping Agni-sama too. With renewed energy, the fire-winged fairy declared, helping not only the alchemist Sama but also Agni-sama. Doesn't that make the fire-winged fairies the alchemist Sama's #1 subordinates? And with that, the fire-winged fairy bowed to everyone, then returned to her group, looking a bit shy. This is host Lune. Soleil, what do you think about that statement? It was convincing. Lune also felt it was a story grounded in daily life. Then, if anyone objects, yes. Earth-winged fairy. Soleil pointed to the earth-winged fairy who had raised her hand. The earth-winged fairy, with yellow hair, landed on the ground and straightened her back like a tree. The earth-winged fairies shall speak. Still with her hand raised high, she declared, the fire-winged fairies are hiding something. Hiding something? What do you mean, earth-winged fairy? I know the truth. In exchange for helping with the bath, the fire-winged fairies get fed sweets directly from the alchemist Sama's hand. They open their mouths saying, on the table, biting into baked sweets the alchemist Sama holds, or putting their mouths on treats resting on her palm. What? The winged fairies raised their voices in shock at the unexpected revelation. Lune and Soleil blushed, and the water-winged fairy, perhaps excited, created a mist around them. What an outrageous thing. The other winged fairies only got to do that during parties. But the fire-winged fairies, every time they help. Lune and Soleil exchanged glances midair. Moreover, the fire-winged fairies work together with Mabel-sama, don't they? The earth-winged fairy continued. While you're being fed sweets by the alchemist Sama, Mabel-sama is also feeding and being fed sweets by her, right? Why yeah. Mabel-sama said she wanted to. It's good to be close. However, children who make the alchemist Sama go to such lengths aren't suitable to be called her #1 subordinate, are they? In contrast, we earth-winged fairies are serious and reliable. We're suited for delivering messages and letters. That means the earth-winged fairies should be the #1 subordinates. Objection. The next to speak was a shy water-winged fairy. Sitting on a tree branch, she began to speak slowly and softly. The alchemist Sama likes baths, but he also likes tea. Both involve water. Alchemist Sama has a deep connection to water. Everyone, the water-winged fairy is speaking more than usual. Please be quiet. In the hero world, this is called zip your lips. Lune, Soleil, and the other winged fairies covered their mouths and waited for the water-winged fairy's words. Acknowledging her companion's willingness to listen, the water-winged fairy, the caretaker, Mabel-sama, is also, of the water attribute, an elf. When Mabel-sama is not around, it is our job to create water. Sometimes we secretly wipe away sweat for him. What? The alchemist-sama gets hot when concentrating, so we sometimes cool his head with a wet towel. At times like that, the water attribute winged fairies are helpful. Please wait. Water attribute winged fairies. We thought they were shy, but they're so bold. Details. Please continue. At the words of the water-winged fairy, the others started to get excited. Though they were shy water-winged fairies, their thoughts were bold. They were waiting for summer. They were going to play the role of cooling alchemist Thor's forehead and neck on hot nights. They had already assigned positions among themselves. The role of cooling Thor's chest was highly competitive. Upon hearing such talk, the other winged fairies. Objection. Including the moderators Loon and Soleil, everyone raised their voices. There was no longer any order to the meeting. Ignoring the order of speaking, they all voiced their opinions. Loon wants to do that too. Water-winged fairies are unfair. Then Soleil will be the night light. I'll help Alchemist-sama change clothes. Loon and Soleil threw away their moderator roles and plunged into debate. Other winged fairies joined in. The meeting descended into utter chaos. Mabel-sama is certainly water attribute. But if we say that, then the demon lord is darkness attribute. Then Loon should be. Princess Sophia is plotting to become Alchemist-sama's bride. The reason she made the UV-cut parasol is because Alchemist-sama is interested in light. No. Then Agni-sama is fire attribute. Moreover, Alchemist-sama lives in the territory of General Rizenga, descendant of the fire giant Ifrit. Don't exclude water attribute. Clamor. The winged fairies' debate never ended. Who is Alchemist Thor's most trusted subordinate? Who is the most helpful? Who wants to become the closest? If Princess Sophia becomes the bride, Soleil will be her attendant. That has nothing to do with being the most trusted subordinate. Fire is necessary for cooking. If we say that, then water is too. In that case, we'll find a bride of the earth attribute. Clamor. Rustle, fluff. The meeting in the forest continues. The winged fairies who talked non-stop gradually ran out of breath. Some sat down on tree branches in fatigue, some lay on the ground, some floated and rested in the plaza's fountain. By degrees, it became a break time, and they rested. Then, as the conversation settled down, Speaking of which, where are the wind-winged fairies? They noticed some had disappeared without anyone realizing. Thor's point of view. I fell asleep, When I noticed, it was evening. I must have laid down after lunch and fallen asleep just like that. The weather was nice today. The wind coming in through the open window was warm. Perfect for a nap. Because I had a blanket over me, I wasn't cold. Rather, it felt cozy. But isn't it a little too warm? Thinking so, I took off the blanket. Sound asleep. It feels nice. So warm. So happy. Several winged fairies, pixies, were sleeping on my chest and stomach. Since when? They were all green-haired and dressed in green clothes. That means they were the wind-winged fairies. While I was napping, they must have slipped in through the window. Just like cats. It's fine that you're sleeping all cuddled up, but where are the others? When I asked, the wind-winged fairies answered sleepily. We were having a discussion. We were talking about something difficult. It was going to take a long time. So we thought, it's better to go meet him in person than to have a discussion. What do you mean? I instinctively looked toward the western forest, A huge number of winged fairies were flying at full speed toward me. What on earth is happening? Alchemist-sama, please. The winged fairies stood up and sat formally on my stomach. Then, bowing deeply with all their might. Please hide us. What on earth did you all do? In the end, it was too late. Before I could hear the explanation, all the winged fairies flew into my room together. At the front were Loon, the darkness-winged fairy, and Soleil, the light-winged fairy. They bowed to me and said, Excuse us, Alchemist-sama. We will properly apologize later. So for now, we'll drag away the traitors who's sneaking off behind everyone's back. Please forgive us. And so, the wind-winged fairies were dragged away by the others. Alchemist-sama's first subordinate will be decided by your own opinion. Please fill in the following. A few days later, staring at the survey form that arrived at my house, I tilted my head in surprise. Chapter 121. Just another ice sky lover. This time as well, Thor and the others seemed to have found some strange papers in the warehouse. Thor-sama, you look troubled. What's the matter, Thor? One afternoon, we were having a tea party inside the simple warehouse. Mabel and Rookie were enjoying tea and sweets, and during that time, I was looking over some materials, but, actually, I was researching the business books from the hero world. I placed a sheet of paper on the table. It was something found in the next room, or rather, the junk storage. It seemed quite old, and the text and photos had faded. If you paid attention, you could barely make them out. And on it was information about business books published in the hero world. Thor, what kind of thing is a business book? It seems to be about efficient ways to work and methods for getting promoted. That's interesting. However, what is written here is only a brief introduction. It vaguely explains the contents. Essentially, it looks like text meant to introduce the book. In other words, it's for advertising purposes. Rookie nodded as she peered at the paper in my hands. Mabel, next to her, tilted her head and asked, "But Thor-sama, what kind of work is there in the hero world?" "Probably slaying magical beasts." "That's for sure." Rookie and I nodded. Then Mabel said, "Then what is getting promoted?" "Becoming the strongest, I suppose. There's no other way to think of it." "I agree." The three of us exchanged glances and nodded. We didn't know much about the details of the business books from the hero world, but we know well what the summoned heroes did in that world. The summoned heroes' jobs were slaying magical beasts and fighting against the demon lord's army. And for them, getting promoted meant becoming the strongest. In fact, among heroes themselves, there were things like, "I am the strongest." "What did you say? Bring it on. Let's see who gets recognized by the royal family." That sort of thing. They competed by strength to decide who was superior. That way of doing things has been passed down even to the current empire. For such heroes, getting promoted could only mean becoming the strongest. That means everything written here must be related to combat, right? I think that's a safe assumption. Then let's read it over while having tea. Rookie said this as she stuffed a baked sweet into her mouth. "Thor, what kind of things are written in that business book?" "Let me see. What's written here is a photo of the book. Then just bullet points listing the contents." The first point written was, "Reading the atmosphere around you is the absolute basic." So it means not to rely only on sight. Grasp the enemy's actions by their breathing sounds or the flow of the air caused by movement. It might mean combining wind magic with sword strikes for high-speed attacks. That's possible. That's what the otherworldly heroes did. They would cut down magical beasts attacking from behind without even looking back. They increased their sword speed by adding their own wind magic to the flow of the air. They literally read the air in battle. Heroes read books like this to get hints for fighting. To think that this is the absolute basic, that's surprising. Reading the atmosphere to cut down enemies is standard. How terrifying. I shivered involuntarily. But it's only the first line. For research, I need to look more closely into the hero world's business books. The next is, when someone scolds you harshly to encourage you, it's not because they hate you. Take things in a positive light. I get that. Heroes often shouted things like, "What's wrong with me? This isn't my true power." There are records of them saying to their comrades, "Get up. You can do more than this. Awaken your true power, you coward." So that also referred to the business books. The demon lord's army would immediately use healing magic on injured comrades. It had always been a mystery why heroes fought while wounded. Maybe it was so their comrades would scold and encourage them. In doing so, they confirmed their mutual goodwill. Whether you can trust your party members is very important. The next is, don't be afraid to break the form. I get that too. It refers to the form related to combat. Rookie nodded thoughtfully, making a hum sound. Back then, when the hero was summoned, both the human side and the demon lord's army had established martial arts forms, didn't they? They did. I've heard that sword and spear schools like the War King style and the Holy Light style had developed various martial arts forms. Even the Holy Sword's light blade, used by Princess Liana of the Empire, is a remnant of that. But it didn't work against the hero, and most of those martial arts styles and forms eventually faded away, didn't they? Rookie and Mabel sighed. That's right. The martial arts of this world didn't work on the hero who came from another world. There were even human swordsmen who resented the hero and used various styles to oppose him. But their martial arts forms were defeated, and many dojos were forced to close. Very few have survived to this era. Quite literally, the heroes broke the martial arts forms. At the time, it was a mystery why the heroes were crushing the spirits of martial artists. They were just following that business book, weren't they? If that was the custom in their world, then I suppose it couldn't be helped. I see. This business book contains valuable information. If I read it, I might be able to understand the way the heroes think in more detail. I'd love to have a copy, but unfortunately, there's no way to obtain one. Books from the hero's world can't be ordered here, and at the bottom of this page, it says, "This is an advertisement. Our company is in no way affiliated. Please refrain from contacting us. Does that mean they can't respond even if we contact them? In other words, this book might be that special. It really might be special. After all, it even includes things like secret tactics to control your bosses and subordinates at will. What did you say? Something like that exists. Yes. It starts with, first, stand directly in front of the person you want to control. Very well. Mabel, give it a try. Why yes, Your Majesty. Rookie and Mabel stood up from their seats. Then, the two of them moved to face each other directly. Put intensity into your gaze and first look at your boss's necktie, around the base of their neck. Around the base of the neck, huh? I understand. Yes, I'm looking. Then, match your breathing with theirs. Sue. Huh. I'll be more precise, so I'm going to move a bit closer, Your Majesty. Very well. Sue. Huh. Sue. Sue. Huh. Sue. Rookie and Mabel regulated their breathing and stared into each other's eyes. They were very close. It was making me nervous just watching them. Thor. What do we do next, Thor-sama? Next is I kept reading the page. The text was faded and hard to make out. Stand in front of your boss, regulate your breathing, synchronize with them. And then, this is the end of the trial version. Yeah, to read further, purchase the full version and find out for yourself. Or so it says. Rookie and Mabel both stared blankly. But then Rookie quickly spoke with an excited tone. I must know more. Can't we obtain the full version, Thor? Please, Thor-sama. It's impossible. There's no way to place an order in the hero's world. Moreover, this page had signs of having been torn, right below the line. To place an order, please send the attached postcard. The hero probably already used whatever this postcard was. If I think about it, it's only natural. The heroes from the other world had already been using the techniques from the business books in this world. They must have ordered the books and studied diligently. I don't think they had mastered the secret strategies to manipulate your superiors and subordinates as you wish, though. Apparently, that technique requires ordering the book, mastering the beginner's edition, and then buying the next level book to understand it. The hero system in their world is complicated. Somehow, it's starting to scare me. It might not be the hero's power that's frightening, but their ambition. I said to Rookie, even though they were originally insanely strong, they trained and studied, trying to become stronger and stronger. I think that very desire is the source of the hero's power. That might be true. The important thing is that it's not the book itself. Rookie and Mabel nodded in agreement. I also think Rookie-sama and Mabel's ambition is incredible. Before I realized it, I had said something like that. Rookie-sama is making an effort every day to become a magnificent demon lord. And Mabel too. Even though I still don't understand much about the demon lord's territory, she's doing her best to help me. I think the ambition of those two is no less than that of the heroes. Hey Thor. Thor-sama. If you say something like that all of a sudden, I'll get embarrassed. Rookie and Mabel turned bright red and averted their gazes. I understand how they feel. I'm embarrassed too. Let's leave the talk about the business books here. By the way, there's something I want to make with alchemy. Is that okay? It's a bit powerful. Permission granted. Well, if it's Thor, it should be fine. I'll help too. Oh, Rookie and Mabel nodded, then suddenly exchanged looks as if they noticed something. Then, they stared at me intently and said, Thor has naturally made us obey just now. So have I. That means, Thor-sama, could it be that you read the secret strategies to manipulate your superiors and subordinates as you wish from the business books? After that, we read through the business book advertisements again. Rookie and Mabel understood that the secret strategies to manipulate your superiors and subordinates as you wish were not included. But in the end, because it's dangerous, let's seal this paper. That's right. That's best. It'd be terrible if it fell into the hands of bad people. The advertisements for the business books were sealed as special sealed books in the underground warehouse of the Demon Lord's territory. And all we could do was pray that no heroes who had read the business books would appear again. There really are books in this world that must not be touched. That was Rookie's murmured phrase, the most fitting words to conclude this incident. Chapter 122. Just another ice guy lover. First, try opening that box. Rookie said in a firm voice. This was the main hall of General Rizinga's mansion. She was wearing a mask and robe, sitting on a chair in the style of the Demon Lord. In other words, she was speaking as the ruler of the Demon Lord territory right now. I have to be properly polite as well. Excuse me, Your Majesty. I placed my hand on the box resting on the floor of the hall. It was a wooden box. The emblem of the Demon Lord territory was embossed on its surface. Just from that, I could tell it was something important. Moreover, it seemed quite old. The stones used in the decoration were chipped, and it was covered in dust. I felt an urge to restore it, but now was not the time for that. Raising my face suddenly, I saw Rookie looking tense. Because she was wearing the mask of recognition inhibition, I couldn't read her expression. But her hands gripping the armrests of the chair were trembling slightly. She kept turning toward me and Mabel, then looking down repeatedly. Is Rookie worried about this item? Or maybe, Your Majesty, before that, may I ask about the engagement? Opening the box comes first, Thor. Understood. I placed my hand on the old box. Pressing the lid, it creaked as it opened. The inside of the box was clean. There was cloth lining the bottom. It wasn't very deteriorated. In the center lay something wrapped multiple times in cloth. It looked to be something quite precious. Is this what Rookie wanted to show me? Could it be fragile? I thought carefully and began unwrapping the cloth. And what appeared from inside was, this is the magic stone. Immediately, I activated Identification Grasp. The information that appeared was, rainbow-colored magic stone. A semi-transparent magic stone that changes colors through the 7 colors over time. The colors it shifts through are white, black, yellow, blue, red, green, and transparent. Though called a magic stone, it is soft like clay. It can also be divided and used. It is very precious. Attributes. All attributes, possesses all elements. Light, dark, earth, water, fire, wind. Amazing. That was the only word I could say. What is this? A magic stone with all attributes. Such a thing actually exists? This must be an extremely rare treasure. Normally, it's priceless. My hand began to tremble unconsciously. Any alchemist would react that way. This is the stuff of dreams. It can be used in any item. But, isn't this a secret treasure of the Demon Lord territory? More than a treasure, it was something kept and used and hidden away. It was too precious, and no one could handle it properly. Rookie said that with a shrug. If it's material for items, using magic stones of each individual attribute is cheaper. Also, there has never been a caster in the Demon Lord territory who could fully utilize the rainbow-colored magic stone. Therefore, no one used it, and it was stored deep inside the treasure vault. I see. The Demon Lord 2 generations ago had a hobby of collecting junk, but sometimes found valuable things. Those are kept in the vault. This is one of those. That Demon Lord also got the mail order catalog, right? That's right. He was an interesting sort of person in many ways. I would have liked to meet him. Fufu. I thought you would say that. No, that's not the point. We'll talk about the previous Demon Lord later. Rookie shook her head under the mask. In any case, I will give this rainbow-colored magic stone as a betrothal gift to Thor and Mabel. Using this as material, you should be able to make items to protect Mabel. That's true. But this material is far too precious. I see. Then something else. It's too precious for me to accept all of it. About 1/3, no, about 3/5. Do as you like. Rookie let out a dry chuckle. Because it's like clay, it's fine to divide and use it. Use the rest at another time as material for items for the Demon Lord territory. Understood. Then, I gratefully accept. I bowed my head toward Rookie. Thank you very much, Your Majesty. I will use this material to make items to protect my family. By the way, Your Majesty. What is it? Actually, there is something I want to say to you. Something you want to say? Yes. There is something I absolutely must tell Your Majesty, who has given me such a precious gift. In the hall, there was only me, Mabel, and Rookie. No one else. The guards were in the corridor, but at a distance. The conversation here shouldn't be heard by anyone other than us. I thought it was just the right place for a secret talk. If Her Majesty feels uncomfortable, I am willing to accept any punishment. May I speak? Thor-sama, could it be a remonstrance? No. It concerns the engagement between Mabel and me that Rookie-sama mentioned earlier. I spoke. For a moment, Rookie seemed frozen. Then, as if nothing had happened, she nodded. Mabel looked at me with a surprised expression. I somewhat understood why Rookie brought up the engagement between Mabel and me at this timing. Because there had been a temporary engagement talk between Mabel and me before. Wasn't that when I was going to have a meeting with Princess Sophia? The talk had come up so I wouldn't be recruited by the Empire. I think the reason the same topic came up this time is related to Mabel and the Marquis Mishra family. The likely purpose is to protect Mabel. So, the engagement itself is fine. But since the topic came up, there are things I should properly tell Rookie. I see. It concerns your engagement with Mabel, does it not? Rookie tapped the armrest of her chair curiously. I intend to explain about the engagement later, but you have something to say to me before that, right? Yes, I absolutely do. Your engagement with Mabel is also by my order. You have no complaints, do you? None at all. Then that's good. Let's hear what Thor has to say. Thank you very much. I don't mind. I make it a point to listen to my subject's words. Then I will say it. It is an honor to speak such words to your majesty, but I remained kneeling on the floor and looked up at Rookie's face. I couldn't read her expression. If it were her usual face without the mask, like when having tea, that would be nice. I like how Rookie's expression changes constantly. Looking at Rookie like that, I took a deep breath and spoke. I consider Demon Lord Rookie Evergaard as family. For a while, there was silence. Neither Rookie nor Mabel said anything. No, that's not right. Mabel kept her head down and covered her mouth. She seemed to be desperately holding back words about to spill out. Rookie, she was stiff. Clutching the armrest of her chair, she leaned toward me. She looked surprised. Maybe this wasn't the right timing to say it. But the words were out. I'll say them till the end. I just told Mabel earlier that Mabel is an important person, and I consider her family. And regarding my engagement with her, I wanted to convey the same words to your majesty. Somehow, I just felt it was better this way. Before the engagement story officially becomes the Demon Lord territory's affair, I wanted to properly tell Rookie as well. When I lived in the Empire, there was no one I could call family. My mother passed away when I was little, and my father, as your majesty knows, is that kind of person. My grandfather was a drunkard and didn't care about his grandchildren. So, I had no family in the imperial capital. I continued my explanation. But when I came to the Demon Lord territory, I met Mabel. Your majesty, no, Rookie-sama, employed me as an alchemist. After a minor accident, I learned your true identity, and from then on, I started sitting around the tea table with you. You also accompanied me in experiments with magic items and research about the hero's world. After saying that, I took a breath. That time became very important to me. I felt like Rookie's eyes widened. I've recently started to read the expressions behind the perception-blocking mask a little. Of course, it might just be my imagination. Earlier, Rookie-sama said, Thor and Mabel are engaged. I understand what that means. I have temporarily been engaged to Mabel before. So, this time, it's a measure to protect Mabel, right? Why, yes. I am grateful that you considered measures to protect Mabel, who is important to me and family. I bowed my head to Rookie again. I feel the same. Mabel is an important person and family to me. I am very glad that Rookie-sama thought of such measures for her sake. So, this is bad. I'm embarrassed and can't look at Rookie's face. I should have made a perception-blocking mask for myself. No, that wouldn't help. If I wore the perception-blocking mask every time I say something embarrassing, the mask would become a sign that I'm about to say something embarrassing. That means I need a mask for embarrassing moments and a regular mask. No, I'm confused. I haven't said things like this often. Seems like I'm quite nervous too. Anyway, I just wanted to say that Rookie-sama is also important to me and like family. That's all. Actually, I was planning to look up words to say to someone you want to become family, Hero World version, before doing anything. But from Rookie's mouth, when I heard that I would officially be engaged to Mabel, it somehow felt like I needed to hurry. Even I don't really understand it. Well, anyway, what's said is said. I'll wait for Rookie's judgment. I said something like someone like family to the one who rules the Demon Lord territory. Punishment? No, with Rookie, that probably won't happen. Other punishments, maybe a temporary ban on alchemy? I'd really like to be spared that. Rookie-sama. No, Demon Lord your majesty. No response. As I said earlier, I am prepared to accept punishment for my rudeness. No answer. I will not argue against any punishment. Silence. Could this possibly mean I will give a ruling later? If so, then I will excuse myself for now. You are not allowed to leave this place. Rookie finally said just that. Don't move from there. Yes. Wait 1 minute. Thor and Mabel, stay as you are. Understood. That 1 minute after was long. Rookie stood up from the chair, spun around, turned her back to me, and hugged the chair's backrest as she sat back down. The robe on her back trembled slightly up and down. In the quiet hall, only Rookie's breathing echoed. It calmed down after about 300 seconds on my count. Roughly 5 minutes had passed. But this is the Demon Lord territory ruled by the Demon Lord. When the Demon Lord says 1 minute, whether it's 5 minutes or 100 minutes, it means 1 minute. So I stopped counting after 360. Then, when Rookie's back seemed settled, good grief. I heard a sigh from Demon Lord Rookie. Clang, a sound. The sound of the recognition inhibition mask dropping to the floor. Next, the robe also fell onto the floor. Then Rookie turned around and looked at me. There stood Rookie as usual, having removed the recognition inhibition. A daring smile appeared, but her gaze wandered. Still, she did not seem angry. Alchemist Thor Kanan, you understand the significance of you becoming engaged to Mabel, don't you? I understand. Of course I understood. Rookie wouldn't say something like this without meaning it. Mabel may be a descendant of the lost Marquis Mishra family. If the Empire finds out about this, they will want Mabel and the Water Spirit Stone pendant. To prevent that, making her my fiancée is effective. Your Majesty and the Chancellor must think so, right? What is the meaning of you being the fiancé? Is there any meaning besides that I consider Mabel an important person and family? It's a political meaning. Because the Empire knows about my existence, right? That's right. You were sent as a hostage from the Empire. You are also the eldest child of the Regis Duke family. Also, Archduke Karen, Princess Sophia, and Princess Liana know about you. But Demon Lord, your Majesty treats me as a guest. Not only I. Archduke Karen of the Empire and the twin princesses also treat you as an important person. If you take someone from the Demon Lord territory as a concubine, that information will reach the Empire. Then, what do you think will happen? The Empire will have to lie. What kind of lie do you think? That the Empire sent me from the start as a messenger or a guest to the Demon Lord territory? That will probably be the case. The Empire cannot treat me, an alchemist who belongs to the Demon Lord and engaged to someone from the Demon Lord territory, as a hostage or a sacrifice. The Empire will pretend they never sent me as a hostage. Whether they call it a misunderstanding or a communication error, or blame it on my father, Barga Regis, running off on his own, I don't know. Anyway, they will say I was a messenger or a guest from the start. The Empire cares a lot about face and appearances. That's right. I considered all that and decided to engage you and Mabel. If Thor's treatment changes in the Empire, the relationship between the Empire and the Demon Lord territory will change. The Empire will find it difficult to intervene in the Demon Lord territory that has a guest they sent. I ended up thinking that far. Rookie narrowed her eyes and gave a sarcastic smile. I am a king. I must consider the country itself. That's why besides protecting you and Mabel, I also considered the relations between countries. Maybe I looked at what is important to me through political eyes. I don't think you need to worry about that. What? Because Rookie-sama was angry for me before. It was when my father and the Garua Frontier Lord tried to use me. They tried to smuggle silver to General Rizenga and pin the blame on me. When Rookie found out, she cried and got really angry. That parents would use their child like that is unthinkable. So, I know that Rookie-sama is that kind of person. So even if you sometimes see me from a political perspective, I don't mind. Besides, I think Rookie-sama considered my position when deciding on this matter. If Mabel and I get engaged and the Empire treats me as a guest sent to the Demon Lord territory, then it will be difficult for the Empire to use me like my father did. The engagement to Mabel also protects me, right? Ugh. And there's something Rookie-sama hasn't said yet. I looked at Rookie and Mabel and gave them a smile. If news of the engagement reaches the Empire, and I become the guest sent by the Empire to the Demon Lord's domain, then the people who tried to use me as a scapegoat or a hostage will be utterly disgraced. Mabel widened her eyes. It seemed like she understood what I was trying to say. My father, the steward of the Regis family, the captain of the guards, and even the soldiers who dragged me to the Demon Lord's domain. All of them will have to say Ga. As they say in the hero world. There's no way Rookie-sama hasn't realized that, right? I understand. Rookie-sama was very angry at the people who treated you badly, after all. Mabel nodded vigorously. I continued. And then there's Princess Sophia. If she abandons the Empire and comes to the Demon Lord's domain, and if she becomes my concubine or something like that, then it would be more convenient for her if I'm seen as a guest from the Empire, right? Since she'd be going to someone recognized by the Empire. Her Majesty thought that far ahead. Of course, it's Rookie-sama, after all. Why, you're right. Rookie-sama is the Demon Lord, so she may look at me from a political perspective. But she also thinks about me and the people around me properly. No, she really does. I returned to a normal tone of voice and looked straight at Rookie. That's why I wanted to call you family, Rookie-sama. GRRNNNH. Under the combined gaze of me and Mabel, Rookie flinched. She narrowed her red eyes and glared at me. If that reasoning is correct, then what do you plan to do from here on out? I'll use the rainbow magic stone to craft 3 items. One for Mabel, one for Rookie-sama, for protection, and one for myself. That's unusual, for you to make an item to protect yourself. I don't want to make my family worry. It's embarrassing, so that's all I'll say. I ended the conversation there. To be honest, it was incredibly embarrassing. I had said a lot about myself and about Rookie, but I conveyed everything I wanted to say. Now it was just a matter of how Rookie would take it. Once again, Rookie fell silent, but her expression was changing. She tightly closed her eyes, bit her lips, exhaled with a sigh, and then, fine. I give up. Rookie shook her head, her golden hair swaying as she shouted. With this engagement between Mabel and you, I've been thinking and worrying about all sorts of things. But thanks to what you said, all those thoughts and worries vanished. I've decided I'll stop thinking about it. And then Rookie took a deep breath and said, I'll acknowledge it. I too think of you, Thor, like family. More important than anyone else, someone I want by my side. I used all sorts of excuses, but it's true that I wanted to improve your position in the Empire. And it's also true that I wanted to make those who bullied you say "Gah." Just like you said. With a clatter, Rookie stood up from her chair. Clicking her heels, she came to stand before me. But I am the Demon Lord. I may not always be able to put you first. She took my hand and spoke. To rule this land, there will be times I can't make time to see you. Is that all right? Of course. In fact, I plan to make tons of magic items to make your work easier, Rookie-sama. Isn't that partly because it's your hobby? A little bit, yeah. Fine, but don't overdo it. Rookie let out a sigh. Then, with her free hand, she ran her fingers through her golden hair. You really are a troublesome one. Just how much do you intend to stir people's hearts? My apologies. But I understand now. You're like family to me. When it's the 3 of us, treat me and Mabel equally. Your Majesty? Don't worry about it, Mabel. It's already decided. But I'm the one who tried to have you and Thor engaged to protect you in the Demon Lord's domain. In that case, I have to take responsibility for that choice. Well, it's his family, of course. Don't go thinking you can make me your concubine like Mabel got that. I understand. Rookie-sama. Hey, Thor. Rookie placed her hand on my head again and gave me a fearless smile. I told you to treat me the same as Mabel, didn't I? So why are you still calling me Rookie-sama? Go on. Try saying it without honorifics. Call me Rookie, the Demon Lord of this land. If you really consider me family, that much should be easy, right? Come on. All right then. Rookie. Wait, she's the one who told me to call her that, right? Why is she turning away and covering her face? This is exactly why you really. Rookie cleared her throat. Then, anyway, that settles the matter. Thor and Mabel will become engaged. The Demon Lord's territory will officially announce it. Princess Sophia of the town of Nosa will be informed. Of course, the Empire will hear of it as well. It would be better if we say that I asked Rookie to arrange the marriage and that I wish to marry Mabel. Yes, that would be best. So, the idea is to make it seem like Thor-sama chose me of his own will, and that I have no value. Is that it? Before I knew it, Rookie, Mabel, and I were sitting on the floor of the hall. The 3 of us were huddled together, whispering in a secret meeting. It's not that Mabel has no value. Because, well, Thor-sama, what are you trying to say? Praising Mabel can come later. More importantly, let's talk about what comes next. After that, we discussed our plans going forward. A few days later, Rookie will return to the Demon Lord's castle. Mabel and I will accompany her. Afterward, the announcement of my engagement to Mabel will take place at the Demon Lord's castle. Since I'm a noble of the Empire, I will have multiple wives. Mabel will be a concubine. This is to balance things with Princess Sophia of the Empire. While we're at the Demon Lord's castle, arrangements will be made to renovate the house in the Rizinga territory. This is to build a detached residence for Mabel. Since I'll be treated like a noble, at least outwardly, this is necessary. This information will also be shared with the town of Nosa, with whom we have ties. Before that, we should inform Princess Sophia via the winged fairy pixie. That covers everything. I'm so sorry for causing all this trouble because of me. It's not Mabel's fault. Besides, it was the former Demon Lord, 2 generations ago, who decided to accept your grandmother. If it was a decision officially made by the Demon Lord, then it's only natural that the successor bears the responsibility. As expected of Rookie. She's reliable. Anyway, the plans are now set. It's suddenly turned into a political matter, and there's a lot to do, but everything is necessary. To protect Mabel, and to keep the Demon Lord's territory at peace. Besides, I already know what I need to do. Alright then, I'll prioritize making items for Mabel and Rookie. Why yes. Please, Thor-sama. You can do mine later, but still, I'm counting on you. Mabel and Rookie both nodded. First, I'll make a cover for Mabel's Water Spirit Stone Pendant. And for Rookie, of course, a magic sword. I'll make a large blade for her to carry on her back later. But for now, I'll craft a magic sword she can always carry with her. As for the item for myself, I'll just pick something appropriate from the mail order catalog. There's bound to be something useful in there. And so, the discussion with Rookie came to an end. Mabel and Rookie had become part of my family. It's a secret in Rookie's case, but, well, that's unavoidable. In any case, I hadn't expected Mabel to be connected to an imperial noble house. I never imagined we'd uncover this kind of information as a result of the magical beast investigation. The lost marquee houses of Mishra and Tillich, huh? I don't care much about the internal conflict in the Empire, but I am curious about the descendants of the marquee houses. I wonder if there are any survivors from the Tillich marquee house. And then there's also Archduke Karen. I'm worried about him too. He's a good person, so if possible, I hope he's safe. With those thoughts in mind, the discussions for the day came to a close. Chapter 123. Just another Ice Sky lover. This time, it seems that Rookie is going to ask Thor to make a safety item. I want you to make a safety item for me, Thor. A safety item? One afternoon, while I was drinking tea in the workshop, Rookie suddenly said that. The truth is, there's a dangerous place in the mountainous area near the border. Yes, I've heard about it from the general. It's the place where the forest suddenly ends in a cliff, right? If you walk absent-mindedly, the ground just disappears, and you might fall. That's right. It's also a place where nearby villagers go to gather or hunt. Rookie began to explain. In the mountains near the border, there's a place where villagers go to gather or hunt. That area is rich in nuts and mushrooms, and there are many animals to hunt. However, there's a dangerous spot nearby. Beyond the trees lies a steep slope. It's a sheer cliff with considerable height, and slipping off would be extremely dangerous. What's worse, the area is surrounded by trees and grass, making it hard to notice the danger. If you're walking normally, the ground might suddenly vanish. When people are focused on gathering or hunting, they might unknowingly get close to the cliff. In fact, several villagers have already gotten injured there. Rookie said she wants to take preventive measures before someone gets seriously hurt. The mountain paths are well maintained. As long as people stick to the paths, there's no problem, but there are always those who wander off. That's certainly a serious issue. I've already warned the villagers and occasionally have soldiers patrol the area, but that's not enough. So, we need an item as a countermeasure. I see. In that case, maybe we should find a way to prevent injuries even if someone falls. Then, let's set up a safety net at the cliff. If we use chain lock, we can secure it easily. If someone falls, the net should catch them. That sounds like a good idea. Thank you. That should take care of the situation if someone falls. But if possible, I'd also like something that keeps people away from the cliff to begin with. After thinking for a moment, Rookie said that. Something noticeable even from a distance, something that clearly marks the safe area and discourages residents from approaching the danger zone. Do you have anything in mind? Let me see. I'll look into it. I nodded. That kind of item probably exists in the hero world. That world is full of people with incredible combat abilities. Naturally, there should be items meant to avoid danger as well. Actually, I think I came across something like that recently. I spread the mail order catalog out on the table. As I flipped through the pages, there was a sheet of paper stuck in the back. Is this it? Upon closer inspection, the paper texture is different. It was tucked inside the mail order catalog, but it seems to be something else entirely. It came loose when I pulled it. Unlike the other pages, it wasn't bound in. It looks like a separate piece of paper accidentally got mixed in. On the paper, it says, "Introducing professional products for protecting your region." Maybe it's a special promotional flyer or something. What was printed there was, "This is an item to guide people." The image showed a tall male mannequin. Apparently, this is an item from the hero world used to guide people to safe areas. Is this a magic item? To me, it just looks like a mannequin. It's not just a mannequin. It says professional product. Professional product, you say? In other words, something the otherworldly heroes actually used in the field. What? However, it's not a combat item. It's used to keep people away from areas where battles are taking place. So heroes can fight with full strength without worrying about surrounding damage. There's an item like that? Yes. It's this guidance mannequin. The paper says it's an essential item for safe traffic. Ho ho, how interesting. Rookie nodded, her eyes sparkling. The guidance mannequin is an item meant to keep people away from dangerous areas. It stands out, holding a glowing stick. Its role is to guide human traffic. Its shape is literally human-like, resembling an adult male. It wears a hemispherical helmet and a suit with yellow lines. It's like a golem, in a way, but only one arm is movable. It uses the arm holding a red baton to warn of danger. The limited mobility is probably to conserve magic power. That way, it can stay active longer. This guidance mannequin was apparently used all over the hero world to guide people safely. In doing so, it protected people's lives and daily activities. It warns of danger, keeps people away, and protects lives. It's a golem with a noble and respectable history. This mannequin will prevent people from approaching dangerous areas? Yes. I think it's similar to a security buzzer. The magic stone embedded inside likely emits a strong presence or pressure. I see. That makes the expression on its face meaningful too. It's expressionless. It must have attained a state of emptiness. This short baton also has a strange intensity to it. It seems it glows red in the dark. It's probably saying, "Come any closer and I'll dye this baton even redder with your blood." But isn't it unnatural that it only moves one arm? That's likely to reduce magic power consumption and extend operational time. But this is the hero world, right? Shouldn't golems be able to run forever? Maybe this golem is too powerful. If it used both arms, its body might not withstand the force. Or maybe it's saying, one arm is more than enough to stop you. That's possible. A mysterious item. Guidance doll, huh? The description says, keeps people away from construction sites and dangerous areas. Construction sites exist in this world too. Places where castles or forts are being built. If castles or forts are needed, that probably means it's a battlefield or a region with many magical beasts. It makes sense not to want a hero to get close to such a place. If a hero were to show up and start fighting, there'd be no room for construction to continue. But what exactly is a dangerous area? A dangerous place even for a hero with overwhelming power. Would approaching it send you to another world, or bring creatures from another world to the hero? Or maybe new species of magical beasts, like the Gardarasa beast, would appear? I can't even imagine. In any case, this guidance doll protects people from such dangers. By directing the flow of people, it guides everyone to safe zones. If it's that kind of item, it should be fine to use it in this world too. Rookie-sama, what do you think about placing the guidance doll near dangerous areas? With this doll, we can keep people from approaching the cliff and guide them to the mountain path. That's right. The guidance doll is a golem, so I can make it with my Creation Alchemy. Only one arm moves. Since it has so few moving parts, it's easy to make. But what should I do about the legs? If it can't change direction, that's a problem. But if I add more moving parts, it'll consume more magic power. Maybe I can attach it to a rotating pedestal so it can change direction. Next, I'll have it hold a glowing, short club and embed a light magic stone and a fire magic stone in it. Also, I'll add a security buzzer function to keep people away. Then, Rookie-sama, do you have any requests? Let me see. I'd like to make the people understand the reason this doll exists. In that case, how about putting up a signboard on the mountain path? To warn about the dangerous area, right? But some people might pass by without noticing. What if we put a bench under the sign? I see. If they sit down to rest, they'll notice the sign. Then, when they see the guidance doll, they'll understand why it's there. Exactly. Then we could also place a bulletin board where people can write down anything they notice. I like that. Rookie and I discussed ideas. Incorporating both of our ideas, the plan to install the guidance doll moved forward. A few nights later, on a mountain path near the border, it seems I've already entered the demon lord's domain. The man carrying a sword on his back murmured. He was dressed for travel, wearing leather armor. He had a bag of food and water in addition to the sword on his back. He was a sword user from the Empire. He had trained his sword skills alongside his comrades for a long time. He was fairly skilled. A few days earlier, while drinking with his comrades as usual, someone brought up a topic. Defeating a magical beast in the demon lord's domain is a good test of skill for sword users. Among his comrades, there were many who claimed to have defeated beasts in the demon lord's domain. Killing magical beasts there is a way to demonstrate human swordsmanship to demons and demi-humans. For swordsmen living in the Empire, it's also a badge of honor. This sword user thought the same and crossed the border. Though he was a seeker of the path of the sword, He also harbored a bit of ambition for fame. That's why he chose the cover of night to enter the demon lord's domain. He had walked through the mountainous area for several hours. Still, there were no signs of magical beasts. Was it a fruitless night? He wondered as he prepared to head back. Whoosh! Guh! A powerful presence struck his body. Impossible. I didn't sense anything just a moment ago. Someone was in the darkness, just off the mountain path, among the trees. Where the sword user stared, a faint human silhouette emerged. A few seconds later, he was struck with shock. His insides boiled with anger at his own immaturity for not noticing that presence. You? Who are you? The sword user shouted into the darkness. Beyond the trees, in his line of sight, a tall man was standing there. He wore bluish clothes. His pants were the same color. He was half blended into the night. But the man wore a pure white helmet. It floated in the darkness, almost as if it were glowing. It was impossible not to notice it. Moreover, the clothes had yellow lines running through them. In the dark, they glowed like gold. The person before him stood out tremendously. To get this close without me noticing. How disgraceful. He could have been cut down without realizing it. That thought sent a chill down the sword user's spine. I am a sword user. May I ask your name? No answer. The person in the white helmet didn't move an inch. To conceal your presence from me. You must be someone of great skill. A swordsman from the demon lord's domain. Still no reply. The figure remained motionless. Could it be a doll? But if it were a doll, what was this overwhelming presence? It felt like standing before an enormous magical beast. A trained sword user like him was sensitive to presences. He was overwhelmed by the immense aura, and his hands stayed damp with cold sweat. In any case, he couldn't just leave things as they were. Muttering to himself, the sword user stepped into the trees. And in the next moment, whoosh! It was as if the air had been torn apart. A figure wearing a white helmet had swung one arm at high speed. At the tip of the arm, a red light glowed. Looking closely, the figure in the white helmet was holding a short club. The red light was emanating from it. The swordsman instinctively held his cheek. The wind had reached him from that swing. There were over 10 meters between the figure in the white helmet and the swordsman. Yet, a tremendous gust had struck his cheek, as if to declare, I will not allow you into my range. GNNGH. The swordsman ground his teeth. He, too, was a swordsman of the Empire. He had been training in the sword for over 10 years and held a fair amount of pride. That's why he had come all the way to the demon lord's territory to hunt magical beasts. To cower before an unknown opponent? Unforgivable. Are you human? Demi-human? Or a puppet? Do you have a reason to not let me pass? He shouted, but there was no reply. The swordsman suddenly realized that he had drawn his sword. He felt immense fear at the thought of proceeding unarmed. Could this be something used for training by the demon lord's forces? The Empire also had mannequins designed to resemble the human body, used for sword strikes. They were a common sight at any sword training ground. However, none of them moved on their own. At most, there might be a golem, but the idea of leaving such a thing unattended in the mountains was unthinkable. Which meant this was, could it be, you're the training partner of a renowned swordsman from the demon lord's domain? If that were the case, it made sense. Just as this imperial swordsman had entered the mountains for training, so too might the swordsman of the demon lord's land train in the mountains. This mannequin existed for that purpose, to cross swords in deadly combat with the demon lord's warriors who seclude themselves in the mountains. In that case, I cannot just overlook this. The swordsman readied his blade and fixed his gaze on the mannequin before him. After counting his breaths dozens of times, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Clack, clack. The figure in the white helmet continued swinging the short club. There was not the slightest opening. Even though it was just continuing to swing a short club, there was no chance to strike. Clack, clack. As he watched the short club glowing red in the darkness, the swordsman's mental strength gradually began to drain. He was being overwhelmed by the presence and pressure emanating from the white-helmeted figure. The best course of action would be to avoid the figure and take the mountain path to the side, but his pride as a swordsman would not allow such a choice. I've trained my sword techniques as well. I cannot retreat here. And so, he readied his sword. He faced the glowing club wielder across the trees. A long battle would not be to his advantage. With that judgment, the swordsman charged forward. He dashed straight at the figure in the white helmet. The figure's presence grew stronger. He felt overwhelmed. The pressure engulfed the swordsman. And then, a few days later, from Thor's point of view, there haven't been any accidents since then, it seems. It looks like the guidance doll did its job. Indeed. However, there is one thing that bothers me. You remember the bench and the warning sign we placed further down the mountain path? Yes, to make sure it would catch everyone's eye. Well, apparently, there was a long sword left on that bench. Excuse me? Moreover, it seems there was a note on the signboard. It read, "I have realized my immaturity. I shall return after further training." What happened out there? I haven't the slightest idea. Rookie and I looked at each other and tilted our heads in confusion. The guidance doll is meant to prevent anyone from falling off the cliff. Immature, surrender. I had no idea what that meant. Thor. Yes, Rookie-sama. How exactly does that guidance doll guide people's passage? When someone approaches, the helmet, clothes, and club light up, so it stands out even in the dark night. Next, the light magic stone embedded in the body creates a huge presence. Furthermore, the dark magic stone generates a killing intent that seems to drift from a dim abyss. I see. It warns that approaching is dangerous, right? Exactly. For those who still come close, it swings a short club to keep them at bay. By swinging in one direction, it also signals, "Please go this way." If they still approach, using the wind magic stone, it blasts a strong wind, so it guides them safely along the mountain path. And for those who still approach, no, if it goes that far, they won't come closer. Well, that's true. A mysterious doll existing on the mountain path, with strange clothing reminiscent of a hero's world. The presence and killing intent emitted from the doll. The glowing club indicating the direction to move. The strong wind guiding them to the mountain path. If it goes that far, anyone would avoid the route close to the cliff. However, just in case, there is a final safety device attached. I see. Then that's reassuring. Indeed. By the way, what kind of device is it? When someone gets closest, it uses the wind magic stone to create a loud noise, trips them with a metal rod hidden in the ground, extends the short club, and hits them. Also, no, that's too violent, isn't it? We don't do all of it at once, okay? It randomly selects some actions. Still, that sounds pretty powerful. It was an experiment to embed various safety measures, but I don't think anyone will get close enough to activate them. Surely. Well, maybe so. Rookie said this and took a sip of tea. Though, I wonder if it might attract too much attention. Do you think so? People with curious personalities might gather just to see the guidance doll once. It's in the mountains. I doubt anyone would come all that way. Besides, it just looks like a normal doll, so I doubt anyone will come close to see it. The final safety device probably won't activate either. That might be true. Exactly. Rookie and I exchanged looks and nodded. Thus, the guidance doll was placed in the mountainous region of the Demon King's territory to protect people. No one fell off the cliffs anymore, and the border area became peaceful. Time passed further. The doll installed on the mountain continued fulfilling its role, but, hey Thor. Yes, Rookie-sama. The bulletin board near the guidance doll has more posts now. They include strange sentences like, "I lacked training," "I was inexperienced," and "I was completely defeated by the Dark Warrior's pressure." What could be happening? I have no idea. It was still some time before we realized that the mountain with the guidance doll had become a famous spot for some people. Chapter 124. Just another Ice Sky lover. Several days later, in the imperial capital of the Dalgaria Empire, we rejoice at the safe return of Archduke Karen Lee Stan. This is the imperial capital of the Dalgaria Empire. At its center lies the royal court. Archduke Karen, who had come to the chamber of the High Council, was being welcomed by the chancellor and ministers. The high officials were all praising Archduke Karen with excited expressions. They had likely read the report on the magical beast investigation. That Archduke Karen and Princess Liana had fought the scorpion-type magical beast, Nozirius. That Archduke Karen's sword halted the beast's movements, and Liana's holy sword delivered the final blow. That despite facing a new, gigantic magical beast, there were 0 casualties. That Archduke Karen and Liana had captured the perpetrator behind the magical beast's summoning. All of it was a brilliant achievement. To Archduke Karen, a former sword saint, a new feat had been added. It was no wonder the high officials were excited. "You have accomplished a splendid feat, Archduke Karen." Next to the empty throne, Prince Diaz spoke up. The emperor was absent due to poor health. As his proxy, Crown Prince Diaz appeared to be presiding over the meeting. "I rejoice that your grace's fame has grown even further. I also thank you for your excellent guidance of my sister, Liana." Prince Diaz spoke with deep emotion, then suddenly tilted his head and asked, "But why didn't you inform us of your return date beforehand? It was also unexpected that you entered through the back gate." The High Council was planning to hold a grand triumphal ceremony. A triumphal ceremony is unnecessary. The achievements of the magical beast investigation do not belong solely to myself and Her Highness Liana. Archduke Karen sat down in one of the empty seats among the high officials. He was still in his travel attire. Aside from tidying his hair and removing his coat dusted with sand, he appeared exactly as he had stepped off the carriage. Summoned by the High Council, Archduke Karen had parted ways with Liana on the way back. After that, he entered the imperial capital through the back gate and came straight to the council chamber. We were only able to defeat the magical beast thanks to the help of brave individuals. The honor of a triumph should be given to them. And who are these individuals? The Demon Lord's army. Archduke Karen replied briefly. More precisely, General of Flame Rizenga and his unit. They defeated 2 of the Nozirius magical beasts and provided us with vital information. That's how we were able to confront the beast safely. We have received that report. Prince Diaz shrugged. Still, it is undeniable that you and Liana defeated the beast. Can the Empire not claim this as a success? The problem lies in where that magical beast came from. You mean the magical beast summoning incident at the fortress? Yes, I've heard. Then, where is Minister of Magic? Archduke Karen looked around at the faces of the high officials. I made it clear in the report that Minister of Magic Azim Rajan was involved in this summoning. I wish to hear his explanation. Minister Azim has already been dealt with. Prince Diaz replied in an emotionless voice. His words echoed through the council chamber, and the high officials looked at one another. It seemed he was aware of the circumstances, but not entirely convinced. As he looked around at the high officials, Prince Diaz continued. After receiving your report, I immediately sent subordinates to the Minister of Magic. He was then arrested and confined in the underground dungeon. As expected of Prince Diaz. Your response was swift. No, it was too late. Prince Diaz sighed. It seems that Minister Azim had prepared for the exposure of his actions. He had already sent his family abroad. After being arrested, Azim Rajan confessed to his crimes and accepted his punishment. May I meet with Minister Azim? We are currently investigating his connections. Once that is completed, you may. Upon hearing Prince Diaz's words, Archduke Karen looked at the high officials. Their expressions varied. Some seemed convinced, while others shook their heads with dissatisfied looks. They murmured among themselves. The incident is already over. Azim Rajan, the Minister of Magic, will receive his punishment. We too bear responsibility for failing to notice his conspiracy. In any case, the investigation should continue. So they said. Archduke Karen made mental note of the names and faces of the dissatisfied individuals. They might cooperate when he eventually launches an independent investigation. Even so, the first prince moves swiftly. Archduke Karen made a bitter face. When the magical beast investigation ended, he hesitated. Should he send the incident report to the capital immediately, or disclose everything after arriving himself? He chose the former for the sake of Princess Liana's position. This investigation was a joint effort between Archduke Karen and Princess Liana. If he had delayed the report and earned the resentment of the imperial family, Liana's standing could have worsened. Archduke Karen could simply return to his duchy, but Liana could not. That is why Archduke Karen sent a letter ahead of time to the capital, detailing the investigation results and the perpetrator's name. As a result, the Minister of Magic who had issued the summoning was imprisoned. It became more difficult for Archduke Karen to uncover the full truth. But, well, I'll manage somehow. I've already sent my subordinates back ahead of me as a countermeasure. Karen was a politician too. He had already made his move. He had entrusted the report on the magical beast investigation to his close aides and sent them ahead to the imperial capital. Before submitting the report, they were ordered to investigate the Minister of Magic. That's why Archduke Karen needed to return to the imperial capital as slowly as possible. He used that time to talk with Thor and the others and to finish sightseeing around the borderlands. It had been an extremely meaningful time, and as he met and spoke with them, he made up his mind. If it proved too difficult to uncover the mastermind behind the magical beast summoning, then he would opt for tangible benefits. And those benefits, he decided, would be used for the sake of Sophia, Liana, and the others. I'm not fond of scheming. I simply wanted to be a swordsman. Suddenly, the face of the alchemist Thor appeared in his mind. If he had been like Thor, could he have devoted himself solely to mastering swordsmanship? As he pondered such things, Archduke Karen faced the high officials. The Minister of Magic, Azim, will be judged according to the laws of the Empire. That is the situation, correct? Archduke Karen said. Diaz nodded in satisfaction. That is correct. He will pay for the crime of disrupting the nation. In that case, I have nothing more to say. No, Your Grace. You must be rewarded appropriately for your accomplishments. Covering the expenses of the expedition will be more than enough. That alone will not suffice. After all, Your Grace has achieved a great success. Prince Diaz spread his arms wide. Even though your Grand Duchy is semi-independent, it is possible to increase your holdings. Or perhaps, would you prefer one of our treasured magical items? In that case, I would ask for an expansion of territory. Without hesitation, Archduke Karen replied. I would like a new territory granted to the Grand Duchy, although it would be a detached region, somewhat distant. Which land do you have in mind? The town of Nosa in the borderlands, and the surrounding area. Karen's words stirred murmurs among the High Council. The Grand Duchy lies west of the imperial capital. It takes more than 10 days to reach Nosa from there. While it's not unheard of for a noble to have a detached territory, not contiguous with their main land, this distance was extreme. The high officials were all struggling to understand the meaning behind Archduke Karen's request. That area, while an imperial territory, has been under the control of a margrave, correct? Just as you say, Your Grace, Diaz nodded. That land was under the jurisdiction of Margrave Gerua. It's too far for direct rule by the imperial family, so the margrave sent a steward to govern it. Then there should be no issue if the Grand Duchy assumes that role from here on. But it is also distant from the Grand Duchy. In that case, how about entrusting it to someone of imperial blood? Oh yes, come to think of it, Princess Sophia is presently in Nosa, isn't she? Archduke Karen offered his words with a fearless smile. What do you think of having her govern Nosa and the surrounding region? Sophia? I had the chance to speak with Princess Sophia during the magical beast investigation, and she is a most admirable person. She is beloved by the people of Nosa, and her Omawarison unit even assisted in the subjugation of the magical beast Nosirius. Looking around at the officials, Archduke Karen continued. Princess Sophia is loved by the people, respected by soldiers, and even maintains good relations with those from the Demon Lord's territory. If it's her, I believe she could be entrusted with land from the Grand Duchy. But Sophia is sickly. I doubt she could manage a territory. Actually, she seemed quite well when I saw her. What? Perhaps the climate in the borderlands is favorable. Even I, Karen, have felt much better since visiting. When the air changes, the mind clears as well. Are you implying that the air in the imperial capital is stagnant? I meant no such thing. Facing Prince Diaz, Karen gave a formal bow as an archduke. A change of land leads to a change in thinking and perspective. A politician should strive to see from many viewpoints. That is all I meant, Your Highness. I understand your thoughts, Your Grace. Prince Diaz nodded. Letting out a long sigh, he turned to the high officials. What do the Chancellor and the ministers think of the Archduke's proposal? It is possible to grant additional land to the Grand Duchy. However, giving such a distant detached territory and entrusting it to a member of the imperial family, to Sophia, is unprecedented. Let us hear your views. Indeed, there is no precedent for granting a territory so far from the main domain. The Chancellor stood and answered Diaz's question. However, if the land is to be entrusted to Princess Sophia, then that changes things. It would be treated as if the Archduke is offering land to the Emperor himself. To reject this would be to disregard the Archduke's loyalty. With a nervous sweat, the Chancellor concluded his statement. Hearing his opinion, the other high officials began to speak as well. If it is the wish of the Archduke, who has achieved such great merit, we should accept it. The proposal is logical and serves the Empire's interests. I have also heard good things about the town of Nosa. If Princess Sophia governs it, it may prosper even further. In any case, the Archduke will bear the responsibility. Accepting Archduke Karen's proposal would make the Empire's borderland stronger, and strength was the supreme value in the Empire. It seemed all the officials shared this view. Very well, let us consider Your Grace's proposal positively. Eventually, Prince Diaz nodded with a composed expression. However, I have a few questions. Please, Your Highness. Why did you evaluate Sophia so highly? It is only natural to make use of someone with talent. Of course, there is also the meddling of an old man involved. Archduke Karen scratched his gray hair with a troubled expression. If Princess Sophia is to remain as a ruler, so be it. If not, the Grand Duchy will take responsibility for the aftermath. That's all there is to it. Naturally, I am also a subject of the Empire. I simply wish to utilize valuable personnel. I have one more question. Go ahead, Prince Diaz. Why did you not only grant Sofia territory, but also place that town under the jurisdiction of the Grand Duchy? There must be a reason, mustn't there? Oh, indeed there is. With a sense of satisfaction, Archduke Karen slapped his knee. As expected of the wise Prince Diaz. You notice that I am wary of the borderlands. Of course. Diaz nodded. If you only intended to support Sofia, there would be no need to make the area around the town of Nosa part of the Grand Duchy's territory. That must mean you yourself have a reason to be wary of the borderlands. The reason is simple. Archduke Karen's expression changed. The pleasant look he had up to that point turned serious. A look as if he were about to face off with a magical beast, so intense that the high officials gasped. Then, several of Gerald Zelger's subordinates, who were conducting magical beast summoning at the fortress, have escaped. He stated the fact as if it were the most natural thing. The escaped subordinates were hired with money. They reportedly fled through the back gate of the fortress while the magical beast Nozirius ran amok. We must remain vigilant against those individuals. That is why, just in case, I wish to strengthen the vigilance along the borderlands. That is all. Coming from someone like Archduke Karen, this seems overly cautious. Does it? Only a few hired mercenaries escaped, correct? I don't see the need to be that cautious about them. Fortress Commander Gerald Zelger said the escapees were involved in magical beast summoning and magical beast control. Archduke Karen spoke. For a moment, silence swept through the high officials' council. Pretending not to notice, Archduke Karen continued. In other words, there is a danger that the summoning ritual has been leaked. Furthermore, it is said that they were hired because of their skills in magical beast control. Now, Prince Diaz, are there any individuals you can think of who might excel in magical beast control? No way. You mean survivors of that civil war? Suddenly, the Chancellor interjected. An elderly man. The Chancellor held knowledge equal to that of Archduke Karen. He must have remembered. The now-lost Marquis Tillich family was known for their expertise in magical beast control. However, that family perished during the Civil War. I can't imagine any survivors. That conflict was so fierce. Calm yourself, Chancellor. The Archduke's words are all speculation. Prince Diaz cut the Chancellor off. Faced with Diaz's piercing gaze, the Chancellor fell silent. Even so, we should accept the Archduke's proposal. I previously stated that we would consider placing the border town under the Grand Duchy's control. But if the Archduke senses a threat, we should decide here and now. That is much appreciated. Then, everyone, please raise your hands. A tense air filled the council chamber. At its center stood Prince Diaz and Archduke Karen. The high officials could not avert their eyes from the two of them. Under everyone's gaze, Prince Diaz declared, "Those in favor of placing the town of Nosa and its surrounding area under the jurisdiction of the Grand Duchy and appointing Sofia Bulgaria as the governor of the region under Archduke Karen's patronage, please raise your hand." The high officials raised their hands. Naturally, they had no reason to oppose. The territory was granted as a reward for Archduke Karen's efforts. Moreover, he had proposed to entrust that land to a member of the imperial family, Princess Sofia. Seeing this as a gesture of loyalty, opposing it was out of the question. All members of the council are in favor. Archduke Karen's proposal is accepted. Prince Diaz announced as he looked around the chamber. Then, once we have received His Majesty the Emperor's approval, we shall begin the arrangements immediately. If the Archduke is willing to support a town on the border, we could not ask for more reassuring news. Indeed, I shall give it my utmost effort. Your utmost effort, Suddenly, Prince Diaz narrowed his eyes. With a chilling smile, he continued, "This is a good opportunity. Would you allow me to see your Grace's strength after a long time?" Prince Diaz spoke quietly. "I, Diaz, am also a swordsman aiming for strength equal to the hero. Having fought huge magical beasts and gained more experience, I would like to ask your Grace for a bout. I don't mind, but right now, if possible, while your Grace still retains the feeling from fighting the magical beast." Archduke Karen looked into Crown Prince Diaz's eyes. He could tell he was calm. Archduke Karen did not underestimate Diaz. Diaz had been raised as the Crown Prince and was meeting the imperial household's expectations. Among the many princes and princesses, he was wise. It seemed unlikely he would challenge without a chance of winning. "By the way, Your Highness Diaz, You bear the epithet the Lightning Swordsman, don't you? It's embarrassing. It's a nickname my subordinates gave me on their own. No, no, no need for modesty. I've heard that many who admired that sword technique gathered and formed their own unique knight order. It's embarrassing that even your grace has heard of it. Diaz bowed calmly. So, will you have a bout with me? I would like to, but if your highness is the opponent. You seem reluctant. Then, shall we make a bet? A bet. If your grace wins, I, Diaz, will personally support the town of Nosa and my younger sister Sophia. I will provide the funds, but won't interfere. That's the deal. And if Diaz wins? I would like your grace's guest to remain just between us. Diaz spoke. The guests he mentioned referred to the escaped soldiers from the fortress and the Marquis Tillich family. I want you not to speak of that guest elsewhere. That civil war is a thing of the past. It is better not to needlessly stir the hearts of the people. Your Highness Diaz. Yes. Do you have anyone you respect among your acquaintances? It was sudden. Without realizing it himself, words flowed from the Archduke's mouth. During this magical beast investigation, I met a boy I can respect and a girl I want to make my disciple. I want to be someone who is not ashamed before them. Archduke Karen said this while recalling the two. An alchemist who created a magic item that could fell the magical beast Nosirius in one strike. A girl who reminded the former sword saint himself of a chilling sensation. Both were rare talents. Archduke Karen had come to want to be someone not ashamed before them. Does your Highness Diaz have such people? I do not quite understand what your grace means. That is unfortunate. So what about the bout? It is your Highness's request. I cannot refuse. Archduke Karen nodded with a bitter expression. He circled his right arm and said, Very well. I shall accept Crown Prince Diaz's challenge. Oh, cheers rose in the conference hall. The high officials here were renowned warriors and magicians. Some were still active. If it was a match between Archduke Karen and the Crown Prince, the eldest son of the Emperor's family who revered the hero, it was natural for the excitement to rise. Thank you. If your grace's sword technique is shown, His Majesty the Emperor will also be energized. Is His Majesty still unwell? The doctor said it was temporary. He should be fine just watching. If His Majesty watches, I cannot hold back. Oh, if His Majesty does not watch, do you mean you can hold back against me? That was just a turn of phrase. If I offended you, I apologize, Your Highness. And so, the match between Archduke Karen and Crown Prince Diaz was decided to be held. Chapter 125. Just another Ice Sky lover. Several hours later, Archduke Karen and First Prince Diaz stood holding training weapons. This was the arena located in a corner of the royal court. It was a place built for the imperial family to conduct training and matches, often used by Diaz and Liana as well. Archduke Karen and Prince Diaz stomped on the ground, checking their footing. The arena floor was made of compacted soil. Its shape was circular. Around it were simple spectator stands. Seated in the stands were high-ranking officials and princes and princesses called by Diaz. And on a raised seat was the current emperor, Diaz's father. The terms of the current agreement had already been conveyed to the emperor, so he had probably come as a witness. Since the emperor was watching, the promise could not be broken. Though inside the imperial capital, the surroundings were silent. Many people worked in the court, but their noises did not reach here. The area had been completely cleared of people. Those in the stands silently watched the two. What was about to begin was a mock battle between former sword saint Archduke Karen and the Empire's Crown Prince Diaz. Although one arm was impaired, Archduke Karen had fought a new kind of magical beast. The first in line for the imperial succession, the young swordsman Prince Diaz. If you were a citizen of the Empire, this was a match you would pay a large sum to see. Are both of you ready? The referee, a man, asked. Archduke Karen and Prince Diaz had each finished preparing their weapons. Archduke Karen held a single-edged training sword. Diaz held dual training swords. For armor, Archduke Karen wore leather armor. Diaz wore a metal breastplate. Each had chosen what was easiest to move in. Then, I will take your chest as my target, Diaz declared, holding his dual swords. Archduke Karen silently nodded. The high officials quietly watched them. They, too, were warriors. They were likely curious about how the match would unfold. Archduke Karen was a former sword saint. However, his left arm was impaired. First Prince Diaz was the emperor's eldest son, gifted in swordsmanship from a young age. He could also use magic. Whoever won, it was sure to be a good match. Match start. At the referee's voice, Crown Prince Diaz kicked off from the ground. First Prince Diaz possessed the skill of dual swordsman. Dual swords were also used by heroes and were renowned for speed and volume of attacks. Even in the hero world, dual wielding was a symbol of a strong fighter. Fortunately ambidextrous, Diaz had been honing his dual sword skills since childhood. While holy sword user Liana specialized in offense, Diaz with his dual swords specialized in defense. Defense, that meant protecting the country from threats. The threats, of course, were magical beasts and individuals uncontrollable even by the Empire's power. "Come, your highness!" Archduke Karen shouted. Diaz accelerated. The distance to Karen shortened. The magic chant had already been completed. Measuring the distance, Diaz unleashed his magic. "Lightning, seal my enemy's sight and feet." Lightning web. Immediately, countless bolts of lightning danced around Archduke Karen. Karen instantly drew his sword, entangling it with the lightning and tore it apart. The surroundings were wrapped in sparkling lightning. Karen's vision was blocked. Even more important was the sound. The crackling lightning hitting the ground concealed Diaz's footsteps. This was Crown Prince Diaz's strategy. Archduke Karen was a powerful ally, but also a strong adversary difficult to control. Therefore, Diaz had to think of a way to seal that power. The best ally could become the worst threat if turned enemy. That was why Diaz had long been thinking about how to defeat Archduke Karen. Karen's strength lay in his speed and precision with the sword. If so, seal those two. The lightning magic was for that purpose. The countless flashing bolts sealed Karen's sight and movements. The sound sealed his hearing. And Karen's greatest weakness was that his left arm didn't move well. Then Diaz should wield two swords. One to seal Karen's longsword, the other to strike Karen himself. That was Diaz's devised method for overcoming Archduke Karen. Of course, this could only be used once. The second time, Karen would prepare countermeasures. But for now, this was enough. The goal was to show everyone that Archduke Karen was no longer the strongest. To confine Karen's actions, even slightly. More power than that was not necessary at this moment. Archduke Karen, I think of you as an uncle to be respected. However, that does not mean all your words are allowed. Earlier, Archduke Karen spoke about the Marquis Tillich family. He probably knew about the Mishra Marquis family as well. For Diaz, it felt like an old grave had been disturbed. The Tillich civil war that happened over 40 years ago, that must not be touched upon. How that incident happened must remain unknown. You must not speak of that matter. Why can't you understand that? Crown Prince Diaz kicked the ground and accelerated. He moved at high speed and went around Karen's left rear. Immediately, the view cleared. Perfectly controlled lightning created a path between Diaz and Karen. Karen still hadn't noticed. If you ever learn defeat, will you become humble, uncle? Diaz accelerated even more. He approached Karen's back. At that moment, Karen's eyes caught Diaz. He turned his body and swung his longsword. At the same time, Diaz swung his arm. His aim was Karen's longsword, to hold off a strike from the former sword saint for a few seconds. Clang! Diaz's right arm sword touched Karen's longsword. A shock ran through them. Desperately, he resisted being blown away. As expected of the former sword saint, cold sweat trickled down Diaz's forehead. He had withstood a strike from the former sword saint Karen. That alone made him proud. He thought there was no one else in the vast continent who could face Karen's sword head-on. And with that thought, Diaz put power into the other sword of his dual blades. A gap less than 1 second. That was the point of the dual swords. One sword stopped Karen's blade, the other aimed at striking Karen's left side. He did not intend to kill, nor did he wish to cause injury. To Diaz, Karen was a threat, but also like a respected uncle. He did not wish for his death or injury. He only prioritized the stability of the empire, the emperor's family, over Karen. Prepare yourself, uncle. Diaz's sword swung down toward Karen's left shoulder. He sensed the distance. Even Archduke Karen could not avoid this. The moment he dodged, the lightning flashing from the blade would strike Karen's body. I have won. Diaz whispered silently to himself. Then, well done, Prince Diaz. Pa-SST. Spin. Spoon. Archduke Karen's left hand struck Diaz's wrist. The impact made Diaz's sword slip from his grasp. Immediately after, Karen grabbed Diaz's wrist. He kicked Diaz's pivot foot, throwing off his balance, and flung him with a spoon. Wah! Flying through the air, Diaz looked at the arm that had thrown him. No way. Uncle's left arm. He saw a dark red scar, an old wound remaining on Karen's left arm. Because of that, Karen's left arm was supposed to no longer move well, and he had resigned as sword saint. But that left arm was moving. It effortlessly caught Diaz's sword and threw him. Impossible. Why? Gah! Diaz screamed as he was slammed to the ground. He instinctively looked at the swords still clenched, but the dual swords were gone. They lay at Archduke Karen's feet. Before throwing Diaz, Karen had taken both swords, probably to avoid injuring Diaz. His strategy was broken. He was thrown, and yet Karen took care not to injure him. It was a complete defeat. In no way. The high-ranking officials were watching Diaz. They were not disappointed. Rather, their expressions praised Diaz. He had challenged Archduke Karen and lost. That was only natural. The arena was filled with lightning. They probably hadn't seen Karen use his left arm. Father. The Emperor was nowhere to be seen. He must have stood up when Diaz's sword was caught. He wouldn't watch his son's defeat. That was the kind of man he was. Failure. In front of father. So humiliating. Are you all right, Prince Diaz? Diaz suddenly noticed Archduke Karen standing close by. With a gentle expression, Karen extended his left hand to Diaz. Archduke Karen. That arm. Oh, this. Archduke Karen smiled shyly and twirled his left arm. I told you earlier, didn't I? The border region has a nice climate. Just as Princess Sophia regained her strength, somehow my left arm began to move again. What? It's a strange story. What I did over there was fight magical beasts, investigate fortresses, tour the border area, peeked into the trade post, and with permission from the trade post manager, I took a bath in a local specialty. That's about it. Honestly, I have no idea what helped. Prince Diaz, you might want to leave the imperial capital once in a while. Broadening your horizons is important for a ruler, in my opinion. I will take your words seriously. I could only say that. For him, this defeat was all part of the plan. He sealed Archduke Karen's sight and hearing and struck with dual swords. He had calculated the odds of victory as 4-6. Even if he couldn't win, he thought it would be possible to corner Archduke Karen. It was enough to show everyone that Archduke Karen was not the strongest in the empire. However, Archduke Karen easily surpassed Diaz's calculations. The winning odds he had read as 4-6 turned out to be 10-0. On the contrary, Diaz had made it known to everyone that the Archduke was indeed the strongest. He could not win against Archduke Karen, who had both arms available, whether by fair means or by unorthodox methods. This fact crushed Crown Prince Diaz. Your Grace, and what about the wager? Please proceed with the promised support for Princess Sophia. As for the people who fled the fortress and their connection to the recent rebellion, we will await further investigation. If unnecessary, there will be no need to make it public. Understood. Still, you have grown strong, Your Highness. I am impressed. Archduke Karen nodded as he spoke, then. But, Your Highness, the girl I met at the borderlands was even stronger. One reason I wish to have the Archduke's territory in the borderlands is that I want to take her as my disciple. It seems she has no intention of leaving the borderlands. I want to visit and have the opportunity to teach her swordsmanship. Please laugh at me as a swordsmanship fanatic. Archduke Karen continued, looking down at Crown Prince Diaz. In this world, there are those who possess power that astonishes even me. Not only that, there are alchemists who create magic items beyond imagination. We must never be careless or complacent. I believe you are right. As expected of Your Highness Diaz, you understand quickly. I, Karen, wish I had a son like you. You jest. Ha ha. Diaz gave a dry laugh. He had been defeated, but he had been able to try out the dual sword strategy. He had shown Archduke Karen's fighting style to his comrades in the audience. For now, he had no choice but to be satisfied with that. I understand well, Archduke Karen, my respected uncle. And so, First Prince Diaz kept a smile plastered on his face. The Empire? No, with the current imperial power, we cannot stop you. Then, without voicing it aloud, he murmured such words. Thus, the match between Archduke Karen and Crown Prince Diaz ended in Karen's overwhelming victory. Afterwards, the high officials formally decided to make the town of Nosa and its surroundings a territory, an exclave, of the duchy, and permitted Princess Sophia Bulgaria to govern it. Eventually, official envoys were sent to the town of Nosa to explain the situation to Princess Sophia. With her reply in hand, the envoys returned to the imperial capital. We have received a message from Princess Sophia. We gladly accept Archduke Karen's proposal. Also, regarding information about the Demon Lord's territory, apparently, the hostage we sent there, Thorregus, has received permission from the Demon Lord and announced his engagement to a girl from the Demon Lord's lands. The high officials were stunned by the information the envoys brought back. Chapter 126. Just another ice sky lover. This time, it seems that Thor has come up with a solution to a certain problem. One afternoon after lunch, I was with Demon Lord Rookie at a rocky area near the Demon Lord's castle. I'm sorry to bring you all the way out here, Rookie-sama. It's fine. You're going to experiment with a new magic item, aren't you? Yes. It's an improved version of the fountain pen I showed you before. The fountain pen, huh? Rookie tilted her head. She seemed to be recalling the previous incident. That was a failure, after all. I wouldn't blame you for being disappointed, Rookie-sama. Well, that's true. But that fountain pen saved Kel's life, after all. I'm glad it proved useful. So this improved version, meaning you're experimenting with a new writing tool, right? But why come to such a rocky area? It was no wonder Rookie found it puzzling. This was a quarry used by the people of the Demon Lord's domain. Before us was a massive rock wall. It was about the same height as the Demon Lord's castle. Its surface was flat, with no footholds for climbing. Even if I said, I'm going to test a writing tool here, it wouldn't make much sense. Please hear me out, Rookie-sama. Very well. The last fountain pen failed because I tried to combine portability and long-term record keeping. That's true. I should have chosen either ease of use on parchment or durability through engraving into stone. Learning from that, this time I focused on a writing tool designed specifically to preserve records for a long time. I see through it, Thor. Rookie's eyes glowed beneath her mask. You've built a giant fountain pen, haven't you? One that produces an extremely powerful stream of water to carve into this rock wall and write letters. As expected of you, Rookie-sama. You're half correct. Half. Yes, I considered that idea as well. But using water is just too inefficient. Indeed, creating a powerful water stream would require a large number of water magic stones. On top of that, wind would affect it outdoors. It would be hard to write on a rock wall. Exactly. So I took the idea one step further and made a leap in thinking. A leap is fine, but have you considered where you'll land? Flying off in the wrong direction would be troublesome. Of course, this time, I'll be using this. I took a black cylinder out from my ultra-compact portable storage. It was a laser pointer, modeled after the mail-order catalog from the hero's world. This is a laser pointer that can focus released magic, increasing its accuracy. I know of it. I used one during the battle with the magic beast Gargarasa. Your elegant handling and wiping out that spider swarm was truly worthy of the Demon Lord's name. It's a shame I couldn't see it up close. Spare me the flattery. But do you really need a laser pointer to write letters? Yes. Please watch. I activated the laser pointer and aimed it at the rock wall. A red dot appeared on the black stone. When I moved it quickly, the red dot began to travel as if drawing a line. As you can see, with a laser pointer, you can decide where to write without being affected by wind. And Rookie-sama, your dark magic can erase matter, correct? If you release a low-power dark magic at the rock wall, it will create an indentation. Furthermore, the laser pointer can move dark magic around while it's active. In other words, by moving active dark magic with the laser pointer, we can easily draw lines on the rock wall. With some control, we can even write characters. I pointed sharply at the rock wall. In short, by combining dark magic and the laser pointer, we can create a writing tool that only Rookie-sama can use. Rookie's dark magic can erase physical matter. Creating holes in stone would be easy. By guiding that magic with the laser pointer, we could draw lines on the rock wall. With more precise control, it should be possible to write characters too. Of course, the rock wall will wear down over time. Compared to a fountain pen from the hero's world, the degradation will happen faster. It might last only a few hundred years, or less than 100, depending on conditions. Still, the idea of a writing tool that only Demon Lord Rookie can use, it has a certain romantic appeal, doesn't it? That's what I explained to Rookie, but romance is important. Yes, very much so. But how practical is it? Rookie tilted her head. Certainly, using a laser pointer and dark magic, we could carve letters into a rock wall. But what's the benefit of doing that? Let's see. Practicality, huh? That is important. The benefit of drawing letters on a rock wall, that would be, we can communicate your words to a large number of people, Rookie-sama. I said, for example, we could designate this rock wall as Rookie-sama's personal message board. If you write on it, many people can see it at once. Wouldn't it be perfect for conveying the will of the Demon Lord? That's surprisingly practical. Moreover, only Rookie-sama can write this way. In other words, if there are words on the wall, it proves that they were written directly by you. Everyone will know and trust that they are truly your words. That makes perfect sense. In time, this rock wall might become a famous attraction in the Demon Lord's domain. That could lead to more traffic, boosting the economy and enriching everyone. Indeed. You might be right, Thor. Rookie had a thoughtful look on her face. But I feel like I'm being talked into something. It's just your imagination. Is that so? It is. Anyway, why don't we try an experiment? I handed Rookie the laser pointer. Could you try writing with it and see how it feels? If it's difficult to use, I'll make a more ergonomic version for you. That makes sense. Rookie accepted the laser pointer with her small hands and nodded. We won't know unless we try. Very well, let's conduct the experiment. Saying that, Rookie began chanting a spell. It was her signature move, Void Flame, the most powerful dark magic spell possessed by the Demon Lord, Rookie Everguard. Rookie continued the chant in a sing-song voice. Her slender fingers pointed to the sky. She brought her arm down in a sweeping motion and activated the magic. Appear my jet black flame. Void Flame. Shabo. Riding the light of the laser pointer, black flames struck the rock wall. The flames burned through the rock, creating a fist-sized hole. Rookie quickly moved the laser pointer itself. Slowly, horizontally. The flame moved along with it, drawing a line on the rock. It's possible after all. Muttering in a cheerful voice, Rookie continued moving the laser pointer. Vertically, horizontally, diagonally. In doing so, she wrote characters on the rock wall. This should suffice as a test run. Magnificent, Rookie-sama. Amazing. It's clearly legible. While writing, the laser pointer and the dark magic remain active. In other words, Luki had to write in a single stroke. So the letters are connected by lines, and their shapes are slightly distorted. Even so, it forms a coherent sentence. This should be her first time writing with the laser pointer. As expected of Rookie. Quite interesting. Rookie looked excitedly at the letters on the wall. Indeed, this is a writing tool only I can use. Plus, it requires no effort to write. It uses very little magic power as well. It may be quite practical. I'm glad to hear that. I'd be happy if you continued using it. Yes, I'll rewrite it properly later so everyone can see. This was just a test, after all. Exactly. This isn't something to show to others. On the rock wall, 2 large names were written. At the top, Rookie Everguard, beneath it, Thurkanen. They were Rookies and my names. It's not like there's any special meaning. Since it was just a test, I ended up writing whatever came to mind. I understand. It's kind of troubling that you understood so quickly. Rookie puffed out her cheeks with a humph. Anyway, the test writing is over. Let's write something we can show everyone. Right? So, Thor. Yes, Rookie-sama? I'd like to erase those letters somehow. How can we do that? You can't. I said. Rookie's eyes went blank. Huh. I explained it properly, didn't I? This is an improved version of a fountain pen, designed to preserve writing for centuries. There's no way the writing from such a pen can be easily erased. Can't be erased, you say? Yes. That writing will last for hundreds of years. This rock wall was supposed to be the Demon Lord's official bulletin board, wasn't it? That's right. My name and Thor's name will remain there forever? That's right. In that case, how about writing Demon Lord's subordinate below your name? Then we can also write names like Prime Minister Kelv, General Rizinga, Mabel, Ugnes, and even the Minotaur and Elf divisions. That way, it won't feel strange at all. No. A bulletin board listing all the Demon King's subordinates is ridiculous. If something is posted under the names of both ruler and all their retainers, the people would see it as an official order. We wouldn't be able to casually write anything. That's right. This rock wall was supposed to serve as the bulletin board to convey Rookie's words to everyone. But if we wrote all the subordinates' names on it, anything posted there would become an important decree to the people of the Demon Lord's realm. Actually, we don't even have enough space to list every subordinate in the first place. We really should have practiced more somewhere else before using this rock wall. That was my mistake. I need to reflect on that. What should we do now? Seeing our names side by side. If I think about it calmly, it's really embarrassing. No, some people might even start suspecting something. Isn't there some way to erase it, Thor? Please rest assured, Rookie-sama. What? I anticipated this possibility and prepared a countermeasure. As expected of Thor. What I said earlier was that it couldn't be erased by normal means. With an emergency method, we can erase it completely without a trace. Yes, Yes, you're always so well prepared, Thor. I am an alchemist, after all. So how do we erase it? Right. Then, Meteor Iron Arrow. I took out a single arrow from the ultra-compact, simple storage. It was a meteorite iron arrow made using the meteorite iron I received from Agnis as material. This is a last resort, but if we use this, we can erase any writing mistakes without a trace. As you know, Rookie-sama, this meteorite iron arrow summons a pseudo-meteor. It's a meteor drop spell that can wipe out two massive magical beasts without a trace. If we use this, we can surely erase your writing mistake without leaving a single trace. Speaking of which, I heard there are also items in the hero world that can erase writing. Apparently, they can even erase fountain pen ink. Could it be they were also using meteor? Anyway, I got off track. In any case, this can erase writing mistakes. If you want it gone, Rookie-sama, we can obliterate that writing and launch it into oblivion. By the way, can you use a bow and arrow? If it's difficult, I can call Mabel. Sit down for a moment, Thor. Yes. I sat on the ground as instructed. Rookie grabbed both my shoulders tightly. Then, with her bright red eyes glaring straight into mine, think of a gentler way to erase things. I'll help you think of one too. Let's talk it through carefully, Thor. With a terrifyingly demon lord-like expression, Rookie said that. In the end, we erased the writing Rookie had made using a laser pointer and dark magic. It turned out to be surprisingly difficult. I increased the output of the dark magic and caused the rock wall where the writing was to cave in, but it took time to make it look natural. The work was finally done after the sun had set. I ended up giving Rookie a piggyback ride home, as she was completely exhausted. I dressed her in a role-playing pajama, so we wouldn't raise suspicion if anyone saw us. This is an emergency measure. I don't normally do things like this. Yes, Rookie-sama. The piggyback ride is only until halfway. Once the castle is in sight, I'll switch back to Demon Lord mode. I understand. Nya. Anyway, this version of the fountain pen modified was a failure. Using the laser pointer makes it too elaborate. As a result, you can't even afford a casual writing mistake. This isn't even close to practical. Rookie-sama. Nya. Are you asleep? Wearing the role-playing pajama, Rookie had turned into a cat on my back. All I got was a sleepy-sounding response. Well, that's fine. Maybe it would be best to write using the laser pointer and dark magic in a place where you feel safe, Rookie-sama. I said, a place where you can write what you want, and it's okay if someone sees your mistakes. Please try practicing in a place that makes you feel at ease. Once you're used to it, maybe we can officially make it your personal writing tool. As expected, no reply. Maybe she really did fall asleep. If you ever need my help, just let me know. I'll lend a hand. With that conversation, we returned to the castle. The next day, after collecting materials and returning to my room. If it's here, I suppose I can write secret words. May I practice here, Thor? Those words were engraved on a large board leaning against the wall. Properly preserved, the writing looked like it could last over 100 years. I see. So Rookie was actually awake yesterday, huh? And she used the laser pointer and dark magic to engrave those words onto this board. P.S. A writing tool that only I can use. It truly is romantic, isn't it? I understand, Rookie-sama. Romance is important, isn't it? Nodding repeatedly, I agreed. And, yesterday I told Rookie, try writing with the laser pointer and dark magic in a place where you feel safe. To Rookie, this room must have felt like a safe space. That's a little embarrassing, but it makes me happy. As I looked at the board Rookie had engraved. Huh? There's something small written at the bottom too. Let's see. P.S. Part 2. Thor, maintain a regular lifestyle. All-nighters are forbidden. Don't make Mabel worry. You've already mastered this, haven't you, Rookie-sama? And so, Rookie began practicing with the fountain pen modified in my room. And for a while, I started receiving secret messages from her.